In an abandoned building, two men were tied up, and the soldier apologized to the professor for what happened. The professor replied that there was no need to say that. He should apologize. All this happened to him because he came to save him. The soldier was disappointed. He thought the rescue operation would have been successful if the informant had not betrayed them. These were not people from the police. They were well-trained soldiers, and there were 3 times more of them than they were told. And on top of that, they knew about their routes and the exact time. It was a trap to catch them from the start. Suddenly, there was a stomping sound. The door opened and another soldier was thrown into the cell. He was covered in bruises and blood. The soldier shouted at the terrorist, how dare he address Sergeant Kim like that? But the terrorist hit him on the head with a machine gun. He thought this freak was just playing with them. The sergeant asked if the lieutenant was okay, but the lieutenant only asked what was wrong with the rest of the soldiers. The sergeant said he didn't know. He thought they were taken to another place. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard again. There was a terrorist standing in front of the door, but he immediately fell to the floor, and behind him stood a guy. He asked if it was him, Lieutenant Call. The lieutenant thought it was Korean. It sounded awkward, but he definitely heard Korean. The guy said he was here to save them. Let them take other prisoners and follow him. The lieutenant wondered who had eliminated everyone. They should have heard something from the cell if there had been a lot of them. He asked which division the guy was from, how many people were participating in this mission. The guy replied that he couldn't say who he was working for. And he is the only person on this operation, the lieutenant thought. The guy himself eliminated all these people. Suddenly the door opened and 2 enemies appeared at once. The lieutenant thought that it was too bad timing. He wouldn't be able to take them out quietly. But unexpectedly, the guy rushed past the lieutenant and quickly attacked 2 enemies. The lieutenant thought unimaginable. He neutralized 2 unarmed men in an instant. What division is he from? The guy said that from now on they would increase the pace. He would take care of the enemies, so they couldn't use weapons unless necessary. The lieutenant agreed and they continued to run with several enemies ahead. He decided that the guy would need help. Apparently, the silent movement had come to an end. But the guy kept running. The lieutenant wondered what he was doing. In such moments, you need to think everything through. The guy slipped through and pulled out a gun and shot 3 men at once, all in an instant. The lieutenant thought the guy was a real monster, but he was too reckless. It didn't look like the behavior of one of the experts. On the street, a guy stopped the guys and said they would wait here for a minute. The lieutenant asked why. The guy turned around, and the lieutenant did the same. He saw that the professor and the sergeant were out of breath from running. The lieutenant thought he had been too busy running to take their endurance into account. Even if he was in a hurry, how could he not have thought about it? It turns out the guy wasn't just running, but had calculated everything. Black pupils, awkward sounding but grammatically correct Korean. Call asked the Korean guy if he was right, but the guy didn't answer. He just said it was time. They walked through the tall grass and finally came to the car where the others were waiting for them. Call thought the platoon members who were taken to another location were alive. He asked what happened to them. The man said that man saved them. He told them to wait here, and now he has returned with the lieutenant. The guy said they would split up here, and if they continued southwest, they would meet people waiting for them. The lieutenant thanked the guy, but he said there was no need to thank him. He was just following orders. But Call said he wanted to thank him. Even if it was an order, the reason didn't matter. He saved him and his comrades. As soon as Call extended his hand, the sound of a gunshot was heard. The guy shouted for everyone to duck. The lieutenant thought it was a mortar shot. He could barely hear anything because of the shock. He quickly began to look around for the troops and the professor. Fortunately, they looked fine. Then he noticed the shooting and saw that it was their savior, who had managed to recover during this time and began to counterattack. The scarf slipped from the boy's head and the lieutenant froze when he realized that their savior was an ordinary teenager. 6 months later, in a regular school, the teacher introduced the new student and said that from that day on, he would be studying with them. The guy greeted everyone and said that his name was Thomas. In another class, a girl was sitting at a desk and thinking that her brother was probably in the class now, when suddenly a girl ran into the class. She said she had just seen a stunningly handsome guy who had just transferred, and the girl realized that it was her brother. She never thought that it was her brother, whom they thought died in a plane crash along with his parents. He will return in 10 years, the grandfather said, bursting into tears. He really was alive. Suddenly, the girl called Daisy and asked how many times she should call her and called her an idiot. The girl said she said that Daisy would give her her gym uniform for physical education. Daisy said she brought it, but if she gives hers to her, what will she wear herself? But the girl hit Daisy and said that she had no right to answer her, and in general, she didn't care what Daisy would wear. They allowed her to relax a little, but she had already forgotten everything. She wanted to be beaten again and cry in front of everyone. Meanwhile, the teacher was saying that Tom had lived abroad for a long time for personal reasons, so they should help him get used to his new life. The teacher told Tom to sit at the empty seat. The boy looked at Tom and thought, "Why is everyone going crazy over this sucker? He looks so pathetic." The blonde hinted to the guy, and he thought, "This freak is walking unbearably normally. He should taste a little bullying on the first day." But Thomas stopped right in front of the guy's foot, and he got angry because he had counted everything. Tom was looking at the guy, and the guy asked what the hell he was staring at him for. Then Tom remembered that the man had said that as long as Tom lived in Korea, he should avoid fights at all costs. Tom sighed and said that he already knew about it. The man asked if he was really glad. But then Tom said, why should he get into a fight when his knowledge of the area was so limited? He's not going to act too hastily and get killed like some amateur. The lieutenant must remember that he is a professional who has lived on the battlefield for 10 years. Then the lieutenant told him, "That's enough." That's not why he told Tom this. He was worried about his opponent, not about Tom. The student asked Tom again why he was staring at him. The teacher asked Tom why he froze. Tom apologized and sat down at his seat. The teacher told Pete to help Tom since they were sitting next to each other. After the call, the boy introduced himself to Tom and asked Tom, "His name is Tom, right?" Tom nodded. Then Pete whispered. Tom was probably surprised. He saw that John put his leg out. That guy who tried to set him up is John. In their class there is John, and a guy next to him is Jin. You have to be careful with them. Pete said that the first lesson would be math. Tom thanked him, and Pete thought, Tom seems like a nice guy. The lesson began. While the teacher was explaining the topic of the lesson, Tom looked at the students in the class, and he began to remember his 10 years of life, where he trained every day to kill people. Opening his eyes, Tom began to look at the sky and thought, this is a peaceful country. Classes ended, and Daisy walked out of the school. The girls in front started asking each other who this guy was, and Daisy looked up. Daisy asked if he was waiting for her. Thomas answered yes. He wanted to go together, or if she had plans. She answered confusedly. No, she had no plans, Thomas said. Then they could go home together. They walked home in silence. Then Thomas said, "This is very awkward, isn't it?" Daisy replied, "No, it's not." Thomas said there was no need to worry. To be honest, he felt the same way. He was only 9 years old at the time of the accident and has very few memories of her or his grandfather. All he knew was that he had a grandfather and a younger sister, but she was probably worse off since she was only 7. Suddenly, Daisy froze in horror because she heard familiar voices. The girl noticed Daisy. The girl said Daisy was the one G was targeting. Noticing Tom, she asked if he was her boyfriend. It seemed like even she could date. Daisy said that this was her brother. Thomas asked Daisy if she was her friend. Daisy hesitantly answered that she was a friend from class. Then the girl told Daisy not to joke like that. Is she really her friend? The guy asked why this freak was staring at him. Let him look the other way if he didn't want to die. But Thomas continued to look at him. Then the guy stood up and asked, "Freak, what's wrong with being deaf?" He wanted to die, trying to be cool in front of his worthless little sister. Tom thought, this guy wants to fight. For someone who wants to fight, he is too defenseless. He closes the distance as if it makes no difference, exposing every weak spot in his body. He doesn't even have a weapon, so why does he so confidently show his defenselessness? Tom remembered the lieutenant's words and decided to just ignore him, but he grabbed him and started screaming. Then Daisy apologized loudly and said that her brother had lived abroad for a long time and he was not yet accustomed to their culture. But the guy said, what business did this bastard who lived abroad have with him? What difference did it make? Thomas looked at his little sister and noticed that she was terribly scared. Then he waved the guy away, took off his jacket and covered Daisy's eyes with it, asking her to wait for him for a minute. The guy got up and tried to hit Thomas again, but Tom threw the fat man back with one blow. Tom said it looked like he had broken the promise he had made to the lieutenant on his first day of school. The sergeant approached the lieutenant and said, "Today is the day Thomas goes to school." The lieutenant replied, "He remembers." Then the sergeant said that even though they trained him for 6 months, he was still worried. Tom had lived in such a place for 10 years. He hopes that Tom will be able to settle in well. The lieutenant said that he will be fine. After all, he trained him personally. Thomas noticed the guy's eyes rolling back. He was surprised that the guy lost consciousness from one blow. Then Thomas aimed at the second guy, ran up to him in 1 second and punched the guy in the stomach. The girl was frightened and froze with fear. Thomas looked at her intently, and she began to get even more nervous. Daisy took off her jacket and called her brother. She wondered what had happened here. She'd only been covered for a few seconds. Then Thomas walked past the girl and headed towards his sister. He apologized and asked. She was surprised. He asked if she wanted something to eat and if he should go and buy her something. A little hesitantly, Daisy said that everything was fine. Thomas asked if she was sure, and then suggested going home. Daisy said okay and handed Thomas his jacket. He took it and thanked Daisy. The girl still couldn't come to her senses. She looked at Thomas and thought, this is the same person. On the way, Daisy asked if it was he who dealt with those two guys. Thomas answered, yes. She thought it was unexpected. He didn't look like the type to do something like that. She said that in this country you can't stare at a person. It's rude, and therefore people may react quite negatively, and such a situation may repeat itself. Tom replied that even where he lived, you had to be careful when looking people in the eye. It could be potentially dangerous. Daisy asked, really? Then why did he do it? Thomas remained silent for a while. Then he said they looked like they wanted to cause trouble for Daisy. At home, Grandpa said that he would do everything himself. Tom should sit down and eat some fruit. Tom answered. He said that everything was fine. He could cook everything himself, and they could rest for now. Grandpa said he hoped Tom enjoyed his cooking today. He gave it his all, but he's not very good at cooking. Tom replied, no, he really liked it. The food was delicious. Then Grandpa said, what a relief. Daisy thought her grandfather was trying to hide it, but he was happy that his cooking had been complimented. Grandpa asked Daisy if she liked his cooking. She said yes. Then Grandpa asked Tom how his first day at school was. Thomas hesitated a bit, but then said there were no problems. Grandpa said what a relief. In the evening, they wished each other good night and went to bed, but Tom was not yet asleep. He thought about how his grandfather had cried with happiness when he saw him, and how he had said that he was happy to see him. Grandfather said it didn't matter that Tom didn't remember anything from his childhood. The most important thing was that he was alive. Then he cooked a bunch of food and said that he didn't know what Tom would like, so he cooked a lot of different things. So Thomas fell asleep with a smile on his face, thinking that he finally had a family. But Tom's dream was far from happy. He was sitting on a plane with his parents. His mother put a mask on him, and the plane continued to shake. Thomas's parents were hugging him tightly when the pilot lost complete control and they crashed. Morning came. Thomas woke up in a cold sweat and tried to breathe. He reminded himself that it was a dream, and then he was able to relax a little. He came out of the room and saw Daisy. She said that she was about to go and wake him up. Thomas asked where Grandpa was. Daisy answered that Grandpa had left for work early in the morning. He took a few days off since Tom returned, but he started working again today. Daisy got dressed and said that she had to leave early today, so he was leaving. Food was on the table, so let Tom not forget to eat. G asked Lisa. She says that the guy who transferred yesterday is Daisy's brother. Yesterday, when Thomas and Daisy left, the guy still couldn't wake up. Then G came. Lisa wondered if everything would be okay with them if they continued to bully Daisy. She was shuddering just from his look. Although there is no need to worry about this, because Brother G is part of the Alpha group among the third years. G hit Daisy and told her to stop reacting like that. Daisy asked what happened. G told her to follow her. Daisy asked, where to? Then G shouted, little brat, pretending to be strong because she has a brother now. She told Daisy to shut up and follow her if she didn't want to get beaten up here. On the roof, G kicked Daisy in the stomach and asked her what she told her about the answer. Daisy asked what she was talking about. Then G said, little bitch, pretending to be stupid, she's talking about what happened yesterday. Her brother knows how to fight a little. And so little Daisy forgot about her place and let loose against them. But now her nasty brother's school life will be hard too. Daisy asked what G meant. G asked if Daisy knew who her brother had fought with yesterday. It was her brother's friend. And most likely her brother had already met her brother. Then Daisy shouted what they were planning to do with her brother. G hit Daisy and told her who she was yelling at, the little brat. But Daisy thought she was getting her brother into trouble. So she stood up abruptly and rushed to her brother's classroom, where Brother G and his friends were already there. Thomas noticed that there were shoe marks on her vest and marks of a blow on her cheek, and Brother G said, could it be that his little sister was worried about her brother? Now his sister does nothing but ask him for favors all the time. G came too. Earlier, Pete was sitting at his desk while John and Jean were throwing erasers at him. John hit Pete in the head and shouted, perfect hit, double hit to the body and a crowning blow to the head. Then Jean took an eraser from another guy and threw it as hard as he could at Pete's head. Then he was glad that he was able to hit him in the head. John said, Jean is so happy with one hit. Then John said that he was using a big eraser and threw it. But at that moment Tom passed by and John hit his backpack. Thomas sat down at his desk, and John told his friend that this guy was really annoying him. Jean said they should just make him respect them. John doesn't mind calling this jerk after school. Pete said hello to Thomas, and Tom asked if he was okay. Pete replied that everything was fine. Then Pete asked Tom what he was going to do after school. If he wanted to go with him, he could show him around. Tom replied that he didn't think he could today. He needed to go home with his little sister. Pete asked if they had transferred together. Tom replied, no. His sister was already studying at this school. Then Pete asked what her name was. Maybe he knew her. Tom said that her name was Daisy. And Pete said, to be honest, her sister, in general, her school life right now is not easy. His sister was popular in high school because she was cute and always did well in her studies. And this attracted many guys, but one girl who was in love with one of these guys started bullying Daisy because of this. Tom asked and everyone just watched it. Pete said it was all because of Ji Kim's older brother, the main bully of the third years. And things got worse for Daisy after that girl, and she ended up in the same class in high school. This bullying goes so far that people wonder why she still attends school. Tom asked. Just because the guy she liked someone else, she was rudely making fun of her. Pete said it was all true, although there was nothing special about it. People like them bully others just like that, without any reason. Tom remembered his grandfather saying that he hoped Tom would fit in well at school. He can't stop worrying because Tom has lived abroad for so long. Then his grandfather asked how Daisy was doing at school. Daisy said that Grandpa knows that she always does well at school. Grandfather said yes, he had nothing to worry about because she had always done well. Every time, he remembers how the class teacher praised Daisy at parent-teacher meetings for her diligence in her studies and exemplary behavior. Tom thanked Pete for telling him everything. Pete replied, "No matter, it's a well-known story. He should know it anyway." Then Kim and his gang entered the office. Jin asked what they were doing there. Kim replied that he had business here. John and Jean immediately froze because they were afraid of him and could not deal with him. Kim looked at Tom and said, "Such a pathetic guy beat them up," the guy said. He caught them off guard. Then Kim called them idiots with pathetic excuses, then told Tom to come to him. John thought that he didn't know what this idiot had done to upset him, but he was definitely finished. Tom stood up and asked if he was Kim, and Kim said, "That's right, he just transferred and already knows about him." But Tom just kept staring at Kim, and Kim said he really was staring like a bastard. Then Daisy came running and Kim said, "Here is the toy Jin. His sister never worries about him." Daisy started crying and apologizing to her brother. She started blaming herself. But Tom said she had nothing to apologize for. Tom walked up and hit the first student, and he fell just from one hit from Tom. And he continued to say that it was not Daisy's fault, but these guys' fault. The fat man ran up to Tom, but Tom hit him hard on the Adam's apple and he fell down and began to choke. Thomas dealt with all three guys in a couple of seconds, and everyone froze in shock. Then Tom looked at them closely and asked Kim if it was because of them that his little sister was in trouble. Kim said that since he knew a few tricks, he thought he could be ignored and attacked him. And although Kim's shot was perfect, Thomas easily blocked his shot. Then Kim decided to hit Tom from the other side, but Tom easily blocked this blow too. Then Tom grabbed his leg and kicked him in the face. Kim fell to the floor, then Tom kicked him in the face. Everyone was in shock and couldn't even move. John and Jin thought Tom was even able to beat Kim. Then Tom looked at Ji and she trembled with fear when she thought that he really wanted to beat her too. But Daisy grabbed his hand and said, "No, you have to stop." Tom asked if they hadn't been making fun of her all this time. Didn't they just beat her? Daisy was upset that her brother found out about everything. But then she realized that her brother had fought for her. And this made her happy. She told him that she was no longer in pain at all. Now she's fine. Then Tom said, "Okay, he'll take her to her class." The guys started discussing what it was, how one person dealt with Kim's gang. John said, "Damn, this translated one is awfully strong." He thought he would get into a good fight if he fought Tom. Daisy said Tom must be very good at fighting. She was surprised. Then she apologized. Tom asked why. Daisy said that it was because of her that he had to fight yesterday and today. Then Tom asked what she was talking about and said that he could not turn a blind eye to their actions. In the place where he lived, most people thought only of themselves. They didn't care what happened to others. They cared nothing for anything that did not concern themselves. But there were other times when even these people behaved differently. It was when their family was in danger that he began to understand. "What exactly does family mean?" Daisy asked. But didn't he say that he didn't remember her and his grandfather very well? Tom replied that it was true. He didn't remember much from those times, but he knew for sure that they were family. Daisy said she was okay now, so he could go back to class, and ran into the class. Tom came back into the office. John and Jean said mockingly that it was cool. He looked like a professional. He sat down at his desk, and Pete said, to be honest, he thought it was cool too. Kim hit the table hard and thought, this freak is some kind of abnormal, both his aura and his fighting style. G asked how long he planned to sit like that. He was caught off guard. He just couldn't let that happen again. He was alone. They would behave like this just because some loser beat them, G screamed. Kim shouted. She could fall down for at least a second if she was so smart. Then maybe she should go and fight him herself. G asked if he had been beaten and was now taking it out on her. Kim told her to shut up and G bit her lip. She returned to class and told Daisy that she envied her. Now her school life was wonderful. If something bad happens to her, she can just go and cry to her brother. Daisy didn't answer her. G got angry. She thought this bitch thought she could ignore her. She remembered the look in Thomas's eyes and thought they wanted her to just accept it, not let it happen. The lessons ended and Daisy left the school, lost in her thoughts. She wondered if she would be able to go to school now without being humiliated. She won't have to go through this abuse again. She was so lost in her thoughts that she walked past her brother. Tom asked what she was thinking about. He called her and she turned around. Tom asked what she was so lost in thought about that she couldn't hear him. Daisy apologized and asked if he was waiting for her again. Tom said yes, he still doesn't know his way around this city very well. Daisy asked if it was true. Since they were going together, they needed to go to the store and buy a couple of things, Daisy said. Tom asked why. Did she need something? Daisy said that her grandfather always comes home from work very hungry, so he likes it when dinner is ready. Jai said, this Daisy is really enjoying herself. I wonder how long she can last like this. At the store, Daisy noticed everyone looking at her brother and realized it wasn't just at school that everyone was talking about how cool her brother was. Daisy asked her brother if he had a girlfriend where he lived. Tom looked at Daisy in surprise. Then Daisy said, someone who is more than a friend. Tom replied, no, there was no one. Daisy said that she really thought he was popular there. Tom replied that he was busy. She thought it seemed like it was hard for him to live alone. She shouldn't have asked him. Tom asked if she had a boyfriend, someone she was dating, and Daisy answered and said no. At home, his grandfather gave Tom a new phone and said that nowadays every school child has one. He took a very good one and hopes that Tom will like the phone. Grandpa bought the newest model. Grandpa said that he had already written down his number and Daisy's number there. Then Daisy asked if Grandpa had done it himself. She always does these things for him because he says he always forgets the instructions. Grandpa said he asked the shop assistant to help him. Daisy said he should have just asked them. Grandpa said he wanted to record them himself. He heard that unpacking was very important now, but he had to open it to write the numbers in there, said his grandfather. Tom thanked his grandfather. Then he said he hoped Daisy wasn't upset that he only bought one. He needed a phone, so he bought it for him first. He would buy one for her too. Daisy said no, it's okay, it works well. Tom thanked his grandfather again and promised to use it carefully. Tom wrote to the lieutenant that from now on, he should use this number, the lieutenant said. But he doesn't recognize this number. The sergeant asked if the lieutenant hadn't bought him a smartphone back then. The lieutenant replied that he had bought one. The sergeant said that maybe he had changed his phone. The lieutenant shouted, he bought him the most expensive phone. The sergeant said, maybe he didn't like the brand. In the morning, Tom came out of the shower. Daisy rushed past and said that she would go first. Tom asked if she was leaving so early again. She replied that she was late. Grandpa liked yesterday's soup so much that Daisy spent the whole morning making it again. Grandpa said she should have just slept. The leftovers would have been enough for him. But Daisy was happy that Grandpa looked happy. Suddenly, someone kicked Daisy and she fell. Then the girl told Daisy to watch where she was going. Then she said that Daisy bumped into her and didn't even apologize. Daisy apologized. But the girl hit Daisy on the head and told her she thought an apology would be enough. G said she wants to go out this morning. How about some karaoke where she can scream at the top of her lungs? After some time, G and his friends left the karaoke as if nothing had happened. The man went into the room to clean up, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw Daisy lying on the floor, all beaten up. Daisy stood up. The man asked if she was okay. He said he would call the police. But Daisy said there was no need to call anyone and left, ignoring the man who asked her to stay. At school, the teacher asked where Daisy was. The girl said she wasn't there today. The teacher said she wouldn't have missed school without telling them. Lisa asked if they would be okay. G asked why there should be anything. What does Daisy's absence have to do with them? It doesn't concern them at all. Thomas waited for his sister. People passed by in crowds. Soon there was no one left in the school, and Daisy was still not there. Then he returned home, and seeing her boots, he realized that she was home. He knocked and asked, "So she was already home?" Daisy asked, and he was waiting for her. Tom said yes. He still doesn't know the area very well, and besides, she didn't pick up her phone. Daisy said she was sleeping. Her voice was shaking. Then Tom asked her to open the door. Daisy said she couldn't. She wasn't feeling well. Tom asked if she was sick. Everything was so bad. Daisy said it was just a slight fever. She'll be fine. She just needs to sleep. Tom decided to buy her some medicine, but then he noticed blood on her shoes. Then he came into her room and treated her wounds. He asked if it hurt. Daisy said it just pinched a little. Daisy said she fell down the stairs trying to avoid the bike. Tom said she probably would have been more injured if she'd been hit. She said she thought so too. Then Thomas asked in a serious tone if she was sure she didn't need to go to the hospital. Daisy shook. She lied that she was fine. She knew that if she went to the hospital, they would find out for sure that her injuries were not caused by falling down the stairs. In high school, G would blatantly lie about how it had anything to do with her, why they were asking her specifically about beating up Daisy. Daisy shouted that it was her, in the hat and mask, but it was definitely her. Her voice, her manner of speech. The man asked if she had seen the attacker's face. Daisy said, confused, that she had covered him, but she knew for sure that it was G. Then the old woman started screaming. Who is she trying to lie to? First, she called the police, and now she is accusing her daughter without any evidence. Daisy wondered why. She was sure it was definitely G, why they didn't want to believe her. But the aunt continued to yell that Daisy should apologize to her daughter. Daisy asked the police officer to believe her. Then the aunt said that it was immediately obvious that the girl had bad manners, and told her to call her parents. And this time, she again has no evidence. And most importantly, her grandfather will be very upset. Thomas called Daisy and asked if she was okay. Daisy said yes, everything is fine. Then Tom said, fortunately, it doesn't look like there are any cracks or fractures in her bones, but there is a lot of swelling. They will hurt for a couple of days. Daisy said, and Thomas is very good at this. Tom asked. Not too tight, Daisy said. Perfect. But she is worried that her grandfather will take it badly. He has heart problems. He takes medication every day. Thomas said he would talk to his grandfather, and she needed to rest. Daisy thanked him and Tom left. Then she thought that not telling her brother about this was the right decision. People like them can't do anything about it. At the bar, the guy told Kim that the whole school knew about what happened yesterday, that he was beaten up by one person. The guy said, frankly speaking, they just underestimated him and weren't prepared. Everything will be completely different if they are more careful. While the guy was talking, Kim thought, he is very unusual. There is something about Thomas, but he cannot understand what. Kim shouted, they are right. They are not some professional fighters who fight one-on-one. They will finish him tomorrow. G called him and asked if he was still in his hideout. Kim told her to get straight to the point. G said he should thank her. She took care of that bitch, Daisy. Wouldn't it be humiliating if the little sister didn't answer for her brother's sins? Kim said even though she is his little sister, she is really crazy anyway. Good job. While G continued talking, Thomas came into the bar. G asked what was going on. Kim told Tom that he came himself, just wanting to arrange a rematch, but Tom didn't answer. He immediately hit the first one. Another one attacked Tom, but Tom hit him in the Adam's apple. Kim shouted for them to attack him. 3 guys ran at once and attacked him, but Thomas punched the fat guy in the face and he fell. Soon, all of Kim's pawns were lying unconscious on the floor and Kim thought, what the hell? Who the hell is this guy? Then Thomas called Kim and asked him what he needed to tell them in letters, and ordered them not to dare touch his sister. Kim thought, even if they united, nothing came of it. Tom was the first to take out the one near the exit, so that it would be more difficult for them to escape. And he attacked them in such a way that they were forced to go through tables. He was able to quickly assess the situation and turn it to his advantage. Kim was thinking how they could defeat this guy. Thomas asked if maybe he didn't understand what bad thing his sister had done to them. Then Kim picked up the glass and threw it at the wall, but Thomas of course dodged it. Then Kim took the bottle and started to attack Thomas. Tom dodged and attacked him himself. After one blow, Kim was already out of breath, and Thomas didn't even sweat. He asked why they were bullying someone who was weaker than them. Then Kim broke the bottle and ran towards Thomas screaming, but Tom wasn't worried at all. He hit Kim in the Adam's apple and grabbed him by the neck, then pushed Kim onto the table and began to choke him. Thomas asked what he should do with him. While choking him, Tom stated this last warning. If he hears even a whisper that they are hurting his sister again, he will find him, and death will seem like an easy outcome to him. This also applies to his sister. Let him tell her that she needs to be more careful. Knowing that they wouldn't understand the first time, he would repeat it again. If they even touched Daisy with a finger, he would find them. Kim couldn't breathe and was already losing consciousness, and Tom said he would torture them for so long until they finally died. G and Lisa were walking to the bar and G was wondering why he hung up so abruptly, making her worry for no reason again. But then Thomas came out. She thought, what should she do? No, why should she worry? He had no evidence that she had beaten Daisy. G shouted at Thomas not to come near her. She stepped back and slipped, hitting her hand on the asphalt. Suddenly the phone rang and Thomas picked up. It was his grandfather. Tom said that he would be there soon. G went down to the bar. She asked what happened again. Did that bastard beat him up again? Kim told her not to dare go near that guy's sister anymore. G said, yes, that's what he says. Then Kim shouted, he told her not to touch her. G shouted, is he really so afraid of this guy? Kim shouted her name and said that if she touched Daisy, he would personally beat Jai. At this time, Tom met with his grandfather, and his grandfather apologized to Tom for calling so suddenly when Tom was walking. Tom replied, it's okay. Grandpa said Daisy got hurt and he heard Tom bought some medicine. Thomas said yes. Grandfather said that she fell down the stairs, but he doesn't think so. She was seriously injured, but she refuses to go to the hospital. There were a lot of things he couldn't do for Daisy, raising her alone. He didn't know how to raise a girl, and he was always so busy at work that he couldn't be with her all the time. He did too little for this child. He can't even imagine how grateful he is that she grew up the way she is. Looking back, he realizes that she did much more for him than he did for her. After that accident, he lost everything. Daisy was the one who helped her through it all. He can't stand to see Daisy so injured. It breaks his heart. And also that she won't tell him how she got these injuries. She doesn't seem to trust him much. He's heard that the older children get, the less they talk to their parents. How can a grandfather like him do this? Thomas called his grandfather and said that not much time had passed since he came here. But there is one thing that he understood right away. Grandpa loves Daisy very much, and Daisy loves him very much too. So he doesn't have to worry, he will help her take care of her, Thomas said. Grandpa said Tom has no idea how happy he is that Tom is with them. Kim was in the hospital after meeting Tom, his father said. And with all the trouble he was getting into, he knew it would happen sooner or later. The aunt shouted. That's all he will say after seeing his son in such a state. How can he say that it is Kim's fault? It is the fault of the one who hit him, and also Ji's hand. His mother told him to rest here, and at the entrance she said, "This guy will get what he deserves." Kim asked why she told their parents. It looked like he snitched after he got beaten. Ji asked what she should have said. How could she hide the fact that he had a broken arm and was in the hospital? Kim asked what about her hand. Tom did it, Ji lied. Of course it was him. He needs to relax. They'll show that guy who he's messed with, Ji said. The aunt said that she called the boss. The man said, "Why make a big deal out of this? We should just entrust it to the school." But the aunt screamed that today was Saturday. She couldn't wait until Monday. And even in the worst case scenario, he would simply be expelled. She can say one thing. The boss is the one who cleaned up after him all these years. All he needs to know is that she already told him everything. Ji overheard and thought, "Boss, this is that scary guy she sees sometimes. This transfer student is finally going to get his ass kicked." The boss's people complained that it was humiliating, that they had to interfere in some kind of childish squabbles. But the boss was also infuriated. He asked if they wanted him to take care of the guy who beat their children. The aunt said that this guy broke her daughter's arm, and her son was hospitalized. How can you turn a blind eye to this? Thomas was wondering if they should leave it like this, when suddenly his grandfather asked someone why they were looking for Thomas so late. The men said that all Grandpa needed to do was call Thomas. Grandpa said that it was too late for talking. But then Thomas came out of the room and said he would be back soon. Grandpa and Daisy were against it. However, Thomas said that they were his acquaintances. There was no need to worry, they would just chat a little. They came to the chief, and Thomas thought about who these people were and why they were looking for him. The man said that it seemed like the guy understood everything. He calmly followed them without causing any problems. The chief said, "Then let them finish with him quickly." The man took out a bat and ordered another to grab Tom by the arms. The man said, as Thomas followed them, "No problem, they'll finish it quickly, but it will hurt a little." The chief decided to tell them that he had taken care of it. The man asked why he had gotten involved with these children in the first place. Tom asked, "These kids, so it's about Kim," the chief thought. "They are telling unnecessary things just because he is a child. They will have to teach a lesson." The man thought that with this guy, he doesn't show any emotions. He's not even afraid. Thomas grabbed the bandit's hand, then quickly closed the distance and hit him in the face. Then the second bandit attacked Thomas with a fight. But Tom easily dodged. The chief thought that he was going straight ahead against the fight. Tom hit him in the stomach, then in the neck, and again in the head. The chief noticed that his blows were well practiced. The man grabbed Thomas and shouted at the other man to hit him. But Thomas quickly freed himself from his grip and hit him himself. The chief thought that it looked like he also had a lot of experience in real fights. Tom finished with the men and looked at the chief. He told Tom, "He's not an ordinary high school student. Just think. He's going to fight some high school student at that age." Thomas thought, "It seems this man is also full of surprises." The boss began waving his hands. But Tom dodged. Then the man sharply hit Thomas. But Tom was able to block this blow too. The chief said he thought he was going to hit it for sure, but he blocked it. The chief asked who the hell Tom was. Thomas replied, "A high school student," the boss thought. "He is definitely not an ordinary high school student. He's on a whole different level than some of the street thugs. Attacking with the intention of parrying every blow. He won't do it without nerves of steel and a ton of experience. But this high school student does it like nothing happened." Thomas took the position. The chief said that from now on he would be serious and attacked him. Tom parried his blow and attacked him himself. Thomas hit the boss and he got angry. He thought the kid was trying to block the blows and counterattack instead of avoiding them. But when he got angry, he became confused. so it became easier for Thomas to hit the boss, and he immediately attacked him a couple of times. The boss fell with a crash and thought, "It can't be. He lost to a high school student. This looked from the beginning to the very end. He didn't even get nervous. He doesn't know what this guy wants, but those people messed with the wrong person." The aunt said that why there was no news from the boss, he should call the boss. The man said that we just have to wait. He is one of those who will call himself when everything is over. Suddenly the phone rang, and the aunt shouted for her husband to put the phone on speakerphone. The man apologized for his wife asking for such a senseless favor, and the aunt shouted at him, asking why it was senseless to cripple their children. The boss said he should be the one apologizing. It looks like their kids got involved with the wrong person. He was defeated, the man thought. The boss, who was respected even in the lower world, was beaten by high school students. Suddenly, the door opened and Thomas walked into the office while the boss was saying that the guy was so strong that he didn't think he was an ordinary high school student. The woman screamed, "It was him, wasn't it, who did this to their children?" But the man told her not to interfere. The man asked how Thomas got there. Tom replied that he believed the place was well guarded. The congressman thought, this boy defeated not only the chief but also the security at the entrance. And most importantly, how did he know they were here? The woman screamed, "Just because he knows how to fight, he thinks he can do whatever he wants. He's finished. The attack on her children, the attack on the security, the illegal entry into the office. She will report all of this." G chuckled and thought he was surprisingly good at fighting, but they would just call the police, and what could he do about it? The woman screamed that she should call the prosecutor. She asked if he knew who he had contacted. Tom answered calmly, "He knows. He knows very well. They are the family of a congressman who has already been elected twice. And now he is running in the next election." Auntie said, "And he still came here. Knowing this, it seems that modern children have no idea how dangerous the world is." She started calling the prosecutor and had already started to complain. But suddenly Thomas turned on the video. The video showed G abusing Daisy, G yelling that her hand hurt from the slaps and ordering others to kick her until she learned her place. She kept screaming at them to take the money from her, and if Daisy didn't bring her enough money, she would have to either steal it or sell her body. G started to make excuses to her father, but he told her to shut her mouth. Thomas said he also has footage incriminating Kim. The two often filmed themselves beating others. There are also videos of them beating people not only at school, but also in other places, and even videos of them stealing money. There's also a recent video of his sister being beaten up at a place called karaoke. The aunt shouted, "He is intimidating them. He thinks that threats from someone like him will work. It wasn't his fault to begin with. But the threat seemed to come from someone who hired someone to attack him," Thomas said. "He has evidence of this too," the congressman said. "So he says that G and Kim were involved in the beating of his sister, and that is why he came here." Then Tom replied that just as the two of them stood on the side of their children, he too had to protect his little sister. The congressman said he understood. He would pay his sister's medical bills and give some extra money as compensation. Thomas said he didn't need it, so the congressman asked what he wanted. He wants his children to apologize to his sister, Thomas said, and he doesn't need that either. An apology wouldn't undo what they did to his sister, and an apology would still be insincere. He wants Kim and G out of his sister's life forever, Thomas said. The congressman said he understood. He would transfer them to another school. No, he would send them abroad. Now he is satisfied, Thomas replied. He wants them to leave by tomorrow. The congressman said that he will notify the school right away. Tom was about to leave, but the congressman said that since he had fulfilled his request, he wanted Thomas to give him all the videos he had. Then Thomas looked at him with such a look that the congressman froze in fear. And Tom asked if the congressman probably thought he was an idiot. The congressman said he misspoke. Then Thomas walked out, and the family stood in silence. Thomas returned home, and as soon as he opened the door, Grandpa and Daisy asked him if he was okay and not hurt. This surprised Thomas. He said he was fine. Grandpa said he thought these people were dangerous. Tom said. He told them that he would just talk to them, Daisy said. It was all because they created a bad impression. They were very worried. Then Tom said that before she worried about him, she should worry a little about herself. He asked how she was feeling. Daisy answered hesitantly. She was much better. Then Thomas said that she didn't have to worry anymore. She wouldn't fall down the stairs anymore. He had everything sorted out. At school, Daisy said that he no longer needed to walk her to class. She was almost recovered. She walked into the classroom and thought she came to school because she didn't want her brother and grandfather to worry. But suddenly she heard a girl talking. They were talking about G and her brother going abroad. Then Daisy understood what Thomas meant when he said he had everything sorted out and ran after him. She called him, but quickly realized that she didn't know what to tell him. Thomas smiled and said, "See you later." Then Daisy burst into tears and thanked Thomas. Now she wouldn't have to put up with two scoundrels. At karaoke, a girl asked if it was true that G was going abroad. Another answered that she had also heard about it. The girl asked if anyone had seen her today. The student said that she was not at school today. Then their leader asked why Lisa was silent. She asked if G was really going abroad. They study in the same class. Lisa said that it's true. The teacher talked about it. The girl asked if she had contacted G. Lisa replied that she does not answer calls. While the girls were talking, Lisa wondered if this could somehow be connected with Daisy's brother. Suddenly the door opened and G came into the room. She said how annoying it was. She barely got out. The girl asked if she was really going abroad. G said it just happened that way. It was necessary for 1 semester. The congressman told the kids to stay there for a semester while he dealt with it. He couldn't just leave these videos alone. Then the girls said, 1 semester? Yes, she's just going on vacation, but for what purpose? G said it was a family matter, but she thought she couldn't say it was because of that bastard. It was too shameful. The girl said what happened to that bitch's brother. Kim's gang dealt with him. G lied that she didn't know. Most likely they dealt with him. She said this calmly. Although inwardly she was raging with rage. She couldn't accept the fact that Daisy would now do whatever she wanted. It made her angry. And then she continued to tell the girls to go and beat Daisy again. Lisa was horrified. But G said Daisy would be glad when she left. Even the thought of it made her sick. She'll be leaving Korea soon anyway, so I might as well teach her a good lesson this time. And this bitch's grandfather, who works as a patrolman, will suddenly lose his job thanks to one call. She will put this disgusting insect in its place. Suddenly a voice rang out. It seems he did the right thing by coming here. G screamed in horror. Thomas! However, Thomas asked who Thomas was. G started shaking with fear and said, it's definitely him. What is he talking about? The girl asked, Thomas, is this that girl's brother? Why is he here? Tom said he accidentally overheard their interesting conversation, and it looks like all the actors from that video are here too, Tom added. The girl asked what he was talking about. Thomas said they should know better than he did, now that he thought about it. This is where they filmed Daisy, isn't it? He started to close the door and said, shouldn't there be music playing here? As far as he knows, they like to be noisy. The door closed and the music turned on loudly. The congressman asked if he hadn't seen G for a long time, where she was. Kim replied that she said she was going to say goodbye to her friends and left. Then the man said that she should not have stuck her head out until the flight, when suddenly his assistant came running and said that they urgently needed to see this. The presenter said it was really shocking. They even filmed themselves committing these crimes. So, there are a bunch of different videos here. Most likely there were more, but some did not survive. Residents and representatives of the state advocate for the creation of a law that will punish the attackers according to their deserts. And the most shocking thing is that the attackers are the children of a sitting congressman. The chief asked Thomas why he did it. He thought Tom would just make a deal with the congressman. Thomas thought he needed to sort this out and keep his identity a secret. After all, their parents were influential politicians. That's why Thomas decided to do everything quietly. He told the boss that he had a dual character. The chief asked Thomas if he thought the congressman would leave things as they were. Tom replied that he wouldn't have time to worry about him. The news reported yet another shocking piece of news. Evidence of the congressman's involvement in election fraud, bribery, and incitement. The evidence is so strong that even members of their own party are calling for a thorough investigation. It seems they are worried that this scandal will affect them and are deciding to act proactively. The chief asked if Thomas had stolen his personal information, and he thought Thomas might have found evidence that would expose the congressman, which he personally collected for a rainy day. He asked Thomas who he was. Tom replied, an ordinary high school student. In class, Daisy wrote that she would go home alone today, and he needed to join the class and have some fun. Pete came and said hello to Thomas. Tom said hello to him too, and Pete asked if Tom was busy today. Or he is going home with his little sister today. Thomas said that he is free today. Then Pete asked Thomas if he wanted to go for a walk after school. Thomas said he didn't mind. John and Jean called Thomas and said that they had heard that it was Tom who sent Kim abroad. Thomas said that they had mixed something up. John said what he was talking about. He heard that Thomas came to Kim's base and took out everyone there. Jin said that now Kim is definitely disgraced. How badly he had to beat him up to make Kim want to leave the country. He suggested to Thomas to celebrate Kim's disappearance. In any case, sooner or later, they should become friends. John said that Tom had recently transferred, so he should join their group. Thomas, unsuspectingly, said he already had plans and promised to go for a walk with Pete. Then the two began to subtly threaten Pete, hinting that Pete clearly wouldn't mind them joining them. Pete, trembling, answered, of course, he didn't mind. Tom asked if Pete was okay. He answered, yes, and he thought, they won't make fun of him while Tom is around. Suddenly, the teacher asked everyone to calm down, and then 2 students came in. Pete said it was them. Tom asked if Pete knew them. Pete said this is Yuna. She is the granddaughter of the owner of SW, the largest corporation in their country. And next to her is Claude. They have always been together. From childhood until now, he was raised to be Yuna's secretary and bodyguard. The teacher said they had returned here after 2 years of study in STA and would now join their class. When Claude arrived, the two sighed and thought they should keep quiet until graduation. Everyone looked at Yuna with admiration because she was incredibly beautiful, and Claude immediately noticed Thomas's cold gaze. Yuna also noticed Tom and asked Claude who he was, some kind of star. Claude replied, "No, he was not in the materials he received a week ago. But he will check again," Claude said. Yuna looked at Thomas and he turned around, then she smiled sweetly at him. However, Thomas quickly turned back and Yuna pouted because he simply prolonged her. Pete asked Thomas if there was a place he wanted to go. Thomas said no. Pete could choose himself. Then Pete suggested the computer cafe. Suddenly, Thomas remembered the lieutenant's training to prepare for ordinary life. Call was serious. He said there is one thing every Korean high school student should know, and that is the computer cafe. The name says it all. It's a place with lots of computers that he can use and play on, Tom asked. And what to do there? The lieutenant replied that some people use the internet and watch videos, and in the case of high school students, more than 90% of them play games. He will tell him about some games that Thomas should know before going to the computer cafe. Thomas thought about it. The lieutenant's information was correct. Pete suggested that later, if there was time, they go to the cookhouse. Then Tom thought, the lieutenant talked about this too. Coca-Cola coin karaoke, where they sing songs if you insert a coin. He should prepare a couple of songs in advance. After the instructions, he will send him the songs that are currently popular. Thomas was too serious, and Pete wondered why he looked so gloomy. He didn't like Coke or ramen. After class, Claude said his name was Thomas. He was Korean, and he was Daisy's older brother. He transferred a few days ago. Yuna asked if Daisy was her brother. She thought Daisy had no relatives except her grandfather. Claude replied that it was true. After the plane crash, she lost her parents and brother, and after that she lived with her grandfather. The fact that a dead man had suddenly appeared here, and that it had happened right before their arrival, worried him, Claude said. So Claude said they would need to do some research on this guy. At this time, 4 guys were playing in the computer cafe. John and Jean were surprised by Pete's playing. John asked what rank Pete had on his main account. Probably Diamond. Pete replied, Challenger. Then Jean shouted out what John was doing. Their Lord Challenger was thirsty, and Pete was brought something to eat and drink. After the game, Thomas went home, and on the way he met Daisy. He asked what she was doing there. Daisy said she was out of groceries at home, and she also bought some treats while she was here. Tom offered her to carry the package, but Daisy said it was light, and asked if he had been with his friends all this time. Tom answered, yes. Daisy thought he made friends so quickly. She thought people would avoid him after what happened. She asked where they went. Thomas replied, the computer cafe, Daisy thought. It seems that even people from other countries still go to computer cafes. Thomas asked Daisy if she was okay. He meant at school. Daisy said yes. He didn't have to worry about her anymore. She hadn't felt so comfortable at school in a long time. Thomas said he was glad. Daisy asked, brother, are you hungry? Or maybe he already ate with his friends, Thomas said. Yes. The computer cafe sold a lot of different food. Tom asked if she had already eaten. Daisy said that not yet. She wanted to eat with her grandfather. He would be home soon. Then Thomas asked if he could have dinner with them too, Daisy said in surprise. But he had already eaten. Tom lied that he was already hungry. At dinner, Grandpa said that Daisy's cooking was getting better and better every day. He said to Thomas, it's delicious, isn't it? Thomas said. Yes, it's absolutely delicious. Then the family started laughing together. Thomas looked at the smiling faces of his family over a delicious dinner and remembered how, during the wars, he ate crackers right during the battles. The lieutenant called Thomas. Tom greeted him. The lieutenant told Tom to just call him Call and asked if he was okay. Thomas answered, yes. The lieutenant asked how his school life was going. Were there any problems? Tom responded with silence. Then the lieutenant asked in horror what had happened. Had Tom really killed someone? The soldiers also froze when they heard the question. Thomas reassured him, saying no, there were some disagreements, but they were resolved fairly quickly. The lieutenant asked if he needed help. Let him just say so and he would help him. Thomas said the problem had already been solved, so there was no need to worry. Call said that was good. If anything happened, then Tom should definitely tell him about it. Jean said it looks like Tom hasn't arrived yet. While he's gone, he'll say Tom is good at fighting, but terribly bad at games. John said, about Thomas, if a fight starts, who do they think will win, Thomas or Claude? Jin said no matter how strong Thomas is, he doesn't stand a chance against Claude. That idiot has been training since he was a kid. Pete asked if it was true that Claude had neutralized 20 people single-handedly. Jin replied, not 20, but 30. John said that some bandits got too close to Yuna, and Claude immediately started a fight. There were only 10 of them at first. But even after 20 more people joined, they were still defeated, and Claude emerged from the fight without a single scratch. Pete said then that what he caught Yuna's kidnappers was also true. They said that they were retired foreign soldiers. Jean said it was probably true. Either way, Thomas had no chance against Claude. Meanwhile, Claude stopped Thomas and asked who he really was. Tom said he didn't understand his question. Claude asked Tom if he was pretending to be a fool. He faked his identity to be here. And he heard that he had a hand in translating Kim and Ji. Thomas said there were misunderstandings between them. But their translation has nothing to do with him, Claude asked. Is that so? Then what about this? The school he said he went to before never had a student named Thomas there. And Yuna came to Daisy and said hello to her. Daisy said she didn't think that Yuna would come back. Yuna said that she had just arrived yesterday and was in the same class as her brother. But she thought she didn't have a brother. Daisy said she thought he died along with their parents 10 years ago. But things had changed recently. 6 months ago they were told that he was still alive. She then returned from school, and her grandfather, in tears, said that her brother was alive. Yuna asked then why they didn't know about it all this time. If he was alive, then he should have contacted them. Daisy said they told him he had lost his memory after the accident. But recently his memories started coming back, so he was able to contact them through a friend. Yuna asked if he had lost his memory and it had only recently returned. Daisy said yes, he did, but he only vaguely remembered her and his grandfather. Then Yuna suspected something, but said that her grandfather was probably very happy. Daisy said that he was incredibly happy. After the call, he cried for a long time until he was completely tired. Then he immediately took time off from work to take a couple of cooking lessons. Grandpa thought his brother might not like Korean food after so many years abroad, so he wanted to become a better cook. Yuna said what a kind grandfather he was, but then asked if Daisy was sure he was her real brother. Daisy said, of course. They should have done a DNA test. Besides, Grandpa says that my brother still looks like he did when he was a child. Yuna thought. They checked his DNA. Is it really him? Daisy asked why Yuna was asking about him. Then Yuna hesitated and didn't know what to say. And Claude said his investigation showed that Thomas never lived there, and his previous school said that there had never been such a student there. Thomas asked where the evidence was. Claude said that the documents were not real, so where is his evidence? Claude thought that with this guy, according to people, he learned that Thomas never went to the school he named. He has no direct evidence, but he is sure that he did not go there. Instead of worrying, Thomas asks for evidence, and nothing changed in his expression, as if he was the one who was mistaken here. Thomas asked why Claude was finding out something about him. Claude replied that Thomas was too suspicious. He could not investigate this case. Then Tom said it was just to get home. Claude asked something about his motives. This was his answer. Claude thought that if Tom wanted proof, he would show it to him. It would only take him a couple of days to prove that his documents were fake. Yun and Claude weren't in class, and Thomas thought they'd only transferred yesterday. But they'd already dug up so much in just one day. John suggested that Pete level up. Jean asked if Thomas would go too. Thomas said that today wouldn't work. It was his grandfather's birthday. Then Jean asked if it would be okay if the three of them went. Pete and Tom nodded. Claude said he had no direct evidence, but the documents Thomas gave to the school were definitely fake, and the DNA test results could be fake. He found out something after investigating Daisy's case. Kim and Ji had been abusing her heavily for the past 2 years. It was so bad that the fact that she went to school was a surprise to everyone. They didn't show Daisy on the news during the scandal, but what was happening then was quite sad. Yuna asked if these guys were even in their right minds. Claude said he thinks that's why Thomas made his move. Kim and his gang were beaten by Thomas twice. Yuna said that a brother who was thought to be dead returns 10 years later and deals with his sister's offenders, which sounds very much like a fairy tale. After his words, she had many questions. If Thomas really came to this school for her, then shouldn't he have behaved quietly? Claude replied, that's usually the case. Yuna asked, then maybe it was something to do with Daisy. What about the insurance money from the plane crash? Grandpa got them and didn't touch them, so the amount grew well. But they said he returned some as soon as Thomas returned. There is so much money that they can't ignore the fact that it's all about money. Then Yuna became worried that Daisy might be in danger, because they lived in the same house. At the store, Daisy asked that she didn't want to put him in an awkward position, so she didn't ask, but what he had been doing since the plane crash. But she quickly said he didn't have to answer if he didn't want to. Thomas said it was okay. He had a serious psychological trauma, so he could not work. And in the end, he had to survive in a place where he could not understand anything for a long time. In general, he just lived a very busy life, Daisy asked, and there was no time even for a girl. Daisy said that she heard that Yuna was in his class. She was surprised when she heard that she was in the same class as her brother. Tom asked if she knew her. Daisy said she had been very kind to her in the past, and she was very upset when Yuna left for America. She was glad to see her again. They bought a cake and a wallet for the grandfather and brought it home. The grandfather said, "Why did she buy him something like that? She barely has enough money for herself." Daisy said she has enough money to buy him a birthday present. It's not expensive, so there's no need to worry. Grandpa said he already had a gift, a very big gift, that Thomas had returned home alive. Suddenly Daisy got a call and she went into the room. It was Yuna. She asked Daisy to go out for a while. Daisy told her grandfather that she needed to go to the grocery store. Her grandfather asked, "At what time?" She answered. Yuna said that she needed to tell her something and then left. Thomas started looking for information about Yuna. He wondered why they needed to study him. They were too reckless with the transfer student. Grandpa called Thomas and said that he would go out for a while. Thomas asked if it was because of Daisy. Grandfather replied that it was not only because of this, but also because he needed to go for walks from time to time. Thomas said Grandpa can stay here, he will go get her. Grandpa said he can go himself. But Tom said that Grandpa had to go to work tomorrow morning and needed to pick up some things from the store anyway, so he would come back with Daisy. Grandfather asked if he needed money. Thomas said everything was fine, he still had some left. Then Grandfather thanked Thomas. Daisy asked if Yuna had learned these things in America. Yuna said she didn't know if it was like that everywhere, but in the place she was, a lot of attention was paid to self-study. Yuna asked if Daisy had ever thought about studying abroad. The number of high school students thinking about it these days is astonishing. Daisy said she never thought about it. It was expensive and she would have to go away for a few years. She didn't want to leave her grandfather alone. She doesn't want to leave her grandfather, and his health has been deteriorating lately, Yuna thought. Daisy is still as sweet as before, Daisy said. But now she worries less because her brother is here. Then Yuna remembered that Claude had received a certificate from school officials that they had never had a student named Thomas. He also never lived in the building he indicated, and he has proof of this. Yuna said they needed to go. Claude asked where. She replied they needed to tell Daisy about this. Claude said they have evidence that Thomas forged his documents, but there is still no confirmation that he is not her brother. And the reason why he is investigating this case is to protect Yuna, not Daisy. Yuna said that someone who has been missing for 10 years comes back with fake documents. And now he lives with Daisy. He suggests that she stay calm until she is in any danger. She had to tell her, at least what they could confirm, Daisy deserved to know. Yuna came to tell her this. But why does she continue to look so happy when she talks about Thomas? Daisy said that she was glad that she could talk to Yuna again. It had been a long time since she had talked to someone like this. Thomas was approaching Daisy when Claude came out of the corner and blocked his way. But Thomas ignored him and was about to move on. Then Claude asked why he didn't wait here. Claude wondered if Thomas had come because he was worried they might tell Daisy about him, and that was why he didn't want to provoke him. But he can't just do nothing. Like Yuna said, Daisy could be in danger. He told Thomas to just wait a little. No need to interrupt the conversation of people who haven't seen each other for a long time, right? Suddenly, a car arrived and hit Thomas and Claude. They survived but were badly injured. Thomas saw that Daisy had been knocked out and was being pushed into the car. He was angry, and forgetting about the pain, he rushed towards her. Unfortunately, he didn't make it in time. The car with the girls drove away. Then Claude and Thomas simultaneously grabbed each other by the shirts. Thomas asked who it was. Claude said he would like to know from him, but he thought it had nothing to do with him. They realized that none of them were involved in this, and put each other down. Claude called and said that Yuna had been kidnapped. He ordered to contact the police. "We need to find out their movements from surveillance cameras." The road was cleared, and it was a black minivan. Thomas started to leave. Claude said, "Let Thomas tell the truth. He was not involved in the kidnapping." Tom said he doesn't have time for Claude. Claude said SW agents have already started acting. They will find them. He will stay with him until they figure out who Thomas is, Tom said. Claude and his team are going to look for Yuna, and he will find his sister. Claude can follow him if he wants. Tom walked away, then turned around and asked if Claude had arrived by car. The chief was sad when his assistant said that the guy came and Thomas entered the room. The man ran into the office. The girl asked why he entered in such a hurry, without even waiting for her answer. "Lady Yuna has been kidnapped," the man said. The girl asked. "Kidnapped," the man replied. "The agents accompanying her have just contacted them." The girl smiled and said, "Then this rumor must be true should grandfather continue to pursue that company." She hopes that her grandfather will continue to pursue his interests, despite the threats, because if he continues, Yuna will die. Claude was there too and recognized the boss, as he is a fairly respected person in the underground world. The boss asked what he was doing there. Thomas said he needed information. The boss said, quite unexpectedly, "So that's why he came here?" Then Thomas told me that the granddaughter of the director of the W group was kidnapped. The boss said it wasn't them. He doesn't do things like that. He must have problems with his head if he decided to contact the W group. Thomas asked if the boss knew someone who could do this. The boss asked why he should say this. He has the slightest idea what kind of trouble he's getting himself into, Thomas said. His little sister was kidnapped along with Yuna. The chief sighed and said that he heard that people who didn't know Korean well were looking for people to guard the warehouse. They asked him for a large number of cars and some of his people. They offered a lot of money for other things, but he refused. Such things are too unreliable. He heard that another group accepted their offer. Their base is in the city. Thomas thanked him and was about to leave. The boss threw him a phone and said, "This is his phone. Let Tom save his number on it. He needs his number to contact him if his people find out the exact location of the warehouse or something else." Suddenly, Thomas asked if the motorcycle at the entrance was his, and soon Thomas was sitting on the boss's motorcycle. He told Claude that he was going, and let Claude do what he wanted. Claude asked if Thomas was going to go there because of unconfirmed information. Thomas said Yuna would probably be safe until they got what they wanted, but who knew what they would do with Daisy? Claude thought, such a quick reaction after the incident, and he came all this way for information about who this guy really is. Then Claude said, he passed on the information they had just received to their agents. He would follow him in a car. Thomas said Claude could do whatever he wanted, then put on his helmet and drove away. Daisy woke up and Yuna asked if she was okay, and said she was sorry. Daisy was here because of her. Then Daisy asked if they had been kidnapped. Yuna said she didn't think that this would happen right after her arrival in Korea. She wanted to meet her for another reason, but suddenly the men came and said that it seemed they had already woken up. Yuna asked why they kidnapped her. The man said she didn't need to know. She just had to sit quietly. It would all be over soon. And she wondered if they were trying to use her to get something from the company or her grandfather. The guy asked what they should do with this girl. They brought her here only because they were together. The man said, let them get rid of her. She was of no use anyway. Then Yuna shouted, no. She won't let anyone harm her, Yuna shouted. The man asked what she would do with them. She would bite her tongue off and die. Then they wouldn't get what he wanted from kidnapping her, Yuna said. The man said she was lying. Someone like her was going to die protecting someone else. Let him try to bite off his tongue and kill himself. But Yuna really did it, which the man did not expect. Then the man said, okay, this bluff bought them a little time. They will leave her for now. Get rid of her later. Thomas came to the containers. Claude asked if it was here. Tom said, at least the boss talks about this place. Claude said it seemed like there was some truth to his information. According to the agents, that car was also heading here. Thomas started walking. Then Claude told him to wait here for reinforcements. Agents will arrive here soon. But Tom did not listen to him and said, he had already said, that Daisy did not have time, and left. Tom moved forward quietly, cutting down people in his path. Claude thought. He knew all too well how to quietly neutralize opponents. Claude asked Thomas who he really was. Thomas calmly replied that he was his classmate. The man told Yuna's grandfather the kidnappers' demands. They want him to stop his business venture. They also said that if he didn't give an answer within an hour, they would kill Yuna. The grandfather asked about the escort room. The man said they expected to arrive at the location within 50 minutes. Meanwhile, Thomas neutralized another guard at the entrance, and Claude dealt with the second one. Thomas asked how many Claude had neutralized. Claude replied, 5, including the one lying there. So that means they got rid of 14 people, Thomas said, Claude thought. Tom dealt with 9, and he only neutralized 5. Thomas said he wants Claude to tell him right now who is responsible for this. Claude said, actually, he doesn't know. There have been many attempts like this, and recently it happened in America. He didn't expect something like this to happen right after returning to Korea. It's his fault. Thomas said it looked like the main group with Yuna was planning to kidnap the granddaughter of the SW group director. For such a large-scale plan, these guys are useless, Claude thought. He realized this in this situation. Tom asked if Claude was okay. He seriously injured his arm because of the car. Claude said it was fine. But what about Thomas? Because he injured his leg. Suddenly the boys heard the voices of men looking for other guards. Then Thomas quickly dealt with one of the men. Then just as quickly and with the second guard, Tom said, we need to split up. Most likely they heard a noise. Claude said that after this was all over, he would like to apologize to Tom properly. The guy asked the man with the scar if he heard something outside. The man ordered them to go and check. They met Thomas, and the man said, "This is just a kid. This is not the guy Claude from the photo." The guy told them to forget about it. They need answers, so they need to deal with him quickly. Meanwhile, Claude found the girls, he thought. It looks like there is no one here. Could it be that they all went to Thomas? Yuna asked if the agents were already here, Claude said. "Not yet, but they were already on their way," Yuna asked. "Then how did he know where they were?" The man came back and asked, so he says that there is still time before the escort team arrives. He had heard about him. Claude was a big pain in the ass being around Yuna all the time. They don't know how Claude found them so quickly, but it was a huge mistake to come here without a team. The guy attacked Claude and his blows were strong, Claude thought. Thomas was right. The guy was different from those outside. However, Claude was also strong. He kicked the guy in the face, then in the stomach. The guy fell. The man said he heard that Claude had been trained to be a bodyguard since childhood. Impressive. But unfortunately, this was not a friendly sparring. Claude did not even notice how he was wounded and began to bleed. The man asked why Claude was so surprised. He thought that they would fight without weapons. That's why he could easily deal with guys like him. He ordered the guy to hurry and deal with Claude. They needed to leave before the escort room arrived. Claude was in an unenviable position. He could move very poorly because of the first cut. It was too deep. The man said he still had to deal with that girl and threw a knife at Daisy. Yuna covered for Daisy, but she was late, so Claude ran in and protected the girls with his body. The man called Claude an idiot and ordered the guy to kill Daisy and leave Yuna, but at that moment, Thomas arrived. At this time, in the bar, a man said that it seemed like the Son faction was involved in the incident. Apparently, they themselves didn't know what they were getting themselves into. The chief said it wasn't surprising, considering they always take on assignments without proper preparation. The assistant asked why the boss helped that high school student. Didn't he create problems for them? The boss said, what else could he do? That high school student beat them because he wasn't competent enough. And they can't even take revenge on him, because first of all, they got involved with him. Daisy shouted to her brother to leave. The man laughed and said, so her brother came to save his sister. I can't even believe it. Thomas asked Daisy if she was hurt. Daisy screamed in horror for her brother to go away. It was too dangerous here. Yuna was upset that other innocent people were suffering because of her. She shouted at the man, let him just take her. She will follow him herself, and he will have to let everyone else go, and she will cooperate with him. The man asked why he should listen to her, Claude thought. Thomas, even in this situation, his face did not change. But the man said they were late, so he ordered the guy to kill Thomas first. However, as soon as the guy approached Thomas with a knife, Tom quickly grabbed his knife and stabbed it into the guy. Then Thomas told Daisy to close her eyes and not open them until he said so. She did so, and Tom immediately wounded the guy several times. Claude thought he hadn't just taken the knife, but had also targeted the muscles and tendons to take him out of the fight. The man asked Thomas if he was actually part of the escort team. But then I quickly realized that this was not the case, and asked how he knew how to use a knife at such a young age. And his expression, he really is on the escort team, although that doesn't matter. Because today he will die, the man said before attacking Thomas. Fortunately, Tom easily dodged. Then Thomas repelled another attack from the thug and landed one himself. Thomas managed to wound the man. The man wondered what was going on, how this short guy could handle a knife better than him. Thomas grabbed his arm and cut the man again, then quickly punched him in the face. Then the man got really angry and took out a gun. He was about to shoot Thomas, but Thomas quickly threw the knife into the bandit's shoulder and running up to him, hit the bandit in the face again. So the battle was over. Thomas told Daisy to open her eyes. He told her that he came for her. Daisy looked at her brother and said that he was bleeding. Thomas was surprised but said that he was fine. However, after what she had experienced, Daisy could no longer hold back her tears and began to cry. When the police finally arrived, Yuna told Tom to take Daisy to the hospital and she would handle the rest. She may look like she's fine, but she could still be hurt and probably going through a lot of mental pain after all this. She heard that Kim and Ji had been bullying her a lot lately. Even if those two were punished legally, it didn't mean the victim was okay. Considering what she has been through, she should undergo therapy and psychological treatment. Daisy came out of the psychologist's office and asked if he had been waiting for a long time. Tom replied, no. He had also recently been released. Tom asked what the doctor said. Daisy replied that he simply said to come once a week. Daisy asked what they told him. Thomas said he only had a few bruises and scratches. Thomas remembered Daisy screaming at him to run away, and he became upset, and Daisy wanted to ask something but decided not to. Last night, the doctor asked Daisy if she felt dizzy, but she listened to the soldiers who were amazed that Tom had dealt with everyone single-handedly. And then Daisy wondered what kind of life her brother had lived before he returned to them. Yuna asked if Daisy's examination was finished and what they said. Daisy said she heard that Yuna made sure the examination was free. She didn't have to do it. Yuna said what she meant. It was all because of her. Yuna apologized to Daisy again. Daisy said that Yuna doesn't need to apologize for yesterday because Yuna is a victim too. Yuna asked. Tom had also been examined, hadn't he? Tom answered, yes, Daisy said. At first he refused. He only did it because she said if he didn't pass it, she wouldn't either. Daisy asked if Claude was in this hospital too. Yuna said yes, he was here. Then Daisy suggested that Thomas should drop in to see him. They all went in together, and Daisy bowed and apologized to Claude. She hadn't had the chance to thank him yesterday. Claude said that everything was fine. Daisy asked how he was feeling. Claude replied that he was much better. Daisy said goodbye to the boys and asked them to take care of themselves. Then they left. The man asked if this was the student Claude had asked to investigate and if he was with him when it happened. Claude replied, yes, the man said. He still can't believe it, even after seeing it with his own eyes. Yuna asked what to believe. The man answered that a child had neutralized so many people. Yuna said she was also surprised. But isn't it as impressive as they say? The man replied. He wasn't the only one who beat up so many people. He silently neutralized those who were standing outside. It would be understandable if there were 1 or 2 people. But so many people. Besides, he didn't kill them. He just neutralized them. And looking at the wounds of those 2 guys in the warehouse, it could be said that few people were capable of such a feat during training, let alone in a real fight. Plus, the 2 in the warehouse and the 4 outside were well-trained soldiers. Based on Claude's report and the condition of the people who were neutralized, Thomas is most likely a professional with extensive combat experience. Daisy thanked Thomas. She said she couldn't tell him that yesterday. She seems to be saying that a lot lately. They always help her, Thomas said. No, he should be the one thanking her. Daisy asked what he wanted to thank her for. Thomas replied. He seemed to be starting to understand a little. It was the first time, without any intention, that someone was worried about him, and not about themselves. He experienced this for the first time since returning to this country, Thomas said. He understood what family means. The man said he found the kidnapper's location faster than expected, and neutralized them before agents arrived. The girl said she thought Claude really was as impressive as they said. How much time has passed? Claude should be with her and not with Yuna. What a loss it is. The man said, frankly speaking, it was a strange rumor. Although Claude did a lot, he heard that his classmate did most of it. The girl said it was complete nonsense, but the man said that was why the CEO was showing interest in the matter. Thomas was practicing in his room, still thinking about the moment when Daisy burst into tears. But Daisy called him and said that she had fidgeted with the fruit and that he should eat too, so Tom went out. Thomas asked how she was feeling. Daisy said she had told him that everything was fine. He had already asked. Daisy told her brother that he shouldn't worry about it. He was worried about how he looked in front of her, wasn't he? He must be wondering if she was really surprised and if she would like to ask him how he learned to fight like that. She doesn't find it strange at all. He did all this to save her. She won't ask how he lived there. To be honest, she couldn't tell her grandfather what was happening to her at school. And Tom couldn't either. There are just things they can't talk about, even with their closest friends, Daisy said. Suddenly the phone rang and Daisy picked up. It was Yuna. Daisy said that he was okay. She's doing well, Daisy said. And then the conversation turned to Thomas, and soon Tom was standing opposite Yuna. She asked him to sit down. Tom asked why she called him. Yuna said she wanted to apologize for putting Daisy through this. Tom said she had already talked about it. Yuna had said it, but she wanted to tell him this personally. She asked Claude to do the same when he got better. And also, she is grateful to him for saving her. Thomas said he was saving Daisy, not her. Yuna said she knows, but anyway, he helped her, so she thanks him. Thomas asked if she called him here to say this. Yuna replied that she wanted to get to know him better. Then Tom looked at her with a creepy look, and she asked him not to look at her like that, frankly. Just as they should not have suspected something was wrong when his documents were forged. A lot of bad things happened to her when she was a child due to personal circumstances. Recently, she was almost kidnapped in the States, so she couldn't ignore his appearance. Although they still haven't figured out why he forged the documents, they'll stop there. She thought he wouldn't have risked his life to save her if he was going to hurt her. Tom said if she was finished, he would go. Yuna asked him to give her a little more time. Her grandfather would like to see him. He said that he would like to thank him personally. Thomas said that it was not necessary. He did not set himself the task of saving her. Thomas was returning home when suddenly the chief's assistant came out of the corner covered in blood. The man suddenly screamed, it was all his fault. The boss was walking on thin ice after the incident with the congressman. But then he contacted the Son clan to help Thomas. At the bar, the man and his clan beat up the boss's men and asked why he didn't just give up the shame and surrender. The boss asked if he was telling him this for sure. Even though he knew that almost all of his people were on vacation, He was still afraid to come alone, a pathetic coward. The scary man said, "Then why did the boss contact the congressman and anger other congressmen and force the Sun Boys to get their hands dirty?" The boss told him to get his hands dirty on his ass. He was just helping train these idiots who took on all the contracts without understanding anything. The man got angry and ordered the people to attack him. Everyone ran at once towards the boss. But while the chief managed to withstand their attacks, even though he was alone, he fought them instead of running away. They keep coming. Apparently, they sent a bunch of people to deal with him. The chief thought, "This looks like the end for him. This damn high school boy. I wonder if he saved his sister." At that moment, Thomas arrived at the bar on a motorcycle. A man blocked his way, but Tom hit him. Thomas quickly dealt with the 3 bandits at the entrance and entered the bar, where unconscious men were lying everywhere. A group of bandits asked him who he was, how he got there, and if he should leave or he would be in trouble. But Thomas didn't move. Then the man came up and asked if the guy had gone crazy, and at that moment Thomas hit him. The man with the bat attacked Thomas, but Tom grabbed his hand and hit him on the neck. Thomas continued to fight with the bandits, and the boss was still standing on his feet, the fat man thought. He couldn't even imagine that the boss did so much alone. They would have failed the mission if the chief had not been alone. It's good that he preferred a peaceful life, rather than building up his forces. The chief continued to fight despite his fatigue, the fat man said. They realized that the chief was incredible. But it seems that this is his limit. Why doesn't he give up? They will spare him if he stops now. The chief spat blood and said, "Stop talking nonsense. He will fight until the very end." Suddenly there was a noise. Men were shouting that he had to be stopped, but Thomas still entered the bar. The boss asked what he was doing here, why he was here. Thomas replied that he came to return his motorcycle. The man said, "This child," apparently the 2 of them knew each other. He ordered that the child be killed too, but the boss said it would be better if they left the guy alone. The man said they couldn't do that. He knows him and came here himself. They can't just let him go, but the boss told them to let him go. If it comes down to it, he will let them go himself. The man did not even have time to come to his senses, as Thomas began to take out bandit after bandit. The boss said, "And that's why they needed it. It may not seem like it at first glance, but even he couldn't handle this guy." The man shouted to his guys to kill Thomas slowly, but the bandits fell unconscious one after another. Then the fat man shouted at them to pull themselves together. Why couldn't they cope with one child? But then a man flew at him. The boss asked if they had forgotten anyone by any chance. Soon all the bandits were lying on the floor. The chief looked at Thomas and wondered what kind of monster he was. Thomas said he paid his debt. The boss was surprised and asked what happened to his sister. The chief couldn't believe that Tom was able to deal with those bandits on his own. But Thomas said that thanks to the chief, he managed to save her in time. The chief's assistant woke up and immediately started calling for the boss, but the boss was sitting next to him and told him to calm down. Then the assistant asked how they got here. The chief replied that by how he meant he was wounded and took a taxi here. And the man shouted, "What about the Song clan and the Sioux clan? If the chief is here, then that means..." The boss interrupted him and said they were finished. The assistant asked if the boss was joking. The boss asked why he would lie. The assistant said that maybe the boss would be embarrassed that he was beaten. The boss asked if he would be here if that had happened. He heard that he met him and made a lot of noise. The assistant asked if the boss meant that high school student. He was attacked on his way to the store, so he got angry and went to look for him. He was not thinking clearly, so he ran towards him. But after he hit him, his memories are blurry, the chief said. Most likely he knocked him out and sent him here after he saw him injured. He thought he was already on the way to death when he saw the people from the Song and Sioux clans continuing to press him. But then a high school student appeared. He neutralized everyone in an instant and left without looking back, saying that he had repaid the debt. The assistant said it was so cool. The boss said he was impressed too. Then the assistant asked, "I wonder who this monster is." The boys were playing football, but Thomas grabbed a sword during the game. John and Jean shouted why he caught the ball. He's not a goalkeeper. After the game, Jean asked Tom if they could play. John said Pete had extra lessons tomorrow and the day after, so today was their only chance to play together. Tom told them to go. He would come after he took his little sister home. His sister had not been feeling very well lately. Daisy was wondering what they were going to have for dinner tonight. Kimchi soup. He really liked it. But Ogna tolerates spicy food very well. Suddenly the girls started shouting happily that Tom was here. 2 girls asked Daisy if her brother had a girlfriend. Daisy said that he had no one, and at that very second the girls thanked her and ran away. After classes, Daisy thought that her brother was really popular. Even the guys from her class were talking about him, and even Yuna asked if he had a girlfriend. Why doesn't her brother date anyone? Does he really not like anyone? It seems to her that people often confess to him. Daisy was called, and she met her brother and his friends. John greeted her shyly, and he said that they would go ahead and asked Tom to hurry after he took his sister home. Daisy asked if he had any plans. Tom said he would go to them after seeing her off. Daisy asked if it was because of her. Tom said no, that's not true. He just forgot something at home. Daisy said he said she was fine and it was light outside. He doesn't have to do it. She even refused when Yuna offered to give her a bodyguard. She feels like she wouldn't be able to live a normal life if she did something like that. Tom said he would do it the way she wanted. But he would still like to go out together sometimes, Daisy said. He worries too much. Tom said he thinks it's normal for an older brother to be worried about his little sister. And he just wants to go for a walk with her too. But suddenly Yuna's relative appeared in front of them. And Tom looked at her with displeasure. The woman said she must be the child, the one who was kidnapped along with Yuna. She wanted to thank him for saving her little Yuna. Maybe she would treat him to dinner. Thomas said no need, everything is fine, and Yuna already thanked him, so there is no need for this. The woman said hesitantly she wanted to ask him something else, but Thomas just walked past her and said he was not interested. Her assistant asked if she needed to bring him. The woman said no. She thought the boy was talking to her so irritably. At the computer cafe, Pete went to the toilet. But in the hallway, he accidentally bumped into a man and he got angry. Pete apologized, but the man said that Parshin was making him angry, and that just saying sorry wouldn't change anything. But then John called out to the man and said that he was making too big a deal out of a light touch. He spat out the lollipop and came close to him. John asked if they looked like some kind of weaklings. The guy turned around and left. John exhaled and suggested that Pete come back. Jean would be angry if they were late. Pete didn't expect John to help him at all. They returned and Jean asked why they were taking so long. John said that some freak wanted to fight Pete. Jean asked who he was. John replied that he was wearing a state technician uniform. Jean asked Pete if he was okay. Pete replied that John had helped him, so nothing had happened. As soon as the guys returned to the game, that guy entered the hall, but this time with help. They told the guys to come out. Pete was terrified. He was wondering what they should do. Because of him, everything got out of control. The guy said he was wondering who this freak was that behaved so badly. Today, they will drown in a pool of blood. John said he was too scared to say it when he was alone, but now, with his buddies, he seems braver. Apparently, this was the reason why he ran away like a coward. The guy got angry and attacked John. But John dodged and then hit the guy himself, and he was unable to avoid his attack. Pete continued to blame himself. But suddenly John told Pete not to make such a face. It wasn't his fault. It was all these guys. But then the coolness disappeared when Jean asked if these weren't Thomas's words. Even the situation was the same. John blushed and said, Thomas looked damn cool then, so he did it without thinking. The boys got angry that they were simply ignored, so they yelled at the guys and attacked them. While the boys were fighting, Pete continued to shake and wonder what they should do. He had never fought before. The genie told Pete to move away. John said Pete has the highest rank in the game, but in fights, their rank is higher. But then Pete thought, they want him to stand aside while they fight over him. John said how Thomas knocked them out in one blow. They rise to their feet like zombies. The guy was about to hit John, but then Pete rushed at him and they both fell. Then John kicked the guy in the face and he lost consciousness. Pete cried a little, and John looked at him thoughtfully. Jean asked John if he needed Pete's help. John yelled. He just walked away. Then he asked if Pete was okay. Pete said he was fine and apologized again. John said that Pete was apologizing too much. Jean added, yes. John was acting like Thomas and told him that it wasn't his fault. Meanwhile, Thomas was wondering where the guys were. None of them were answering, when suddenly someone called out to him. These were the guys. John said that Thomas missed such a show. The guys from the school guards came and they beat them, 6 against 3. It was mind-blowing. Tom can't imagine. Those guys from Goss were strong, but they were no match for them. The guys went into the cafe and found a terrible picture. Jin asked why these guys from the state were lying here, and then Thomas explained that while he was looking for them, they attacked him when they saw his uniform, so he beat them up. The boys sat down at the table. John and Jean brought noodles. Jean brought the package to Pete and said, this was his, right? He only ever eats this, John said. They forgot the drinks, and Pete said he could do it himself. But John replied, it's okay, he's going. He's already up anyway. Jean said those state bastards made him laugh. They must have thought they were easy prey and got their own back. John said there was a whole bunch of them there, and they were trying to make a fuss with serious faces. Thomas asked how the fight even started. John replied that some idiot from the state wanted to fight Pete in the hall. Then Tom asked if Peter was okay. Pete said yes, the guys helped him, and John told Pete not to be scared next time. He saw it. When you look at the enemy, it's important not to show fear. Such freaks will do even more shit if they get scared. Jin said that's for sure. If he doesn't stand his ground, they'll just crush him. Pete asked what if they started hitting him. John asked if Pete thought they wouldn't hit him if he was scared. Pete said they might hit him even harder. John replied that this could happen even if he was beaten a little and remained silent. He would be branded as a weakling, and it would become more difficult for him in the future. Jin said from what he saw, if he said anything, they would bother him less. They are simply targeting people who have been silent from the start. But this is not always the case. In any case, you have to respond. Then Thomas remembered how, during the army, a man stopped him and ordered him to give up his food. But Thomas beat each of them like crazy. They lay in a pool of their own blood. And Thomas continued to look at them with a terrible look. And then Pete spoke up. To be honest, he hated people like them. They bullied their classmates, and him too. John said, since when did they mock anyone? They were just joking. Jin said that they didn't beat anyone or take money. In other classes, everything was much worse. There were even such freaks as Kim. Then Pete shouted. The nasty things they said and the things they did were insulting to people like him. Whether they meant it or not, it was still bullying. And he hated that they did it without a second thought. Pete said, well, they themselves told him not to be afraid to speak up, and the boys froze. Jin said that this was the first time he had been told such a thing, and he didn't even know what to say. He thought they were playing harmless pranks. John said he thought so too, and they even told each other they were better than the other guys. Pete said after talking to them and everything they'd been through, he actually thought about it. They didn't even realize it was bullying. Then John apologized and Jean apologized as well, adding that it wasn't like an apology would change anything now, but that was all he could say for now. While the boys took a big step towards the good man, Tom dropped his onigiri and was horrified. At this time, Yuna burst into the office of the girl who was her sister. The girl asked why Yuna was coming to her so suddenly and screaming so loudly. Yuna asked why she knew that her sister was following Thomas. But the girl said that Yuna was also watching him because he was suspicious. Yuna said that maybe she did that, but she promised that she wouldn't do it again. Then Mary said, Yuna should know how people like them should survive. She had already forgotten what happened to her. He didn't deserve her trust just because he saved her. He lies about his past, and he even studies in the same class as her. The aide said that even the school could do nothing but keep an eye on him because the documents he provided to the school were fake. Mary said he was glad to see Yuna here because they could call at any second. It took a long time to gather information about Thomas, but they managed to get some of their superiors involved to figure it out. She's interested in finding out who this boy really is, her sister asked. But Yuna said no, she's not interested at all. The phone rang, and Mary decided to put it on speakerphone. The person said they were calling about the information they requested. Yuna's sister said, well, who is this guy really? The person said. It seems like they were interested in him before from other sources. But it turned out to be more difficult than they thought, so the authorities ordered the SW group to stop searching for information about Thomas. Mary shouted that he said how they could stop the investigation, the man replied, teaching the relationship between their government and the SW group, all they can say. So this means that the SW group shouldn't worry about this man after that terrible plane crash, because of which he was separated from his loved ones. The boy just wants to live peacefully with his family. Claude and Yuna came to school, and the guys thought that she finally came to school after several days of absence. Yuna asked if Thomas hadn't come to school today. Pete said he was just here. John said the teacher called him and that's why he left. Claude said that apparently the owner of the company came to school. Yuna asked if Grandpa came to school. Grandfather told Tom that he personally came to thank him because he refused to meet him, and thanked him for saving Yuna. Thomas replied that it wasn't worth it, as he had already said. He was only saving his sister. Yuna was just there too. Grandfather said he heard about it, but it doesn't change the fact that he saved Yuna, and he apologizes for his sister being involved in it. Thomas replied that Yuna had already apologized for this, and told his grandfather that he didn't have to worry about it. Then he left. But then the grandfather asked if Thomas would like to become Yuna's bodyguard. Tom replied that this was not a job for an ordinary high school student. Grandfather asked if an ordinary high school student could neutralize not only people, but also special forces. Tom asked if SW groups didn't have their own security unit. Grandfather replied that they couldn't come to school, although it wouldn't matter to someone like him. But Yuna wouldn't be able to live peacefully if an escort group followed her around. And Claude asked to be relieved of his duties as a bodyguard a few days ago. He said that he could no longer be a bodyguard after what happened. Tom refused, but his grandfather suddenly said that he came not only because of Yuna, but also to thank Tom for what happened 3 years ago. Finally, he had a chance to thank Tom, thanks to whom he was able to watch the last moments of his son's life. Tom said it was an order, Grandpa answered. But no one but Tom took on the job because they all said it was impossible. It was only because Tom accepted the order that he could be reunited with his son. He always talked about Tom. He kept thinking about why Tom became a mercenary, so he asked him to find out about it. He looked for Tom, but he couldn't find him. But who would have thought that they would meet like this? The fact is that Yuna is his daughter. Thomas remembered how the man spoke about his daughter. Thomas said he can't do all the bodyguard duties, but if something happens, he won't ignore it. Grandfather said that was enough, but he had one more question: how Thomas felt about SW security. Tom asked what he was talking about. His grandfather replied that their security team was a bunch of arrogant idiots. They were useless. They are the only ones to blame for what happened to Yuna. They are frivolous even when SW group is not in the best position. That's why he wanted to hear an opinion about them. Not for free, of course. This is an official offer. Tom sighed and came into the classroom. Yuna waved to him, but Thomas didn't react in any way. He sat down at the table and wondered if Yuna's dad had died. He remembered how he guarded men and women. The man walked up to him and asked if this child was a mercenary. He didn't realize how young he was as he covered his face. He asked, so the boy was a teenager. Then Thomas covered his face, and the man brought a tray of food. And he told him to eat it, because a boy should eat better at his age. The men discussed how volunteers were paving roads, building schools and medical facilities in the city. They're probably just here to help, the man said. But the others said there was no point. They were wasting money. While Thomas was working, Yuna's father brought him chocolate. Then at night, he brought him a bun and water. And when it was raining and Thomas was getting wet, Yuna's dad came to him with an umbrella and a raincoat. The next day, Dad said he heard Tom was leaving for his next assignment. It was very sad. He had already become attached to him. Maybe Thomas will come to them when he has time. He will be here for another month. He put down the bag and said he packed some food and medicine. Suddenly, Tom asked why she gave him these things. Dad asked him, since he speaks Korean, why did he pretend not to understand it? The boy just stood there while he spoke in English or the local dialect. Tom said nothing. The father asked. The boy asked him why he gave him these things and answered, he has a daughter his age. He reminded him of her, so he just couldn't leave him alone, the young woman's dad said. On a mission, the man said. The entire city was captured by anti-government forces. Apparently, they were waiting for the moment to seize power, when it would weaken, and most of the volunteers died. Yuna walked up to Thomas and brought him back to reality, asking if Thomas had time. Claude apologized for doubting him, and he was sorry for apologizing so late. He wanted to see him face to face. Thomas replied that he understood him, but there was no need to apologize. Claude did what he had to. Yuna said her grandfather told her to invite him, so she would hurry and say it. Suddenly, Thomas replied, okay, which surprised Yuna. And at this time, Mary was thinking who this boy was, that even they couldn't tell them about him. But suddenly the assistant came and said that the guy was here to meet her. Thomas changed his clothes and Claude asked what had suddenly happened. Then Tom remembered the conversation with Yuna's grandfather. Grandfather said that Thomas would need to live with the bodyguards for a couple of days and have a friendly chat with them. He has already told them about it, so there shouldn't be any problems during their stay. Then Tom answered Claude. He said that he wanted to see what the job of bodyguards was. And he asked if Claude shouldn't be training. Claude replied that today was basic training for the second team, and he was in the third. However, the third team is responsible for protecting Yuna, and the second team is responsible for protecting the director and her parents. The man introduced Thomas. He said that he was a student who would be studying with them for a few days. He was from the same class as Claude from the third team, and he is interested in working as a bodyguard, so the president allowed him to be on their team. The man asked if this was the student who was involved in the incident with Claude. The coach replied yes. There was a moment of silence, and then Thomas introduced himself and the training began. Yuna and Claude were there too. Yuna asked if Tom wanted to try his hand at being a bodyguard. Claude replied that was what he heard. Then she thought that Thomas would probably not like this, when suddenly Mary entered the hall and Yuna became worried. The coach thought, this kid is holding up well, should he run faster? And then he shouted for everyone to speed up. After the run, everyone was out of breath and could barely stand on their feet, and the coach thought the boy had run at the same pace with him until the end. While others were ready to collapse, he looks like he still has plenty of energy. The coach told the boys to do 5 approaches. Thomas easily climbed to the top, while the others ate as they reached the middle. Yuna said Thomas was good. The second team couldn't keep up with him, but Claude thought he was a monster. Mary said that even though it was a normal training session, the difference between this guy and the second team was obvious to the naked eye. The coach was wondering what was wrong with this guy, why he was so good, when suddenly he noticed the headmistress's gaze and realized that he was finished. The man told the coach that he heard Tom played an important role in saving Miss Yuna, so he wants to test his abilities. The coach asked if he wants to spar with this high school student. but Thomas came forward and said he was okay with it, so the coach told them to put on protective gear. Yuna's guard wondered how long this kid would last. Most of the escort team were special forces, Mary asked. A special forces soldier wouldn't lose to a high school student, right? They say he was amazing when he saved Yuna. Her secretary said his tricks wouldn't work against their team. They had been specially prepared before coming to Sonyu. The coach said not to go too far, the man replied. No need to worry too much. And he told Thomas that he should worry about his life. He had killed a lot of people like him. The training started and the man immediately attacked Thomas. He swung at Tom hard. Yuna asked what was wrong with this man, why he was swinging so hard during sparring. Thomas dodged another attack, then hit the man in the knee and hit him himself. The man stood up to the attack and asked if the boy thought that would be enough, and then attacked Thomas. But Thomas hit him in the arm first, and then hit him in the face, where the helmet has no protection. As the man began to fall, Thomas grabbed him by the head and kicked him in the face, causing the man to fall. Claude said it seemed like the wrong person had been warned about restraint. This was supposed to be a normal sparring match. The coach thought, this guy is something. He sees that he did more in the rescue operation than Claude. Then he noticed the look of the headmistress's secretary and thought, he's going to eat them up with his eyes. Suddenly another man said that he wanted to spar with Tom. The coach asked if they needed one man who was injured. He also wanted to. Ben said he wanted to fight him too after seeing his moves. Thomas said no problem, he doesn't mind. The coach asked if he was sure, he must be tired. But Thomas said he did nothing to make himself feel tired. Ben asked where Tom learned to fight like that. Thomas asked if Ben was wearing a helmet. Ben replied that he didn't need one. Thomas threw the helmet aside and Ben said, what a psycho. He's completely lost his fear, he likes his style. Mary asked what would happen this time. The secretary replied that the previous one was caught off guard because he did not take the high school student seriously. But everything will be fine. He knows that he cannot be underestimated. They trained every day without a break. Bentuz is in their team. The guard thought that maybe things would be different if they had guns, but a head-on fight like this was dependent on physical ability. And his opponent is Ben. He doesn't know what kind of training Thomas had, but it won't be easy. The coach shouted, they started, and the boys immediately began to attack. They fought one-on-one. Their strength was equal. Ben swung at Thomas, and Tom managed to dodge his attack. Then he quickly attacked Ben. But Ben grabbed Thomas's fist and said irritably, Tom is stronger than he looks. Then Thomas removed his fist and hit Ben with his other hand. Ben said Thomas's movements were so sharp. But it's not enough to break through his defenses, Ben said. But it seems he's relaxed too much. Because Thomas took advantage of this and hit Ben in the knee, which Ben didn't expect. Ben started to fuss and lost his temper, so Thomas quickly hit him in the face, then in the chest. But this enraged Ben even more, and he was about to hit Thomas with all his strength. But Tom parried the attack and hit him in the neck himself. Then Ben fell to his knees and started choking. Everyone stood there in shock while Thomas just stood in front of Ben. Yuna's guard thought Tom had knocked out his knee and landed a clean blow to Ben's throat after breaking through his upper guard. This reduced the difference in their physical abilities. It would be even better if he took advantage of his other weaknesses. And Thomas calmly asked who was next. But all the men froze in fear. No one said anything. The coach said to hit the knees and throat a little in sparring. Thomas apologized and explained that he did not know the rules. But the coach, no, he's not trying to discuss the rules here. He thought that then it would just look like they were nitpicking the rules after a loss. Mary said it seemed like it wasn't a coincidence that he and Claude saved Yuna. He looks like the leader of the second team. The secretary said, from basic training to sparring, he is exceptional in everything they have seen so far. Suddenly, Mary stepped forward and asked if they could move on to the next task now. Didn't he come to try his hand at being a bodyguard? Now that he's finished his basic training, he needs to try his hand at the real thing. Since he's already working on the second team's schedule, it looks like he'll be going with them. The man said he had no idea that Miss Yuna and the boy were in the same class. They found this out during the investigation. But it is hard to believe, even after seeing it with my own eyes. Tom's name became famous many years ago, which means he was exceptional when he was even younger than he is now. Grandpa asked if Tom had gone out for a walk with his friends. Daisy answered that he said he needed to do something and would be back late. Then the grandfather said that he hoped Tom would come back early, and he hoped nothing would happen. But suddenly someone would want to fight with him. The men sat in front of the coach with their heads down, and the coach said eerily that he hoped they were ready for hellish training. Then Thomas changed his clothes and returned to the hall where Mary was waiting for him, and he immediately got to work. The secretary told Thomas to get into the back seat with Mary, and he got into the car. Thomas thought he was riding with 2 people, also 3 in the car behind them, a total of 5 people. But Mary pulled Thomas out of her head by asking if Tom had ever thought about becoming famous. There is an entertainment company that she heads. and she is part of the SW groups. That's where they go. Thomas said he didn't care. Mary asked if he was serious. It was upsetting. So it turns out he's interested in working as a bodyguard. Thomas thought it would be better to stick to this story. Tom replied, yes. Mary said, however, that he really did have talent for it, judging by how easily he mastered the training and eliminated a member of the second team. Thomas said he only won because they both let their guard down. They had to be careful. He had the advantage from the start. If this had been a real fight, and they had taken it seriously, they wouldn't have ended up like they did today. Mary expected Thomas to be happy to beat them, but it didn't seem to be the case, and the secretary was annoyed that Tom understood the whole situation. The guys were guarding Mary outside the office. The secretary thought that Tom hadn't moved an inch in the last hour. He asked Tom where he learned to do this. It's about the skills that Tom demonstrated in training and sparring. Such performance is impossible without proper preparation. Thomas replied that he had learned this from the neighbors he lived with. The secretary thought that Tom was joking and got angry. But Thomas wasn't joking. He really learned everything from the neighbors he lived with. And if Thomas hadn't learned those skills from his neighbors, he would have died soon. He couldn't afford to relax. A mistake meant death, and Tom wasn't ready to do that. In the car, Mary asked, "Is it quite late? Is everything okay?" Thomas answered, "Yes, everything is fine." Mary said it might just be her imagination, but it doesn't look like this is his first job as a bodyguard. Thomas replied that it was his first time. The secretary thought he could understand why she felt that way. He didn't ask a single question, and the expression on his face hadn't changed a bit since the beginning of the trip. It's as if he knows what might happen during work, and he sits in his place until the very end, without moving at all. The driver of the truck fell asleep and lost control, causing several vehicles to collide with each other, including Mary's car. But in a split second, Thomas was able to protect Mary with himself. The secretary made sure that the headmistress was okay and got out of the car. He asked what happened. The man replied, "It looks like drunk driving. However, the driver lost consciousness, so now they are trying to save him." The secretary ordered to call an ambulance and monitor the driver, and also let them examine him, just in case. Mary just came to her senses and asked Thomas if he was okay. Tom briefly answered yes. Then Mary said, "Maybe he's okay now, but it's worth getting checked, just in case," Tom said. "It's more important now, so that from now on she will wear a seatbelt, even if she sits in the back seat." At home, Daisy was cooking. Tom asked if he could help her. Daisy said no need. She would pack it and give it to her grandfather. "She'll pack it separately so he can eat it for lunch," Tom said. "But Grandpa is already working." Daisy said she would go to work for him. She used to go there often. But since Tom returned, she stopped going there. Thomas asked if she was going to his work, and if he would go with her. So they went to their grandfather's together. They greeted the grandfather and asked if anything good had happened during these days. The grandfather asked what he meant. The man said. His face had become brighter these days. A lot of time had passed since he took up the position. From room 703, they gave him rice cakes. They can eat together. Grandpa said he would join later when he made his rounds. The man said he would have to do his tonight. The man left, and Grandpa wondered if he had really become so open after Thomas returned. Suddenly the man shouted, "You can't stop the car here! His car can't get through!" The man shouted back, "He can wait. He needs to take out the trash." But this man simply threw his trash on the ground in front of his grandfather and stomped back. The girl told him to throw away the bag too. The man angrily threw the trash at the grandfather's feet, but the grandfather silently picked up the trash. Daisy called her grandfather, and he looked around. The grandfather asked what the children were doing here. Thomas said they brought him a lunchbox. Grandpa said they didn't need to come. He could buy something for himself. Daisy said it was better when something was made at home with your own hands. Then she asked if he was collecting trash. Grandpa said yes, and if they don't leave soon, there will be even more of it, and it will be difficult to remove. So, it's better to do it now so that he has time later, Daisy said. They will help him. Grandpa said it was okay, no need, they would get the clothes dirty. Daisy said she would just take them off and wash them. They will finish quickly and have lunch together. She has prepared his favorite lotus root. The boss came out and said that his routine had been disrupted since he stopped spending nights at home. In the hospital, he couldn't sleep peacefully. The man said the nurses were making loud noises at night, so he couldn't sleep either. The boss said he needed to buy something sweet. Suddenly, the boss noticed Thomas, who was cleaning with his family, and asked what he was doing there. David said it was that old man. He thought he had seen him somewhere before. The boss asked. He was talking about the old security guard. This old man was, when he went to this high school student's house, he seemed familiar to him because he saw him every time he came to visit. The boss thought, who knew he could make such a face? He looks like an ordinary high school student. David asked if he should say hello to him. The boss said that if they approached, they would ruin the atmosphere. After they had cleaned everything up, they sat down and started eating together. And after eating, the children went home. In the evening, the grandfather returned home and thought that the children should buy something tasty. When he noticed a car that was parked illegally, he told the guy that he couldn't park there. It will be difficult for other cars to get out of here if they park like this, and children will be in danger. But the boar said, "Why is such an old man even worried about this? Have you completely lost your mind or something?" The girl asked, "The old man is a security guard, right? Does he really want to be fired?" The grandfather calmly said that he knows that the residents pay him a salary, so he asks them to park the car in the parking space. But the boar shouted. The old man was not shocked. He wants him to park where the old man wants. Suddenly, David grabbed the boar by the neck and asked how he was talking to the old man. The boar asked who he was. David squeezed his neck harder and asked what he would do if he knew who he was. David threw the man down and told him to park the car properly, and if he saw the boar bullying the man again, he would be finished. The boar and his girlfriend left, and David asked if his grandfather was okay, and his grandfather, surprised, thanked him for his help. David said there was no need to speak to him formally. He had come to see Thomas once, and his grandfather remembered him. At the bar, David said that he did the right thing. Grandpa Thomas could have been beaten up by that jerk if he hadn't noticed. The boss said that David had done a good job, but suddenly the door swung open and Thomas appeared at the entrance. Then the boss asked what happened, why he looked so angry. Tom showed the phone. It turns out that before saying goodbye, David decided to take a photo with his grandfather. And his grandfather sent the photo to Tom and said that he had met his friend. But Thomas took it a little differently. He was very angry and asked them if they decided to threaten him. Then David started shouting that it was all a misunderstanding. It was just a photograph. There was no need to come closer. Mary asked if there was any news about him. Steve said he heard Tom was with the 3rd team and he should be finishing basic training now. Then Mary asked Steve if he took him to the hospital and what the results were. Steve replied they said he only had minor injuries. And other than that, there are no problems, Mary said. Later you need to ask him if he was in pain, just in case. We need to treat his wounds after this incident. And in general, if you give a child an adult's job and accidentally injure him, the public and the media will go crazy. Claude asked what happened to him today. Thomas asked Claude what he was talking about. And Claude replied, Tom was quite calm at the last training session. Thomas said that before he didn't know what he could do and what he couldn't. He didn't want to stand out. And then Tom asked, what about Claude? He said that he didn't want to be a bodyguard anymore. Claude said he never officially worked as a bodyguard. Considering his family problems and the fact that he had been with Yuna since they were children, he became a bodyguard by chance. But some time ago, due to his carelessness, Yuna was kidnapped right from under his nose. Once they arrived in Korea, he accidentally stopped a kidnapping attempt, which is why he became so vain without realizing it. Claude asked where Tom trained, looking at how prepared he was for kidnappings and seeing his preparation. It seems that Tom got some professional skills somewhere. Thomas said he learned it from his neighbors. Tom opened the door, and Yuna was standing behind it. She asked if Tom was going to work as a bodyguard today. She doesn't work like her sister, so it won't take much time, and it will be a good experience for him, and he won't have to change clothes. They went to the store, and Yuna said that she wanted to try noodles and kimbap back in America. And Thomas was thinking about the onigiri that had fallen. Yuna asked what Thomas would like to eat. Thomas said that they were not allowed to eat while working. Claude said that Yuna was being guarded by the 3rd team, so they just had to act as usual while protecting her. Yuna offered to eat. Claude thought she had specially invited him to a diner near the house. She was afraid that he would refuse if she invited him to a restaurant. Yuna asked. She heard Tom had an accident. He was okay. Tom answered briefly. Yes, Yuna asked. His sister didn't give him any trouble while he was guarding her. She's not the most pleasant person, Tom answered. No, Yuna asked. Seriously. She doesn't look like herself. She likes to insult people with a smile on her face, Claude thought. He had never seen Yuna like this. Thomas looked at Yuna and remembered how he returned to the camp to save her father. Her dad told Thomas to leave him. Tom must survive. There is no way he can survive. He will die even if Tom saves him. There is no need to worry about him, but he is still grateful to Tom. Since Tom came alone, that means the others abandoned the task, right? But how he wished he could see his daughter's face before he died, and he wanted to return home today. Thomas said that if he wants to, he can get up. People healthier than him are dying here. He won't die here today. So he has to get up, survive, and meet his daughter, Thomas added. Thomas asked if they could talk alone. Yuna asked if it was just the two of them. Claude stood up and said he would step away for a minute. Yuna asked what Thomas suddenly wanted to talk about. Thomas said her father's name, Sheldon. Then Yuna asked if this was her father's name. Why all of a sudden, Thomas asked what kind of person he was. Yuna sighed and said, "He was always busy. The company was big, so he was always abroad. It was difficult to see him, so they were not close. Then he fell ill and had very little time left to live. He died while working. She was already on her way to meet him when she found out that he would not return. She did not even see his body. He didn't bother to meet his daughter, to be honest. She's upset with him. She doesn't know why he asks her about this. If he hadn't saved her then, she would never have told him about it." Tom remembered Sheldon's words, he said, looking at this. He wanted to do something good. What a good parent should do. No, he had to. He thinks it's the only way to see his daughter's face. He hurt her a lot. He should have spent more time with his daughter, because family is the most valuable thing. Thomas said her father, he said he worked tirelessly to see her. He had to convey her father's words. Sheldon wanted to see her face before he died. He regretted that he couldn't. Sheldon was dying. He asked Thomas to meet his daughter and convey his words to her personally. Even if he survives, even if he gets to see his daughter, let Tom tell her this. Thomas fulfilled Yuna's father's last request. She asked if Tom had met her father before his death. But Tom said that was all he could say. Then he got up and left, and Yuna couldn't hold back her tears. And Thomas thought he didn't know then. But now, the meaning of Sheldon's request, he did it not only for himself, it also became a reason for Tom to leave the battlefield. With this assignment, he saved Thomas. The next day, the doorbell rang and Tom opened the door and there was the lieutenant. Grandfather said that this was the first time they saw him face to face. The lieutenant said that, to be honest, he came to Korea with Thomas. But he couldn't come because he thought he would ruin the family reunion. Grandfather said he didn't know. He wanted to thank the lieutenant personally. During the conversation, it seemed to him that he was just a representative of the embassy. He was surprised when he learned that thanks to the lieutenant, Thomas was able to return home. The lieutenant said that Thomas also helped him. Grandfather asked to accept his gratitude for his help, albeit late. The lieutenant said he didn't need to say that. Then the grandfather asked. He knew Call was a soldier because Tom called him lieutenant. How they met. Call replied. He went on a business trip abroad and Thomas accompanied him. It was quite awkward. Daisy put some snacks on the table and offered Call some food. Call asked if she was Thomas's sister. Daisy said yes. Then Call said, "Thomas's sister and his sister? She can call him brother." Reminder. Daisy is 17. Call is 36. He is more of an uncle than a brother. They started eating and Call started crying and said he didn't even know how long it had been since he had eaten home-cooked food like this. Grandpa asked, "What about Mom's cooking?" Call replied that she was a terrible cook, so Dad didn't eat at home, and when he ate her cooking, he had to keep a straight face. His favorite part about enlisting was the food, Call added. After lunch, Call and Thomas went out. Call said he was glad Thomas was doing well. The other guys asked him to say hi. Then Thomas remembered the time he spent with the soldiers, and smiled. Tom asked why he had shown up so suddenly. Call said he had some business to attend to, so he came to hang out with him. Luckily, he had a couple of days off. His grandfather seemed like a good man, and his little sister looked good. Call said he should go already. Thomas asked already. Call replied that he was already late. He would like to talk to him a little longer, but he needs to meet his fiancée, Tom asked. Call got engaged. Call answered yes. Then Tom looked at Call thoughtfully, and Call asked, "What was that look?" Did Tom really think that he wouldn't have a girlfriend? It's unusual, but the rich family decided for them. He doesn't have much time to date, so it's a bit of a blessing. Call said goodbye, but suddenly stopped and asked what Thomas was interested in. He found out about it. Thomas had asked Call what family was when he was a soldier, and now Thomas knew the answer. Mary came to meet her fiancé and apologized for being late, and also for the fact that she would not be able to stay there for long. Call replied, "It doesn't matter. He contacted her suddenly. He is glad to see her." Mary said she heard he was often sent abroad lately. He must be very busy. Call replied, "Not as busy as she was. He just pretended to be busy." Mary said she knew how busy he was. She thought that she didn't expect to meet a soldier. If it weren't for the family that does this, they wouldn't even have met. Mary asked how many times they had met before. Call, like a soldier, answered that they had met 14 times in total. Then she said that more than a year had passed since their engagement, but they hardly saw each other. "Are they too busy?" Mary asked. Call just smiled. Mary said that he had a favor to ask him. Call said, just the word, and he would do everything. But then Mary opened the folder and took out Thomas's documents. Mary said that she wants to find information about this child. He transferred to Yuna's class, but all the information about him is fake. And when she tried to find other ways, the government stopped her. Suddenly the sweet smile disappeared and he apologized, saying that he would not be able to fulfill her request. Mary was silent at first, then turned around and said that she understood, There was no need to worry, and poor Call thought, Thomas, that's how much he cares for him. A few days later, Thomas received a call informing him that the lieutenant and his company had been captured. The enemy's movements changed abruptly. The boys were driven into a corner and then attacked. Lieutenant in danger reports that Lieutenant Call and his men were attacked by armed forces. He heard that they were periodically engaging in skirmishes, and their soldiers were currently preparing to rescue them. And he decided to tell Thomas about this, only because he knows about his relationship with the lieutenant. Thomas said that since he was told all this, it means that the lieutenant is in a terrible situation, right? Grandfather said, unfortunately, yes, and asked Thomas not to act on his own. This was a matter for the military. Things are not the same now as before. Let's not forget that he has a family now. Then Thomas remembered how he saved the lieutenant and the other guys in the hospital when he woke up. Call said, this guy really is Korean. The sergeant asked Call if Thomas's memory had returned. Call replied, a little. That's all he said. When Thomas struggled to remember his past, Call told him not to force himself to remember, not to rush and torment himself. After some time, Thomas remembered his name and told Call about it. Then Thomas began preparing for a simple life. All the guys played online games with Thomas. And one day, the Call came running to Thomas and said that they had found his family. He had a grandfather and a younger sister. The guys were happy for Thomas and congratulated him. Call said that now Tom will have a school life and a family. Daisy called her brother to dinner. Thomas left the room and Grandpa told Tom to hurry up. Thomas continued to look at his family. Then his grandfather asked why he was just standing there, and Thomas sat down at the table. Grandpa said that everyone was jealous that he had grandchildren who could have lunch with him. Daisy said she was sure everyone did it. Grandpa said no, it's true. The other grandchildren don't do it. Then Daisy said that if that was the case, they would all have lunch together next time. But Grandpa said that wasn't necessary. Thomas remained silent for a while, then asked his grandfather if he would help someone who once helped him. Grandpa said it would be difficult to answer that question. It would depend on what the help was and what he had to do for him. But one thing is certain, the kindness of the person who first helped is enormous. He cannot measure the kindness of someone who helped him without asking for anything in return. Moreover, there are times in life when he must repay the kindness that was given to him. And even if this is not possible, he must do what is in his power. Then the grandfather became embarrassed and said that he didn't know if he had said too much. He was not good at talking. Thomas replied, not at all. He was really glad that he was able to meet them again. Then he looked at Daisy and said that he was glad that he could see Daisy again. In the evening, Thomas called Yuna's grandfather and said that he was going there. He would like his grandfather to prepare something, if possible. The lieutenant told the boys to rest a bit, and he ordered Sid to survey the area. The sergeant told the lieutenant that everyone was very tired and Will had lost a lot of blood. The lieutenant replied that they had to get to at least the next zone to be rescued. The sergeant asked if they could go that far, as their supplies were also almost gone. The terrorists said it looked like it was all coming to an end. Their leader said he was surprised they had lasted so long. If they had no civilians to protect, and if they were in unfamiliar territory, the damage they suffered would have been much greater. Suddenly, the old wound made itself known, and the man became angry, remembering who inflicted it. And at this time, the one who inflicted this wound on him was flying straight towards them. Thomas again broke into uniform and took the weapon in his hands. Grandfather's assistant reported that the name of the zone was Green. This was the zone that Thomas would need to go to. The lieutenant went to rescue the Korean researchers, those who were there to study the local minerals. He took them without any problems. However, on the way back, they were attacked. Thomas's uniform and supplies have been prepared, and they have received support from the military and local authorities to transport him to the Green Zone. Before sending Thomas there, his grandfather asked Tom again if he was sure, and he said yes, and there he was. At school, Yuna was wondering why Thomas wasn't here yet. She wrote him a message, but he didn't even look at it. While Thomas was surveying the area, the lieutenant couldn't even leave the second checkpoint. If he was going this way, then he was probably heading towards the third checkpoint. At the same time, in another part of the forest, the lieutenant and his guys were shooting back at the terrorists. Call got angry at one point and fired the grenade launcher, creating a huge explosion. The terrorists gathered their things and ran away. Then Call ordered a situation report. The sergeant reported that there were no new casualties, but they were almost out of ammunition. They have to deal with this, but they can't stand another fight like this. Call thought it would take 3 hours and 20 minutes to get to the camp, and for that there would be casualties among civilians. The soldiers said these guys would retreat every time they had a few victims and then chase them down again. They have been slowly chipping away at their forces from the start. They do it constantly, as if they don't care how many casualties their side suffers. And the soldiers they send out are scattered haphazardly across the territory, but the strategies of these soldiers are completely different. At first, Call thought they were attacking without a plan, but after numerous skirmishes, they discovered a pattern. They were forced to go to the first checkpoint, and the ongoing firefights pushed them back to the second point. They are pursuing them as if they know the whole route. In their current state, the best choice would be to defend the third checkpoint and hold it until the rescue team arrives. He will get these people back no matter what, the man said to the terrorist, looking at their current route. They will go to the area where they were waiting for them. They have already sent soldiers there. But suddenly a man came in and asked how many more of his soldiers had to die. They don't even attack everyone at once. They just send soldiers and retreat again and again. The terrorist said that their enemy was experienced special forces, and if his pathetic soldiers had attacked them all at once, they would have had many more losses. Then he would lose his military power and lose the areas under his control. In any case, it doesn't apply to him anymore, said the terrorist. And when the old man turned around, the guy shot him. The terrorist came out and said that there would be several animals there that had escaped their trap. He ordered to find these people and kill them on the spot, and they don't need these guys anymore. They can get rid of them. The sergeant said there were 500 meters left, and at this rate of movement, they would arrive on time. Call said that from now on they would slow down and move carefully. The enemy knew this area well. They guessed the direction of their movement perfectly. There is a chance that they are already aware of the checkpoint. The terrorist said he loved those moments when they caught an animal that thought it had escaped, especially when he thinks he's escaped and realizes he did the wrong thing. Call and the boys reached the place, but instead of armed enemies, they saw corpses. The guy ran to the leader and reported that they had lost contact with the Alpha team, which was waiting in ambush. They tried to contact them several times, but nothing worked. The man asked what was wrong with the Delta team. The guy replied that they were following about 2 kilometers from the target. The leader ordered to contact them, and I told them not to let them escape under any circumstances. But then I decided to contact them myself. Delta reported that they were attacked while pursuing a target and are currently in combat. The terrorist asked who they were fighting. Delta replied that she couldn't say. A shot was heard and the man fell silent. Then the terrorist got angry, thinking that they had been hunted all this time. Thomas thought that in about 30 minutes, the lieutenant's squad would be able to escape. Until then, he would hold them back. Thomas took cover and began shooting at the terrorists, killing them one by one. In this area, the enemy will not be able to determine his position, using this to their advantage and launch an attack from a different angle. The sergeant said that was the point they had just passed through. Call wondered what was going on. The enemies here were already neutralized, and there was a clash where they had just come from. Then Call said he didn't understand what was happening, but they would wait here until the rescue team arrived. Tom was not in a good position. The enemy seemed to realize that they did not have many men, and that he was attacking from different sides to confuse them. The enemy's strength had diminished over time. Even if you count the people he killed, many went missing. As expected, they realized that there were not enough people here and sent out some soldiers. 3 people. They don't know his position yet, Tom fired, and now he no longer has the advantage. Thomas still had 14 minutes left. The sergeant reported that the rescue team was transmitting that they would arrive soon. Call ordered to concentrate until the very end. He was worried because he had not heard gunshots for a long time. Suddenly, Thomas contacted the guys on the radio and said that it was him, and asked if they could hear him. Tom said he would join them in 3 minutes, Call thought. The one who eliminated the enemies, got into skirmishes behind them. It was all Tom. Then Cole looked hard at the horizon, and Thomas began to emerge from the forest with his hands raised. The soldiers recognized Thomas and began asking each other how he ended up there. But Cole was not at all happy about this meeting. He ran up and grabbed Tom and asked why he came here. Thomas replied, "Are you crazy or something?" He knows this area better than the lieutenant. Cole shouted, "The little one thinks he's the same as before." Tom said that's why he came. If he hadn't come, knowing that they and his squad were in danger, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Then Cole couldn't take it anymore and started crying and said, "Damn boy, what should he do with him?" The guy reported that the Alpha Bond team was destroyed. 17 out of 20 people were killed. They should have looked into this further, but it looks like the Alpha team suffered a defeat, failing to put up a proper fight. And the Delta team was ambushed while moving. The leader asked what the enemy was. The guy replied that they couldn't understand anything except that the enemy's numbers were small. The man wondered what had gone wrong. They were moving as they expected. They had no reinforcements in the area. They just had to wait a bit and take them out. But Alpha Team was wiped out and Delta suffered massive losses. The only time he saw a fight like this was 001. He told the guy that these methods are 001. The guy asked if this mercenary hadn't been eliminated several years ago, and the man ordered to check this information again. The next day, Thomas went through basic training as if nothing had happened. And of course, Thomas was much more resilient and faster than the other guys. After training, Claude and Thomas were changing clothes, and Claude noticed that Thomas was bleeding. Tom said it was nothing, but Claude thought the injury must be pretty serious if it was bleeding through his shirt. Tom trained with that arm and still got better results, Claude said as he looked at Thomas. He feels like a small fish in a huge pond. He doesn't know much about Thomas, but he can say one thing for sure, considering his behavior when they saved Yuna, sparring during the first training session. And the level of his basic training, Thomas had to train like this for a very long time. He's been called a genius since childhood, but Tom feels like an insurmountable wall, so he's a little upset. But he still didn't plan on losing to Thomas, Tom said, which is why he understood him so well. It would be strange if he didn't notice that Claude tried to beat him in every training session. He understands what Claude feels. He is smarter and more intelligent than him, although they are the same age. From what he heard, Claude had been Yuna's bodyguard since she was a child, but he was also trained as her assistant. Claude said he didn't know how Tom found out about it, but he was right. His grandfather was one of the CEO's main secretaries, and his father also served under the CEO. So it was decided that he would work here from childhood, but Yuna was the same age as him, so they grew up together. Tom said he couldn't help anyone. Everyone just had a different purpose. Claude caught up with Thomas and said that he still wasn't going to lose to him in training or sparring. Yuna was waiting for Thomas today too, and asked if something had happened recently, and why he hadn't come to school. Tom calmly replied that nothing had happened until the lieutenant called him. Call said the surgery was a success, and they said there was nothing left to worry about. They said there could have been big problems if they had stayed any longer. Cole thanked Thomas and said that if it weren't for Tom, they would have been in huge trouble. Everyone was truly grateful to him. The soldiers thanked Thomas one after another and invited him to eat. But Cole said in a serious voice, in fact, he didn't want Tom to ever return to the battlefield again. He knows he shouldn't say that after he helped them, but it's wrong. He has a family now and everything is different now, so next time, no need. Thomas said thanks to the lieutenant, he was able to meet his family, and he felt it was worth returning. Cole thanked Thomas for telling him this and added that they would see each other again. Yuna asked if Thomas really had to go home so early. Thomas said he wasn't going home. His friends were waiting for him at the computer cafe, and suddenly Yuna said that she would also go with him. But when they arrived at the computer cafe, they saw devastation. Claude asked what happened here. The man said that students in the same uniform were playing, but students from other schools came and started beating them up randomly. At this time, Pete was running away from several guys. Running into an alley, he hid. Pete remembered how many people there were, and thought there were too many for the two of them to fight. Although John and Jean continued to fight and stand on their feet, they were already at their limit. The pathetic guy who brought a group with him to beat up the guys said they weren't that bad. John said that it seemed he understood who he was up against. It was probably easy to just chatter away while his goons did all the work. Probably afraid that they would see him lose, the guy got angry and attacked John. John was able to dodge his attacks and even hit him a couple of times himself, but he was already at his limit. The freak took advantage of this, and grabbing him by the leg, hit him on the head, and John fell. Jin wanted to help his friend, but he was hit with a bat and fell, then the freaks started kicking him. One of the freaks said that Ten ordered them to bring these guys here. Another asked what they should do with the one who escaped. The freak replied, call those who were chasing him and tell them to return to base immediately. Pete said they were playing when they were attacked by students from the state. Then Gale showed up. They weren't ready for that. But Jin and John still started fighting back. Tom asked who Gale was. Pete answered that he was the right hand of the strongest guy from the Goss school, 10. These two are famous enough to be wanted by gangs. They forced them to fight outside, and there were 20 more people there. After Jean and John saw this, they said that Pete was in the way and ordered him to run. Pete said it was all his fault. It was because John helped him when the state high school kids were fighting him. Tom asked where Pete saw them last. Pete replied, in an alley next to the subway. Then Tom immediately started walking in that direction. Pete asked if Tom was going to find them. Tom answered. Of course, Pete thought. Even Thomas couldn't handle 20 people in the open. And Goss is full of jerks who will join gangs as soon as they graduate. But suddenly Pete remembered how he spent time with the guys. Then he decided to go with him. He ran up and told Tom that they would go together. The guard asked Claude if he would go with them. Weren't they his friends from class? It doesn't matter how long he's been with them. He's still the same high school student as they are. Claude said he was coming too. Yuna called him. Claude said he would be back soon. Yuna thought. Claude's expression was not the same as before. She said that she would go too, but the guard forbade it. Pete was wondering how they would fight against 20 people. But Claude stepped forward and said that they were still classmates. The guys came to the alley, but there was no one there, only a pool of blood and a mess. Claude found the phones. They were lying in one place and they were stepped on, so it was intentional. Just as Pete was asking what they should do, the ghouls who had been chasing him appeared. The guy said that because of him they had a hard time, ran away like hell and abandoned his friends. Claude said how convenient, they could ask these guys where he went. The boys took one look at Thomas and immediately attacked him, but Tom calmly dealt with both the first and the second. Claude didn't stand aside either. He also quickly took down 2 guys. Tom and Claude took out 4 in an instant. Then Thomas sat down and asked one of the ghouls where they had put the 2 guys who had been fighting here. Then Thomas simply slammed the guy's head into the asphalt and he lost consciousness. Pete was horrified, and Claude was a little puzzled and said that from now on he would do the talking. Meanwhile, the boys were brought to a bar where they saw a sick psycho who was finishing off 2 guys with a bat. The psycho sat down and said, when he thinks about how he was humiliated in front of his elder. The man told 10, however, that 10 guys from the state carried out only 4 guys. If 10 didn't know, most of their company is from Goss, and 10 is too, so they are looking for people who will fight well for their company. But 10 guys were beaten by 4 rich students, in which case they will have no choice but to reconsider their relationship. 10 said they had no idea how these freaks had humiliated them, and asked why there were only 2 of them. The guy replied, one of them escaped, but they will catch him later, and they did not find the other one. Then the psycho shouted, he personally went there, and this is the best he could do. He wants to become like that too. The guy thought, 10 is more irritable than usual. Who knows what will happen if he provokes him. 10 said that they could be beaten by seemingly weaklings like them. He ordered the guys to tell who they were, but John sent him away. Then they immediately started kicking the boys. 10 told them that whoever was the first to tell about everything would be able to leave, and whoever doesn't talk will work for them. Even if they run away, they will pull them out of school. But the fools just laughed. Jin asked what the hell he just said, or had he watched too many movies or something. Then the sick bastard went crazy and grabbed a bat and started beating the guys with all his might. The guy whispered and asked if they should stop 10. This was getting out of control. And the patient shouted, let them know their place. He is not an ordinary high school student, unlike them. Suddenly the psycho stopped and asked what that sound was. The elevator opened and the guys came out of it. The psycho asked how the hell they got here, what the guys were doing outside. The ghouls just laughed when they saw the boys, and Pete became even more worried because there were too many of them. The psycho sat down and said, these freaks are just hanging around here and talking shit. He ordered his little dog to attack the guys. The guy thought, he's glad they were able to take care of everything today. If this had continued, he would have been in trouble. But as soon as he raised his head, he saw that Thomas and Claude had dealt with those guys in an instant. Then the guy shouted what they were worth and ordered everyone to attack Thomas and Claude at once. But Thomas and Claude weren't the least bit nervous. They continued to calmly fight with all the guys. The boys fell to the floor unconscious one after another, and 10 and his little dog couldn't help but be surprised. And soon the battle was over. Thomas and Claude had cleared out about 30 people from the way. Then Tom went to 10. 10's dog wanted to attack him, but Claude hit him. 10 got scared and grabbed his bat. Tom calmly walked towards him, and 10 hoped that Tom was tired and would no longer be able to resist him. He attacked Thomas, but Tom dodged his attack and punched 10 in the face. Then 10 got angry and thought that he was beaten by some random high school student. If this was found out, his life in the organization would be over, so he took out a knife, but Thomas used the knife against him. John and Jean woke up and asked what happened. Pete asked if they were okay. Jean asked if they seemed okay, and John told Thomas that in the real world, Tom was a challenger. After all this, the man beat 10 and his assistant, screaming that they told them to make up for the humiliation. But they ruined everything. 10 apologized to the man, but he simply hit him and yelled that he thought this would fix everything. He has no idea what's going on now. They need to gain as much influence as possible since the Goss and Song clans have disappeared. They are just dirt on the face of their organization, the man continued shouting. The leader ordered the man to stop, then looked at the boys and said they could still be useful. They sent the guys, the leader asked. The man replied that they should have reached them by now. Things might have been different if they hadn't joined them. But once they became part of the family, they can't ignore it. When they catch those guys, even if they break an arm or a leg, even if they are children, they should pay for messing with them. David ran to the chief and told him that they had found out why Min's people were making a fuss. It seems some of the boys who recently joined the family have gotten involved with this high school student. They obviously lost, and now they're sending people to hunt down these kids, because it would be a problem if the news that they were beaten up by a senior leaked out. The boss thought for a moment and told David to call the people together. David said that he had already taken care of this. They heard that the chief had wiped her hands clean on the congressman and returned, so all the dispersed guys asked to meet him. The boss said these guys were just looking for an excuse to play again. He opened the door and everyone bowed to him. Then the boss said, "It's been a while since they've seen each other. It's a shame to say it so suddenly, but they need to get to work before going out for a drink." Claude was found. Claude covered the Eunice with his body. They said they found them earlier than they expected. The man apologized for disturbing their date, but they had to go with them for a while. Claude was calm. At that very moment, 3 cars arrived and agents got out of them. The bodyguard said they told them to hang out with their friends and it looks like they gave it their all. Meanwhile, the chief and his guys had dealt with Min's people and were already at his place. The guys thought that the boss of the Din clan, the strongest in the area, he thought that he had stopped his activities in the gang and taken up other work. Min said it was some kind of misunderstanding. They didn't do anything to them, did they? The boss said Min should have left childish fights to the children. Why were they dragging adults into it? Min asked the boss if he came because of this high school student. The boss asked if it wasn't fair that an adult had business with other adults. Thomas was with his little sister. Daisy was eating noodles with gusto. She said it had been so long since she had that for lunch. The boss called Thomas and Tom asked what was going on. The boss asked what the scary guy was doing. Tom replied that he was eating triangle kimbap at a convenience store and the chef offered to make barbecue and treat him. But Tom refused. The boss said sure, dining with someone like him might be a bit much. But Tom said that the chef could just buy him noodles at the convenience store. He didn't need anything more expensive. This even made the chef smile. He said that then they could eat noodles in a few days. The lessons ended. John and Jean ran to the guys and suggested going to the computer cafe. Pete asked if John would be okay with his arm like that. John said he was fine. His fingers are fine, so moving the mouse will not be a problem. Jin said to just let him try to toxic in the game because of his sore hand. John asked Claude if he wanted to go with them. He would pay for the food. He owed him a debt. It was the least he could do, Claude agreed. But then Yuna said she wanted to go too. Jin asked if she wanted to go with them to the computer cafe. Yuna asked if it was possible. Then he answered, "No, not that it's impossible." Suddenly Claude asked in a serious tone, "Tom only has bronze." Thomas replied that he only received bronze. Claude beamed with happiness and left. When he walked away smiling, Tom felt a little angry because of his smile. At the computer cafe, the boys were shouting their heads off while playing games, while Yuna sat quietly behind them. Then the boys went and bought some treats and returned to the game again. After the game, the guys said goodbye to Thomas and he left. Daisy called him and asked, "Brother, have you eaten yet?" Tom said no. He was still on his way home, almost there. Daisy said she could see him. Then he asked where they were going. Grandpa said they went out for groceries. Tom said he would go with them. Grandpa asked if he was tired. Thomas said he was fine. They were just walking. Thomas and his family had finished their groceries and were about to go home when Tom felt a terrible pressure. He turned around and noticed a guy standing in front of the store. It seemed Thomas knew him. It turns out that Tom fought alongside this stranger during the time when Tom was a mercenary. Tom stopped as if he was afraid of this guy. The grandfather asked if he knew this guy. Thomas said he was a friend. Grandpa had a nice chat with this strange guy, and the guy said hello back. Daisy also said hello and asked him if he must have come a long way and invited him to dinner. The guy replied that everything was fine. He was just passing by. The grandfather said that then they would go home. When they left, the guy said that Tom looked alive for a dead man. Tom asked how 006 found him. 006 said that the camp found out that he was alive, and they were looking for him right now. There's no need to be so careful. They can't find him yet. He was on a mission nearby when he heard that they were looking for Thomas in the camp. So I came to find him first, although it was painful to find him. But the camp will soon find Thomas. They will hire him to eliminate Tom, as he already said. There is no point in being cautious. After all, today he came to see an old friend. The guy offered to eat while talking. The guy and Thomas ate noodles and onigiri. The guy finally got full and said that it was delicious. Tom said it tastes good. It's easy to eat, and it's high in calories, the guy said. So it's rational. Thomas then asked if the camp hadn't found him yet. How did 006 do it? The guy said it because he already knew that Tom was alive, and who knows him better than he does. The memories returned, Thomas replied. Yes, the guy said. What a relief. He's sure that 032 also knows that Tom is alive. I wonder how he will react. When he learned of Thomas's death, he became depressed, Tom asked, and he didn't tell him. The guy replied that the fewer people who knew he was alive, the better. Thomas said he thought that 06 wouldn't notice that he was still alive, but he didn't expect that 06 would keep it a secret from the bosses. The guy replied that he didn't expect that either. The boy remembered how a strong fire broke out in that hell, and Thomas hid from people in the tall grass. Then 06 was there too. He discovered traces of Thomas's blood, but for some reason decided not to tell anyone about it. the boy said to Tom as he thought about why he did it despite the fact that he lived his life like a dog, who obeyed every order of the camp. Perhaps he should have considered Thomas a friend, a mercenary who has become famous over the past few years, codenamed Tom. That's 01, right? Tom didn't answer. The guy said. He knew that the activities of the mercenary Tom didn't intersect that much with the activities of the camp. So, it's not all bad, so Thomas should stay away from the camp. Thomas replied that he had no choice. The guy said that Tom had been acting differently since his memories returned. Or maybe it was because of this place where Tom lived. He couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. Phone number 06 rang. He picked up the receiver, listened to everything and silently put his phone back in his jacket. But in a second he threw the phone at Thomas, then broke the sticks and attacked Tom. He said he only came today to see his face, but it seemed like everyone in the camp understood, and the order was given faster than expected to the one who would kill Thomas. Tom replied, "Nothing can be done." But then a girl came out of the store and the guys pretended to be ordinary customers. The guy said this wasn't the best place to make a fuss without any preparation. Before they disappeared, the guy said that the way Tom is now, personally for him, is better than the way he was before. Tom called Claude and Claude asked what happened. He hadn't called before. Tom said he had a favor to ask. Claude asked what was wrong. Tom asked him to get access to the surveillance cameras in the place where he asked. And there is someone he doesn't want Claude to constantly follow. Claude asked what happened. He would have to get permission from his superiors to do something like that. This process takes a very long time, and tracking someone down will take even longer. When he needed it, Tom replied. Right now, he thought, if 06 went into effect, Grandpa and Daisy would be the first ones in danger. The boss asked if the high school student had come. David said he had come some time ago. He asked to borrow his motorcycle, so David gave it to his boss. The boss asked David why he hadn't told him about it before, and then it dawned on him that his motorcycle had been given away. David said, he's their brother. Shouldn't they have lent it to him? The boss said, no, that's not it. Then David said, he was confused. Tom came in the middle of the night. Thomas was riding his motorcycle. Claude told him that he had just sent the address. He was not going anywhere from there. He followed the man he was talking about. His actions were a little strange. The guy avoided the cameras and moved randomly. There's only one reason for this: to hide his direction. Claude asked what was going on. Thomas said it was a personal matter, but Claude thought something was wrong. Considering he's asking about the location, he's apparently heading there, and the man they are looking for is a foreigner, so Claude can't find any information about him. It took a long time to get to this outskirts. If he leaves this matter, he will be at a disadvantage, because he has someone to protect. Meanwhile, the stranger was collecting weapons while waiting for Thomas, when suddenly he received a call. He was asked how he ended up in the same place as 01. The guy answered that he finished the job and heard that 01 was alive, so he came. The traitor is alive. He must be destroyed under any circumstances as soon as possible. The terrorist Tom used to work for said that since it was 06, he could trust him. 06 was already preparing for the murder. The terrorist told him to be careful. It was not for nothing that Tom was given the number 01. Then 06 said, a lot of time has passed since then, the terrorist said. That's for sure. He couldn't even fight properly because he had been hiding for a long time. He will wait for good news, the man said and turned off the phone. 06 stared at the reflection of the phone. Suddenly he noticed something, but it was too late. Tom pounced on the guy before he shot Tom. The guy wondered how he was able to find him so quickly, through video surveillance. This is not quite what he expected. He said he knew it was coming soon, but not that soon. How much time had passed since Thomas left them, asked 06, but Thomas remained silent. Tom attacked 06 and hand-to-hand combat began. Tom was no match for 06 in hand-to-hand combat, but 06 suddenly pulled out a knife and attacked Thomas. 06 said Tom was good, and since then Thomas has become much better, and Tom remained silent. Then 06 attacked Thomas with a knife. Tom dodged his attacks again and again. Tom grabbed the guy's hand and squeezed it, then twisted it. Then the knife fell from the hands of 06. Then 06 ran to the gun and just wanted to point it at Thomas, but Tom threw a knife at him. Still, 06 shot Thomas a couple of times, but then he took the suitcase and ran away. Thomas thought he couldn't let him go, but as soon as he got out, 06 had already left on a motorcycle. Tom was terrified. He was afraid that his family would be in danger, but suddenly a car arrived and hit 06. And Claude got out of the car and said that maybe he shouldn't have interfered, but Tom, on the contrary, thanked him. Claude looked at the 06 and thought he had hit it too hard. Suddenly Thomas asked Claude to check on him, quickly. Claude hesitated a little, but then went. Claude said when he looked into the matter, the man Thomas was chasing was just a regular tourist. Doesn't everything look right from the outside, and how can he now explain to him why the car is broken? Claude asked. Thomas tied up 06 and said, "Get up, he knows 06 is conscious." 06 laughed and said he didn't think Thomas would have backup. He should have realized when he found him so quickly it was his mistake to think Tom would work alone. Thomas didn't answer, so 06 asked what Thomas wanted to know. Then Tom asked who else but him had received the order to eliminate him. 06 replied that he couldn't say for sure, but he doubts there was anyone else but him. He was the closest to this place, and the timing was perfectly calculated. And the camp doesn't want the news that Tom is alive to get out. They didn't want others to know that they made a mistake in thinking Tom was dead. So they will try to eliminate it as quietly as possible, but they will never give up. Because the camp suffered a lot of damage because of him, especially that mad dog who led the attack to kill Thomas. He has nothing more to say, he told him everything, said 06. There's no need to put it off considering their relationship. Let him kill him already. 06 thought, dying at the hands of 01 sounded a lot better than dying at the hands of any other person. But suddenly, 06 felt the tape being cut. He opened his eyes and saw Tom cutting the tape. 06 asked what Tom was doing. Tom replied, cutting the tape. 06 said, that's not what he asked for. Why didn't Thomas just kill him? Tom asked. Why should he kill him? 06 asked what it meant. Tom asked, does 06 have a reason to live, doesn't she? The reason why 06 can't escape from the camp, he also experienced it himself. 06 remembered how happy Tom was with his family. Thomas said, now 06 is dead, let him go where the camp won't find him. 06 said that if the camp found out that he was alive, 032 would suffer. Tom replied, I'm sure 032 feels the same as 06, and it's better than dying here. 06 walked away and said, at this rate his family will be in danger. They will try to use his family to eliminate him, Tom replied. He knows. Everything would have turned out differently if 06 had taken care of his family first, and not him. But even if so, he will defend such a life with all his might. 06 said he would distort the information about Thomas as much as possible before he disappeared. Then he asked what Thomas's real name was. Tom told his name. Then 06 said, and his name is Liam. Only 10 years later, they learned each other's names. Thomas returned home late at night. His grandfather came out of the room and asked if Tom had returned. Tom asked if his grandfather was still awake. His grandfather replied that he couldn't sleep, apparently because of the coffee he drank during the day. Grandfather said, Tom must be tired. Let him wash up and go to bed. Grandfather finished and returned to his room. Daisy came out of the room and whispered, Grandpa is up so late and waiting for Tom. He is very worried. Nothing serious. Besides, the food is still on the table, so he can eat if he wants, Daisy added. Tom asked what, Daisy said. Tom likes home-cooked food, so she left him some. Then Thomas came up to the table and saw how carefully the food was lying on the table. Tom smiled, and later Thomas wrote to Claude, thanking him, pleasantly surprising Claude. At school, Tom was standing outside Yuna's class. She asked why he was standing there. Tom said that he needed to talk to Claude. They walked away and Claude asked what Tom wanted to talk about. Tom replied that he had to tell what was going on. In the past, he had worked with the man Claude had hit yesterday, and he had come to see him. Claude asked, and that was all? Tom answered, yes, and it would be better if Claude didn't know anything more. He's sure Claude learned something yesterday while rummaging through his files. But there's no need to study him anymore. And he says this because Claude had already helped him. Claude sighed and said he didn't plan on following him anymore anyway. He thinks the guy is connected to Tom's past, but he understands that Tom doesn't want him to dig deeper because he already made a promise to Tom. They returned and Yuna immediately asked Claude what they talked about. Claude became nervous. Then Yuna asked what happened, why Claude couldn't tell her. And Claude lied that Tom was asking about how to increase his rank in the league. But fortunately, Yuna believed him. But then she asked if Pete was better at games, and if the others were better than Claude. Apparently Tom wanted to talk to someone who was on the same level as him. After school, Daisy was writing a list of what she wanted to buy for dinner when a guy approached her. The guy asked if she was from high school. Daisy said yes. Then he asked if he could have her number. It's nothing special. He just wants to keep in touch, the guy said. But Daisy apologized and said that giving out her number was a bit awkward. Then the guy changed his smile. His friend laughed that he was rejected, and the guy angrily said that he didn't ask her to go out with him, but just asked for her number. Luckily, Thomas's friends were nearby and showed the guy his place. Then the guy and his friend quickly ran away. As soon as the assholes left, the guys immediately smiled at Daisy, and John asked if Daisy was okay. Daisy bowed and thanked John for his help. John sheepishly said that he had done nothing wrong. Ten and his men were nearby. Ten asked the guy if it was somewhere around here, and the guy replied, yes. Then Ten got angry and said that he was just going crazy. Any freak doesn't respect the state. His partner said they had to clean up the area. Ten said, rules. Everyone will know where the state is here. The guy pointed to Thomas and Daisy and said that it was them while they were having a nice conversation. 10 immediately recognized Thomas and froze in fear, as did the guys who were with him. The guy asked what happened. 10 asked what happened after he asked that girl for her number. And the guy didn't have time to answer, as 10 hit him and asked if he was trying to deceive them, then continued to beat him. At home, at the table, Daisy said that Tom really cuts fruit well. Right, she'd done it many times, but it never worked, Daisy added. The phone rang from Thomas's room. An unknown number was calling, but Thomas picked it up anyway. The voice said he didn't expect Thomas to pick up, Tom answered. He knew it was Liam. Liam said he scattered the evidence as far away from Tom as possible. His movements will also be in this area for some time. When he leaves this country, he will leave traces of Tom in other countries to cause confusion. Tom said that he would leave traces of Liam too, Liam said. It's a funny situation. Tom died and came back to life, and he died while he was alive. Liam said that he thought they would never see each other again, so he wished Tom to take care of himself, and Tom also said goodbye to Liam. The next day, Thomas asked the guys if something similar had happened. Pete answered. John intervened, so nothing bad happened. John responded by giving him a little punch and sending him and his friend packing. Suddenly, Claude asked seriously who they were. Peter replied, they were in the uniform of the state school. Tom and Claude got angry. Tom said it was not just a coincidence. Claude added that we must not let our guard down. But then Yuna asked, so what's the problem? Is talking on the street really a problem? Tom looked at Yuna in surprise and she said, Daisy has always been popular. She is cute. Peter said Yuna was right. His sister had always been popular. People started to stay away from her when Kim and his sister started bullying her. John and Jean said Tom's sister was pretty. There were a lot of people who said that. But Claude still said that in any case, they must confirm it. It could be right after school, they don't have training today. The others weren't at all inspired by the idea. 10 asked if people weren't listening to them. Gail said yes, they just had a little argument with the guys. But they simply ignored them, 10 said, even though they had been so scared before that they couldn't even look at them. Gail said people's attitudes towards them have definitely changed recently. A few days later, their boss was yelling at them about who the hell they were messing with after the chief beat him up. 10 wondered how he could have known that this monster would be familiar with the boss. Gail said he thought they should clean up the area as quickly as possible. Just as 10 said they would start right away, Claude and Tom walked into their club. The guys got nervous, and 10 wondered why they were here. Tom said he heard they had somehow contacted his sister. 10 asked what Tom was talking about, why they needed his sister, but then he remembered seeing Tom with a girl. He asked if it was his sister. Tom and Claude looked at the boys with an icy gaze in response. Then 10 shouted. They were approaching her not because she was his sister. His brother just wanted to talk to her. They just found out she was his sister, Thomas asked 10 coldly. His brother. 10 replied yes, they didn't know anything about it. They would tell him not to go near his sister again. Thomas continued to look 10 in the eyes with an icy gaze, then turned around and they left. Yuna asked Thomas what they said. Tom replied that they assured her that it was just a coincidence. Claude said the first person to talk to Daisy was 10's younger brother. John clearly didn't expect that. Yuna asked what they were talking to him about. There was no need to react so harshly. But Thomas replied that he planned to watch a little longer. He couldn't believe what they said. The chef and 10, as agreed, ate at a 24-hour store. The chef said he hadn't eaten at a place like that in a long time. He said he would take Tom to the barbecue instead. Tom replied that he was fine with it. The boss said he heard Tom took his motorcycle again. Tom replied that he would return it today. But the boss said Tom could keep it anyway, he just keeps it in the parking lot. However, Tom insisted on his own. Then the boss said, okay, let him do what he wants. The chief looked at Tom and thought, when he looks at him, he looks like an ordinary good high school student. But the incidents with the congressman and the SW group, Tom always helps him. He can't reach him. The boss asked Tom what he usually does. Thomas replied, just living a normal school life. The man told his grandfather that people were saying they were expanding the business too aggressively. Grandfather replied that people always complain when their food is stolen. They move relatively carefully. But you can't avoid enemies, the man replied. That's true. But it's also true that they run into dangerous people. A lot of businesses are definitely on edge at the moment, the man added. Later they met Thomas. The grandfather offered Tom some tea, but Tom refused. Then the grandfather asked Tom if everything was okay at the training center. Tom answered, yes. Then his grandfather asked how his school life was. Tom replied that it was also fine, and soon there was silence. Tom told his grandfather that if he had nothing else to say, he would go. Training was about to start. Grandfather said yes, he could go. Thomas stood up, bowed and left. The secretary said he hadn't changed much since he started. Mary asked him if he meant to say that the elimination of 2 team members was an accident, but the secretary replied, no. It felt as if Thomas was holding back in order to remain inconspicuous. It's not as subtle as it was at the beginning, but his athleticism and understanding of the situation is higher than that of his people. He looks very experienced. There is no explanation for this guy's athletic training and fighting power. There is no doubt that he has undergone continuous professional training. He goes through difficult training sessions calmly, and because he is young, others like him. Mary said she heard Call got hurt during the mission. Call said he was fine. It wasn't that serious of an injury. Then Mary said it was good that Call was dedicated to his work, but he should be careful. Call asked a little nervously, is she still studying this student, Thomas? Mary thought he had only seen him once, but he remembered the student's name, and what a terrible attempt to look calm. She calmly answered, no longer. Then Call lit up with happiness, although he tried to hide it. What made Mary even more interested in Thomas was that she thought something was clearly wrong. Tom knew her fiancé. In the car, Mary asked if Tom really didn't want to be popular. Her company would support him. Tom answered dryly that he didn't want to. Mary thought he didn't think for a second. He could have at least pretended. Then she decided to ask him a question that Tom couldn't ignore. She asked if Thomas knew who Lieutenant Call was. He was her fiancé. And seeing the shock on Tom's face, Mary was pleased with the result. Mary caught Thomas off guard with this question. But for some reason, Thomas even lit up when he heard the news. They arrived at the building, and Mary went into the restroom while the boys were in the staff room. A woman entered the restroom and suddenly attacked Mary and stuffed a rag into her mouth. Later, the boys were informed that the headmistress had disappeared. They found her bodyguards knocked out. The secretary loudly ordered that all exits be closed and all video cameras be checked. Tom immediately ran out, thinking that if they had knocked out the guards and kidnapped her, they would have either immediately fled in a car. Either they hid to assess the situation and then escape by car. Tom ran into the parking lot and stood in front of the car. Unfortunately, Thomas made a mistake with the car. The one he needed quickly drove out to the exit. Then Thomas ran to the car, but they didn't stop. They just drove over. Thomas reported that he had found the criminal's car, a black minivan. The car drove away, but Thomas was not going to give up so quickly. He jumped over the cars and rushed towards the right car. The employees were already preparing the spikes, but they were too late, and the car sped past at breakneck speed. The car was already moving fast, but Thomas continued to hold on to it no matter what. Thomas remembered the lieutenant saying he'd been thinking a lot about Tom, asking the other day what family was. It might be different for others, but he never thought that these were the people he cared about. He works for the good of the country and its citizens, but the reason he works so hard is because his family is here. Thomas asked if people could then sacrifice their lives for their families. Call said that if the time came when he had to do it, he would. So Thomas gripped the car even tighter. Then he hit the car window with all his might, and it began to crack. But suddenly, another car appeared and crashed into them, and Thomas was thrown to the side. However, Thomas quickly got up and ran to the car again, but they drove away, and the girl winked at him. The secretary asked where they were going. Thomas got into the car. Then the guy shouted why Tom got inside. Let him leave. Thomas just said, faster, follow them. They turned right at the intersection in front. Secretary Danny said the kidnappers were moving along the right side of the avenue. We need to work with the police and figure out their route. Danny said he'd give Tom a lift along the way. So he has to go home. It was sudden, of course. But Tom is still a high school student. Thomas said he was training now. It was all happening at his own will. They shouldn't worry. There is a man and a woman of oriental appearance in the driver and passenger seats. No other additional passengers. Danny said that wasn't the problem, but he noticed how serious Thomas was and asked if he was okay. Tom replied, okay, Danny thought. This kid in the report said that he was holding on to the car. Now that he thought about it, he ran and found the car faster than anyone else. He stuck with the car until the end and showed them the route. The time when he protected Lady Yuna and his activities now. Now there is no one more reliable than him. The bodyguard told Yuna and Claude that Mary had just been kidnapped. All but a small group of people have been mobilized. The leader of the second team and Toma, currently in pursuit. And the guys had already arrived at this time, and Danny said they should be somewhere here. And he was right. Soon the kidnappers and Mary got out of the car. Danny thought they didn't have time to wait for reinforcements to arrive. But then another group of bandits appeared. Thomas told Danny to go forward. Danny said that Tom should stay in the car. But Thomas said that Danny had no choice. They couldn't wait. Then Danny said, this is not like training. This is the real deal. But Danny didn't know Thomas at all, who had been in real business more than once. Tom told him, it's even better that way. Danny remembered saying that the more he analyzed Yuna's case, the stranger it seemed. Do they really think this high school student is a professional? The bodyguard replied, he thinks the same. So Danny said he would trust Thomas and ran forward. The bandit rushed at Danny. But then Thomas ran at the bandit and pushed him down before he could harm Danny. Thomas deftly snatched the knife from the bandit's hands and quickly rose to his feet. The man said he couldn't believe he dropped the knife because of some kid. He couldn't even imagine that the SW group would hire a child as a bodyguard. The man asked Tom if he had already used a knife. Tom didn't answer. The man said they would go after the one who ran past them and let the guy deal with it. Another asked if they should hurry. The leader replied that everything was fine. He would die faster than they could find him. They just had to act like they were chasing him, but suddenly they heard a man scream. The second one ran to help his partner, but Thomas grabbed him and stabbed the guy in the shoulder with his own knife. Thomas looked at the men. Then their leader said, "Well, a child bodyguard is still a bodyguard." Then the whole man ran towards Thomas, but Tom deftly grabbed his hand and cut it. The second man attacked, but Thomas also attacked him and cut his arm. And now there was only one bandit left, their leader. Thomas swung his knife, but the man also had a knife. Then Thomas hit him on the knee, then hit him on the head and grabbed him, holding a knife to his throat. Thomas froze for a second, but then slit the man's throat anyway. The girl said that the SW reacted too quickly. They caught up with them faster than expected. The guy said, he told Glenn that they kidnapped the target. The girl said, a little early, but they are moving on to the next place. The guys from SW will be here soon. The door swung open and Danny appeared. The guy said he was the leader of their target's bodyguards. Danny was told how dare they. But then the man attacked Danny. Danny quickly dealt with the man, but two more guys showed up. And then Danny started fighting with two men at the same time. But suddenly the kidnapper said that was enough and put the phone to Mary. Let him not think that they cannot kill this woman. It would be better for them to just kill her if she becomes a hindrance. If he moves, she'll die, the guy added and asked what Danny would do. Suddenly the bastard met Danny in the shoulder, but Danny did not move. The girl said that they didn't have much time. It was time to wrap it up. Danny looked at Mary again. Danny apologized to Mary, thinking he had lost, when suddenly a knife was thrust into the bastard's hand. Then Thomas himself ran in and quickly grabbed Mary, running towards the exit. The kidnapper started shooting at Thomas. Then Danny rushed at the kidnapper and knocked him down. Tom turned around, but Danny shouted at him to run and not look back, so Thomas ran forward. Finally, Mary came to her senses, but Thomas quickly closed her mouth and motioned for her to remain silent. Mary wondered where she was. She was in the toilet. Thomas said her head hurt because of the sleeping pills. No need to panic. She thought she had been kidnapped. Thomas replied, yes. He and the leader of the second team arrived first. The police and the rest of the SW will be there soon. Tom thought that now that the headmistress was awake, they had more options for retreat. But it's a dead end, so they'll be discovered soon. The biggest problem is that the opponents have weapons. Mary wondered what their goal was. It was because of the business that SW had recently taken over. But they had nothing to do with the new business. The same thing happened with Yuna. Mary asked about his body. Tom said he was fine. But Mary looked at Thomas's body and thought, he's not even an official bodyguard, so why? And this guy is a high school student. Mary asked why he doesn't come out. Tom answered, there is nowhere else to run. The girl said it was easier for them to kill the prisoner than to mess around with him here and be caught. It will be worse for both of them if they delay, so it is better to finish it quickly, and then the prisoner will remain alive. Mary thought she couldn't hurt this child anymore. No matter how much he practiced or how good his results were, he was still a child. But Tom stopped her. Then Thomas himself came out from around the corner with his hands raised, the girl said, which means the woman should be there too. He really is a child. She had her suspicions when she saw him hanging from the car. Did the boy really watch too many movies and think that he won't die? That he's the one who will die? Or something like that? Suddenly Mary shouted, no! Then Thomas took advantage of this moment and shot the girl. Then Thomas jumped on her and knocked her down. He squeezed her hand and snatched the gun. But the girl suddenly took a knife out of her pocket and attacked Thomas. Tom was able to dodge. However, the girl was a professional in her field. She attacked Thomas several times. Tom managed to dodge. She swung the knife again, and then Tom grabbed her hand. He kicked her in the stomach and she fell to the ground. Then she quickly grabbed the gun. The girl pointed a gun at Thomas, but within a second, Thomas took the gun from her. She said that he had indeed watched too many movies, and that he knew how to fight. But would he be able to pull the trigger? Well, as a bodyguard, he had only shot at targets before, but she was a living person. And then Thomas shot her in the leg. She fell and thought. He pulled the trigger without a drop of doubt. His eyes, he wasn't at all nervous about shooting a person. It was as if he was used to it. It doesn't make any sense. A child who lived in a peaceful town like this. Suddenly the girl called Thomas's code name. Then Thomas hit her on the head and she fell unconscious. Meanwhile, Danny continued to fight the crowd of men despite his wound. The kidnapper said he was curious about what this would lead to and pulled out a gun. They underestimated him because they heard he was just a bodyguard, but he definitely has some skills. They would have had a hard time with the kidnapping if they hadn't chosen the moment to turn over their shifts, Danny thought, and that's all. He was stalling for time as best he could, but he wasn't sure they were able to escape normally. One man followed them. He doesn't believe it. That's why he feels more confident. The kidnapper asked Danny why he was laughing. Danny replied how awkward it was. Then the kidnapper said that if Danny felt so confident, it was because the person who followed them was a woman. Then he makes a big mistake. They wouldn't work with her if she hadn't attacked them all at once. Besides, they guys made her angry. So this boy will now experience severe pain until death. That's why he doesn't need to chase after them. He can take his time. Everything would have already been finished anyway. Even if he went after her, so Danny should worry about himself. Suddenly, a shot was fired into the kidnapper's arm, and Danny quickly turned around. It was Thomas, the kidnapper thought. Why is this brat here? What happened to Priscilla? Thomas pointed the gun at Danny, which scared Danny, but Thomas shot each of the bandits in cold blood. Danny thought Thomas could shoot without hesitation, and he only spent one shot on each of them. He asked the leader of the third team to himself. Did he also think so? This high school student is a professional. Finally, reinforcements arrived, and they immediately ran to Mary to check if she was okay. Thomas immediately began to explain the situation to the military. Mary told them to examine the leader of the second team and this guy. Later, Mary herself approached him and asked if Thomas was okay. He replied that he was completely fine. But Mary asked, in all seriousness, how he could speak like that with such injuries. Thomas replied that it didn't stop him from moving, and it worked perfectly. He managed to return the VIP only with such damage. More importantly, he wants to ask her for a favor. Mary asked what it was. His family will be worried while he is being treated, so could they please tell them that he is training and living in a dorm? Mary hesitated, but said she understood, wished him a speedy recovery, and thanked him. Then Danny put his hand on Tom's shoulder and said, "Good job," then said goodbye. The guy reported that their team had failed. The man replied that this was good. A successful kidnapping was not so important. It was more important to send SW a warning that if this continues, they will be wary of buying new businesses. Cressila said, "I can't believe that SW is under the control of this monster, Mercenary Thomas. If they had known he was here, they wouldn't have done this. No, they wouldn't have taken on this case at all." Yuna's grandfather's assistant said he didn't know what she was talking about. She said there was no need to play dumb. Mercenary Tom always hides his face, but she knew it was him when she saw his eyes. He stopped communicating and went into hiding about 6 months ago. So rumor has it he either died of a serious injury or retired. The man replied, even he had heard rumors about this mercenary. Was there any meaning in the fact that he was a top-level mercenary? Someone who has worked in war zones would work as a bodyguard in a place like this. Mary was in the hospital, and Danny was with her. She asked what he was doing there. Hadn't he been shot? Danny said he could do simple tasks. Mary said he should go away and rest until he got better. One person taking a break won't cause any problems, Danny replied. The incident happened because he took a short break, so he has no right to do it again. The people they caught are foreign mercenaries, and they haven't yet figured out what they were doing in the past. They apparently have several intermediaries. Because of this, they still can't understand who their customer is, Mary said, recently with Yuna, and now with her. This kid, he was even more impressive than in training. That surprised her too. He's obviously an unusual high school student, Mary asked. Danny said. It seems so. She thought her grandfather knew who he was, considering he had hired him as part of his bodyguard team. However, when she saw him in action, he already had several broken ribs and torn out nails. He also had a bullet in his shoulder, broken ribs and nails while clinging to the kidnapper's car, and was injured when he fell. Mary was shocked. She asked, does he mean to say he fought in such a state? He also beat up 5 armed men before she came to. Mary got up and went to Thomas's room, but when she opened the door, she saw that Tom had already gotten dressed. She asked what he was doing, why he had changed his clothes. Thomas replied that he was going home. He had not been home for several days. Mary objected because he was seriously injured and needed to finish his treatment. Thomas replied that he would rather rest and recover at home than be in the hospital. Mary shouted, "No, who even came up with this?" Thomas calmly replied, "Doctor." Then she asked what he would tell his family when he came home looking like this. Thomas replied that he would say that he had injured himself during training about the open wounds. Mary thought that he had already prepared the answers. Mary told Danny to step outside for a second, and Danny did. Then Mary told Tom to come see her after school. Nothing good will come of working for Yuna, she's just a child. She is the one who inherited her parents' wealth. She cannot change her future on her own. But she is different. She can take responsibility for his future. Tom said he had a question. Mary said that he was obviously interested in how she would treat him, but there was no need to worry about that. She will give him the best she can, and there are still many things she can do for him. Tom said that was not the issue and asked if he would stay with Yuna. What was she talking about? Mary asked if they were dating. Thomas answered no. Mary thought that meant she was in unrequited love. Anyway, let Tom come to her after graduation if he has a good job after graduation. Won't his family be happy? Thomas thought for a moment and said, he'll think about it. Thomas returned home and his family became worried. They asked if Tom had gotten injured during training. Tom answered yes. Grandpa asked if he was seriously injured. Tom replied, no, he just hurt his finger a little, so he needs some treatment. Then the grandfather asked if he was interested in the bodyguard job he was currently studying. Tom answered, interested it seems, Grandfather said, even if Tom is interested in this now. He can always change it if something else interests him. Tom is still young, and he will always support him. No matter what he does, Thomas thanked him. Grandpa said, although he wasn't rushing into it, it seemed like it was too early to worry about a career in third year of high school. The terrorist was informed that the 32nd had escaped. The news that the 6th had transmitted about the 1st had leaked out. The man replied, they are idiots, losing their composure after the death of their brother. That is why it is useless to have a family. Thomas remembered how Priscilla had called his codename and wondered who she was. Since she called him by his codename, she was connected to the camp when suddenly the phone rang. It was Yuna. Tom came to her, and Claude. Yuna bought a bunch of onigiri. Yuna said, Thomas said that he also hasn't eaten yet. He can eat as much as he wants. Then she asked, she heard, he was able to be wounded, is he okay? Tom answered, yes. Yuna said she wanted to visit him, but she was told that no one was allowed to visit him. This was probably his sister's doing. She also heard that he was discharged from the hospital. Thomas said his grandfather advised him to rest today. Yuna thought he really listened to his grandfather. Yuna said he knew what happened. He played a big role in saving Sister Mary. Tom responded, the leader of the second team did more. He immediately chased after the kidnappers and traced the route. Even after he caught up with them and was shot, he distracted them, and that was the only way they could escape. He held out until he could guarantee the headmistress's safety. If he hadn't done it then, he would have been simply useless, Yuna said. Probably. Claude said, so that's what happened. Judging by Tom's words, the leader of the second team played a big role. But he wouldn't have been able to do it without Thomas there. And according to reports, Tom was a big help in the rescue. Thomas replied that they acted as a team. Protecting the VIP was a priority. It didn't matter who did more. Claude replied, Thomas was right. These guys were serious. Yuna didn't understand that. They wrote to Thomas. Yuna asked what was wrong. Something happened. Tom replied that it looked like he needed to go to the computer cafe. John said that they needed another one for the game. Yuna asked, but Thomas is wounded. Is he really going to play with hands like that? Tom replied that he had been playing poorly even before his injuries, so he should come. Daisy was returning home and thinking, maybe they should eat some meat today, since her brother was wounded. At school, the girls asked Thomas what had happened after he hadn't come home for several days. Daisy replied that he had hurt his hands at work. Then the girls asked if Tom was badly hurt. Daisy answered yes, and the girls happily began to say how good it was. The main thing was that he didn't hurt his face. Daisy thought that it looked like her brother was becoming more popular. Suddenly, she noticed a group of guys who were fighting with someone. Daisy thought, what should she do? There was no one around to help. Daisy noticed the guy yelling and quickly remembered that it was the same guy who asked for her number. She decided to come up and calmly ask the guys not to fight. Ten's brother immediately recognized her and got scared. That's why he immediately shouted, this is a misunderstanding. This jerk started the fight first. They were just passing by. And this jerk demanded to buy food. Daisy naively asked the guy to let this guy go. But Ten's brother learned his lesson last time and just left. Daisy asked the guy if he was okay. The guy said yes. Daisy asked if he was hurt. The guy said no. But then his stomach growled. Then the guy said he was really sorry, but could she buy him some food? Daisy bought a lot of onigiri and water. The guy is seriously hungry. He looks about the same age as she is. Maybe he lost his wallet, Daisy thought. The guy put down a bottle of water and said, finger licking good. Then he apologized and said she must have been confused. He was so hungry. Daisy said it was okay. He must have been hungry for a long time. The guy said that he had just arrived in this country, but he had already lost his wallet. He had been hungry for several days. Daisy said he needed to go to the embassy and ask for help. The guy said in surprise, the embassy. So that's what he was supposed to do. And Daisy looked at the time and thought that her brother would worry. So she put the money on the table. She told the stranger to buy something when he got hungry and ran away. In the past, Thomas was on a mission and he broke into a building with a machine gun. Thomas was ordered to eliminate the targets and return immediately. But Tom froze. Suddenly, Thomas opened his eyes. He woke up in a cold sweat, and his heart was beating wildly. He left the room. Grandpa asked why Thomas got up. He needed to sleep. Tom said he needed to go to school. Grandfather said that Tom should rest for a couple more days. He would be able to catch up on his studies in a few days, but his body would have a hard time recovering. Daisy motioned for Tom to agree, and that is exactly what he did. Grandpa said he would be late today. Mr. Lee still hadn't recovered, so he said he would work a little extra. Tom asked where Daisy was going so early. Daisy replied, to get ready a little at school since she woke up early. Thomas ate and went outside. The guys were chatting and he was reading their messages. The stranger Daisy had seen passed by and Thomas noticed him immediately. So Thomas ran after him. He ran into the crossroads, but there was no one there anymore. But in the darkness there was a stranger hiding, who had already taken out a gun and shot at Thomas. Thomas quickly ran behind the containers, and the stranger said that he hadn't seen the first one for a long time. He was a little scared when someone chased him. What a surprise that it was him. The sixth has a habit that only he knows about. He thought that spying on the sixth would lead him to the first, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Tom asked 32 if the camp had sent him to get rid of him. There was no point in the camp sending people on a mission that the sixth had failed. The 32nd told Tom to shut up. He still thinks he's their leader, Thomas replied. If the camp didn't send him, he came of his own free will. 32 said, it doesn't matter. This is not what he should say after betraying the camp. He doesn't want to be offended by him. He knows that everyone has their own reasons. But the sixth one. 6 was his only family, and he was the only one who cared for him in that hell. Thomas threw a bolt at 32, then immediately rushed at him. 32nd pointed the gun at Tom, but Tom threw it back. Then the 32nd took out a knife and attacked Thomas. Tom dodged and then struck himself. 32nd kicked Thomas in the ribs. It was hard, because Thomas had not yet fully recovered. The 32nd was not going to stop there. He attacked Tom again, and he told Tom that there was something wrong with his body. Tom asked him if he saw everything that happened in the camp. 32nd, why does the first one talk so much? Tom asked the 32nd to answer. Then the 32nd got angry and said, he told him, the first one is no longer their leader. He is the one he needs to get rid of. The 32nd managed to attack Thomas, but Tom continued to stand while bleeding. At this time, Daisy was sitting in class and wondering if her brother was eating well. He had to eat properly to get better faster, and Thomas continued to fight with his old friend. Thomas managed to hit the 32nd in the face, then the 32nd ran back, and Thomas said he would ask him again. The 32nd would report everything to the camp. The 32nd asked the first what he was doing, why he had suddenly become so talkative. He thinks he will tell this to a traitor like him, someone who not only betrayed them, but also killed the sixth. Whatever he asks, he is not going to answer, shouted 32nd and attacked Thomas. Thomas punched 32 in the face several times, then kicked him in the stomach. 32nd grabbed the gun and pointed it at Thomas, and Tom ran up to him. He was able to wave the gun aside and pressed him against the wall, choking him with his elbow. Thomas asked if he was pursuing him out of loyalty to the camp, or to avenge the sixth. But the 32nd didn't answer. He just hit Thomas in the ribs, and he immediately took out his pistol and fired several times at Thomas. Luckily, Tom managed to run to cover. The 32nd one got angry, thinking that he needed to retreat and regroup. So the 32nd shot at Thomas several times, then ran away. Of course, Thomas ran after him, but his wound failed him. He fell and the 32nd managed to escape. Tom called Claude and immediately told him that he had to track the person through the CCTV system in a certain area. Claude came out and asked if he could ask Tom to hand this case over to someone else. Could he? He will call back soon. Let Tom send a text message with the location and description of the person's appearance so that he can track him. The 32nd one walked past the crowd and thought, damn, if the first one hadn't asked stupid questions, he would have died a couple of times already. It seems he lived in hiding, but then why did his abilities grow? Why was he the first to ask about this? Why doesn't he just destroy the one who came to kill him? 32nd began to remember his past, a life in which he, Thomas, and Liam were together. The hooligans noticed him and said that last time he was lucky to escape from them. But today, luck was not on his side. 32nd thought, why now? He didn't want to make any unnecessary noise, but the idiots still got to him, and then the 32nd quickly dealt with them. And he ran into Daisy again. She also recognized him and said it's him. Then the 32nd began to rummage through his pockets and took out some bills and handed them to Daisy. He thanked her for that time. She helped him a lot. He will give the rest next time. Now he only has so much. Daisy said he didn't have to give them back. Wouldn't he be left without money? The guy replied that everything was fine, but then his stomach growled. They started eating together again. She said how he could give him all the money and not keep a single coin for himself. She didn't expect him to return them, the guy replied. What was she talking about? Of course he should return everything. How can he receive help and not repay it when he has the opportunity? Daisy asked how old he was. The guy answered. 17, Daisy said. That means they are the same age. The 32nd asked, although they were the same age, he seemed a little surprised. Daisy said happily, yes, she was 17 too. Then she would address him as you. The guy answered awkwardly. Okay, as he wants, Daisy asked. He said that he came from abroad. 32nd answered, yes, he travels. Daisy asked. With friends, he answered, alone. Daisy said, wow, he's traveling alone. She asked how many countries he's been to already. The guy replied that he didn't know. He hadn't counted, but it seemed to be in more than 20 countries. Daisy said that he seemed to like to travel. The guy replied that he probably had no choice, and at that moment, Tom arrived. Thomas was horrified, hid around the corner and watched them, thinking he even found out about Daisy. Daisy asked how long he would be in the country. The guy replied, until he finished all his business here. Then she said, judging by the fact that they crossed paths today, he lives somewhere nearby. The guy replied, no, he was only here on business, and she seemed to live somewhere around here. As soon as Daisy said that her school was nearby, Thomas ran up and grabbed the guy. Tom didn't waste a second. He broke his wand and attacked the 32nd. 32nd thought about how he was able to find him so quickly. Tom hit the guy with his other hand, but the guy struck first and broke free from Tom's grip. He looked at Daisy and thought, he can't drag her into this too. So he told Thomas to go somewhere else. She has nothing to do with him. Suddenly Daisy called her brother and asked why he was suddenly behaving like this. What happened? But Thomas told her to get out of here quickly. Daisy got confused and asked what he was talking about. Daisy noticed that Tom was injured and asked what happened to him. The guy asked if they both knew each other. Then Daisy replied that Tom was her brother. She apologized and said that Tom was not that kind of person at all. There seemed to be some misunderstanding, Daisy added. The guy was in shock, and he said he was simply speechless. Thomas again asked Daisy to leave for a while. Daisy left, and number 32 said, it seems that the girl really believes that he is her brother. Why is he suddenly using such a cover that he never thought of before? Thomas said he would answer if the 32nd answered his question. He reports everything to the camp and why he came for him, out of loyalty to the camp or out of revenge. The guy shouted, why does the first one keep repeating the same questions from the very beginning? Does it matter now? Tom was adamant, and the 32nd said he heard that the 6th died because of the first and came here. He didn't tell anyone, and he's not pursuing the first one out of loyalty to the camp. He just needs to take revenge on him for the death of the 6th one. In the camp it's hard to call anyone close, but he was the only one he could consider his family, admitted the 32nd. He thought that there was not a very good relationship between him and the 6th. The guy answered, that's right. But after hearing the news of the 6th's death, he also didn't expect that the 1st would be involved in it. Other than training and missions, they never even spent time together. In fact, he doesn't even know if it's revenge. He just ran away from an excess of thoughts. The guy finished. Then Tom said, the 6th one didn't die. His death was just a disguise. He took advantage of it and disappeared so that neither the camp nor he would pursue him. The guy asked if he was alive. Was it true? Tom answered yes. Then the guy said he had been asking him the same questions all this time. Tom replied that he wanted to make sure of everything before revealing the truth to him. If the 32nd had been loyal to the camp, he would have reported everything the moment he learned that the 6th was alive. Even though the 6th one is his family, he cannot be an exception to the rule. They were taught this in camp. The guy fell on the table and asked why he was here first. Tom replied that he had just returned home. Then the guy asked if that girl was really his sister. Tom answered yes. The guy asked if he hadn't said he had lost his memory. Tom replied that his memory had recently returned. Although not completely, the guy said that it turns out he betrayed the camp because he returned his memories. Thomas replied, no, that's not true. He did it because he couldn't follow camp orders. But more importantly, how does 32nd know Daisy? Thomas asked. The aura changed to a gloomy one so quickly that the 32nd one fell silent. But Thomas ordered the guy to speak. What scared the 32nd, he thought, what kind of murderous aura is this? The 32nd one stuttered and answered that his sister had recently helped him. And today too. The guy thought that the murderous aura had disappeared. He didn't know what exactly was wrong, but he looked even more dangerous than in the fight. Tom looked at the guy for a little while longer, then started cleaning up, and soon the guy joined him. The guy asked if the 6th one was okay. Thomas remembered how Claude ran over the 6th one, and he wondered if he should say that everything was fine. The guy got nervous and said that it was enough that he was alive. The 6th was going to kill him. Tom asked how the 32nd could believe his words that the 6th was alive. He betrayed the camp, the guy answered, because he never lied to them. And the fact that he betrayed the camp does not mean that he betrayed them, so said the sixth. The first one, who took care of them and went through hellish training with them, betrayed not them, but only the camp. Tom said he thought it was strange, the day the camp started moving to destroy him. 6 and a few other guys didn't act against him. If they had, he wouldn't have been able to survive. The guy said it seemed like these guys hated the camp even more than the first one. He asked how to contact the 6th. Tom replied that until the 6th first contacts them, there is no way. If he gets in touch with him, he will tell the 32nd to get in touch with him too. The guy said it is not necessary, it is enough to know that he is alive. Although he considers him family outside of the mission, they haven't spoken to him for several years. That is why the 6th one did not tell him that he was alive. And he, not knowing this, suddenly ran out of the camp and almost died at the hands of the first one. Tom said the 6th one would do it for him if he cared about him too much. The camp could use this as an excuse, so he kept his distance, and this time was no exception. So that when the camp found out that he was alive, there would be no single clue that could lead to him. Even this time, when he failed the mission, instead of escaping, he was going to die. Because he was afraid that because of him, the 32nd could be in danger. Suddenly the guy said he would keep it a complete secret that the first one was alive. Only a few top officials know that he is alive, so they are not looking for him so actively. It's strange, isn't it? Because a traitor, especially one who is number 1, should be a huge problem for the camp, Thomas asked. But how did the 32nd one find out about this? The guy answered. Because of the 6th. It's time for him to go. After visiting a few more places, he needs to return to camp. But while they needed to leave their marks in a few places, they turned around and noticed that Daisy was still watching them. Thomas smiled at this. The 32nd saw the smile and was shocked. He thought the first one could make such a face. So the 32nd said, "It seems she really is his sister." Thomas answered yes. Then the guy asked if he could say goodbye to her before leaving. And Tom didn't like this idea. The guy said that he received help from her, so he should thank her properly. The guy waved to Daisy and left. Daisy asked if they knew each other. Tom answered yes. Then Daisy asked why her brother behaved like that when he saw him. Tom remembered the guy saying that Daisy was popular and said he thought he was a weird guy, who pestered her because of her beauty. An awkward silence hung in the air. Thomas treated the wounds, and thought about what the 32nd had said, and wondered what he was going to do. The 32nd returned home and thought, so Daisy is the first one's sister, when suddenly the door closed. He immediately pulled out a gun. A man came out of the darkness and told the guy to calm down. 32 recognized the man. His name was Aiden, and he asked 32 to let go of the gun. Aiden said that the guy ran away from the camp so abruptly, and what he was doing in such a place, he should have asked for normal funding. He found the traitor the guy thought about when he managed to come and said, "No, it's not that easy." Aiden replied, "Well, yes." The 32nd asked why Aiden was here. Then the man took the blades out of his sleeve and said, "What does the 32nd think?" He came to kill the 32nd because he ignored the camp order. The 32nd asked, "He wants to say that the camp ordered his destruction." Aiden said they actually said to destroy him if he didn't obey the order to return. The man pulled out a knife and attacked the 32nd man again, cutting his leg. 32 fell to the floor bleeding. Aiden said he had great reflexes. The guy asked what Aiden was going to do. Aiden replied, "Destroy him when he got the chance." The 6th was too cruel, so he abandoned the idea for a while, but was going to destroy him as soon as he got the chance. The guy asked, is he now boasting that when the 6th was alive, he was afraid of him and therefore was cautious? Moreover, even now, he was afraid to fight in a normal fight and attack stealthily. The man got angry and attacked the guy again, but this time the guy was ready and attacked earlier. But the 32nd couldn't cut Aiden's throat, only scratched his face. The man got furious and hit the guy in the face, then grabbed him by the throat and threw him forward. Aiden called the guy a cheeky puppy and said that besides him, all the other kids with numbers were exactly the same. They are treated specially only because the camp has put a lot of effort into raising them. But they don't deserve it. They don't know their place. The guy said that if he wants the same treatment, he should work on his skills. Then the man shot 32 in the leg and he went down. Aiden said. It looked like he was going to piss him off. But it's useless, because no matter what he does, he'll still die here. Suddenly, the boy stood up and threw a knife at the man to distract him. And immediately he ran out of the apartment. The man fired several times, but Aiden missed. Then he thought, it's annoying, and told him, no need to make each other's lives difficult. He won't be able to escape in this state anyway, and without leaving a trace. If he doesn't irritate him even more, he will send him to the afterlife without pain. But the moment he reached the corner, 32 grabbed Aiden and punched him. Aiden got angry and waved his arms, but when he opened his eyes, he saw the first one standing in front of him. Before Aiden could react, Thomas ran up to him and hit him. In a matter of seconds, Thomas punched Aiden in the ribs, punched him in the face, and grabbed him by the shoulder. When Thomas grabbed him by the shoulder, he kicked him in the face, then slammed his head into the wall. So the man died, and then the 32nd asked how the first one found him. However, instead of answering, Thomas walked away, took the package, and handed it to the guy. Then Thomas said, his little sister said that he had no money, so he came. The 32nd saw that there was food in the bag and asked, so the first one came to give him the food. The guy laughed and said how the first one had changed so much, maybe he had hurt his head. Or, once his memories came back to him, he simply became himself. Grandfather said that the guy Tom handed over to them, they checked him out and found out that he was on the international wanted list. As Tom said, it will be easy to deal with him, because there are many countries that want to get their hands on him. He will be imprisoned somewhere or will live cut off from the world. Thomas thanked his grandfather. Grandfather asked if this was a person who was connected to his past. Thomas replied that they were not personally connected, but it was true. Then the grandfather said that he would not ask any more, but if he needed help, he could contact him at any time. Tom left, and the assistant said he was surprised that he himself called and asked for help. I didn't expect that he would hand over such a dangerous criminal to them. Besides, there were traces of a shootout at the scene. Last night, the guy was bleeding to death. Tom said there was a place where he could get help, so he could calm down and wait for treatment. The guy replied that there was no need. He would do everything himself. The bleeding had stopped. All that was left was to disinfect the wounds. Tom told him to take proper treatment. The guy replied that it would take a long time. The camp would suspect him. Thomas asked the guy if he was going to return to camp. The guy replied yes. Then Tom said, "The camp ordered to destroy it." The guy answered, remembering the conversation with that guy. He acted on his own accord because he had accumulated a lot of dissatisfaction with the 6th and other numbers. So the guy decided to pretend he didn't know anything. Go back to camp and try to figure out why they wanted to get rid of him. Tom said it was too dangerous, the guy replied. He wouldn't say, "The camp has no doubt that the 6th one is dead." Judging by his words about acting out of hatred for numbers, this is a high percentage winning game. In fact, he has no other choice. If he hides, they will start chasing him. Then they will be able to find out about the 6th. If he succeeds in the game, he will make it so that even the first one's traces are difficult to find. He must repay for his salvation. And if he does this with the traces left by the 6th, they will not be able to disturb them for a very long time. The guy turned to Thomas and said that he hoped the former would be able to protect his real life. Mary asked what Thomas was doing there. Thomas replied that he had some business to do. Then Mary asked if he could move. How were his wounds? Thomas remembered the fight with the 32nd and said it got much better. He couldn't say that everything had gotten much worse, but Mary believed him. Then Mary asked if he happened to have a little time so they could have lunch. Danny thought she had a meeting soon. Thomas replied that it was time for him to go home. He promised to have lunch with his family. Mary thought this kid had turned her down again, but she said, "A family dinner. Something like that really can't be cancelled." She thought then that she herself had no time at all, so they wouldn't be able to have lunch together anyway. Danny thought they had just been walking with them and discussing her meeting, and even came here specifically for her. Mary asked if Tom would like to do some extra work and that she would pay him well. Tom immediately refused. She thought, he always behaves like this. He does it on purpose. No, this can't be. She said that she understood. Mary asked him for a ride. Thomas refused again, and Mary said she knew he would say that. Danny said that Tom should recover quickly and return to training. The guys are constantly asking when Tom will be back. Mary thought that he seemed to be popular among the guys too, and unexpectedly, even the picky leader of the second group liked him. Danny asked Mary if she had accidentally wanted Thomas to be Sally's bodyguard. Mary answered, she said that something happened because of the stalker. There was nothing dangerous about this job. You just had to be close, which was why she wanted to entrust it to Tom. Tom met his grandfather and asked what he was doing there. His grandfather said that he went out to get some air. Then Grandpa said that Daisy's birthday was in a few days. At this age, children are very sensitive, so he doesn't even know what she might like. Maybe Thomas knows what Daisy likes or what she is interested in. Tom's answer was obvious. At night, Mary received a call and she smiled slyly. She asked why he was calling all of a sudden. Thomas asked if what they had offered him earlier was still valid. Mary decided that Tom was talking about lunch. She said that she didn't even know. She was very busy. She needed to check her schedule. Thomas said he didn't mean that. He meant the part-time job. Mary said that's why he called. Tom asked if the offer was still valid. Mary asked if he had decided to take it. Tom answered yes. At the computer cafe, Jean asked John what he was doing and why he wasn't ready. John said he was reading an article about Sally. Rumor has it that she has landed one of the lead roles in a new webtoon series. Jin said that last time he saw her in person and she was really very beautiful. The guys asked where Jin was, and he said his older cousin worked at an advertising agency, and he was there working part-time. John shouted, "Cool, he's been her fan since her debut, so that's 8 years." Pete asked what she looked like in real life. Jean replied, "Even better than in the photo. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful person." Then John asked if Jean's brother by any chance needed any more people to work part-time. The girl asked if a bodyguard would come. She already had one sent by the company, so why did she need another one? Her manager said that a new bodyguard was sent from the SW group. He refused them at first, but they said they were worried about recent events. "There is only one bodyguard. There is nothing to worry about," the man said. "Besides, he is an intern. No matter how you look at it, it looks like SW sent an intern to gain practical experience. He will make sure everything is taken care of so that they don't worry." The manager thanked him for his efforts. The man said the problem was with the SW who sent the intern, for which they accept the job of a bodyguard. Thomas knocked and the door was opened for him. He introduced himself and said that SW had arrived. The manager thought, "You mean to say that he was a bodyguard?" He thought that he was a celebrity or a model. But the bodyguard wasn't thrilled, he thought. "What kind of kid is this? This isn't a child's sandbox." Thomas walked into the room. Tom introduced himself to Sally and said that he would be responsible for her safety. Sally thought maybe he was a guy from a company associated with SW, who they wanted to make his debut on stage. Tom said he heard that today's shooting was the first. It started 4 hours ago. "And this room is used as a waiting room, right?" The manager answered, "Yes." Tom said the letter and stalking started about 2 weeks ago. Sally said no. It had happened before. He doesn't know how he knows his address, but he left strange letters in the mailbox and even came to her house. "It's become more serious lately, but overall it's always been there. It's typical for a job like hers. This is not something that SW should worry about." After Sally asked how old Tom was, Thomas remembered that Danny had advised him not to reveal his age, and so he said it was a secret. Suddenly, the bodyguard called Thomas and asked him to talk to him alone. They went out and the bodyguard said he heard that Tom was an intern bodyguard. Tom replied yes. Then the bodyguard told Tom to just watch, standing nearby, and that's it. He'll figure it out himself. He doesn't know why they shoved a kid like him in here, but being a bodyguard isn't a game. Studying and the real place of action are completely different things. Thomas interrupted him and said, "He is Mr. Chan." A man employed by the agency's security company grabbed Thomas by the collar, and he asked, as if he was joking, if the boy didn't want to get it several times, let him remember his words. The bodyguard threw Thomas against the wall and left in annoyance. Thomas's condition was not the best. His wound had not yet healed. Right after, Sally came out and asked Thomas if he was okay. She went out just in case. Tom replied that everything was fine. Then she apologized and said that this was a man sent from an agency. She had known him for a few days. He can be rude. Even though they told the agency she didn't need a bodyguard, Sally asked Tom he was studying. Tom replied that it was a secret. The manager said that filming would start soon and it was time for her to go. Then Sally said that nothing would happen, so he shouldn't worry and be calm, and left. Mary asked if everything was okay with that guy. Danny asked if she was talking about Tom. Mary said yes. Danny said he received a call that he was almost at the studio where the filming was taking place. Mary asked, "Nothing will happen, right? He still hasn't recovered." Danny replied, "Everything will be fine." It's quite common for celebrities to face threats and stalkers, and such a popular star has always had them. She also has another bodyguard, Mary said. Well, he still hasn't recovered, so she specifically wanted to give him a task that looked the most convenient. Perhaps Thomas, on the contrary, will even be dissatisfied with the fact that it is too boring. Danny said that from what he had seen, Tom was not the type to be bored because he was out of work. Mary said, "They call it a honey position, right?" Danny replied. "That's what they say in the army." On the set, not only Sally but also Thomas was admired, even by men. The bodyguard asked where Thomas had gone, that he had only just returned and had come here to play. Thomas replied, he was looking around the area. For some reason, the bodyguard got angry because of this. The filming ended, and Sally thanked everyone for the work they had done. But then Thomas told everyone to stay in their places and not go outside. "The police will arrive soon. The people here must be checked." Sally asked Thomas what happened. Then Thomas took a small camera out of his pocket, and he said it was a hidden camera that was installed in the waiting room. He had previously checked the security cameras, but there was no camera in front of the entrance to the waiting room. Therefore, it was not possible to establish who installed the hidden camera. The bodyguard shouted at Tom, "Why is he saying this now?" Tom replied that Miss Sally was no longer using the waiting room, and he felt he might be disturbing the work. so he decided to wait first. And at this point, there was no one who was going to return the camera back, and there was no one who would come out of this building. The bodyguard was worried because he was in an awkward situation and tried to take the camera. Thomas, of course, didn't let him do that and said he thought it would be better to give it to Sally's manager. The bodyguard told the manager that he would take the camera so the agency could deal with it, and the manager agreed. The bodyguard snatched the camera from Thomas's hands and told Thomas to step outside for a moment. The man asked why Tom hadn't reported anything to him. Tom asked why he should have reported anything to him. He asked him if he had looked around the waiting room, and he said he had, Tom added. The bodyguard asked if Tom had discovered the camera back then, and Tom replied, yes, which infuriated the man even more. He asked if he hadn't been taught to report everything to a higher-ranking person. Tom reminded the man that he was not his boss. Apparently, the man was upset that Tom was doing his job better than him, and he took a swing at Tom. Thomas said he didn't think anything good would come out of this kind of behavior. The man said that it seemed that because of his age and belonging to the SW, the boy thought too much of himself and left. In the car, Sally said. So it's not possible to find out so quickly who installed the hidden camera. The manager replied that since they said they would conduct an investigation, they would definitely find something. Sally replied, they said it wasn't accurate. It seemed like they thought it was the same as a regular camera. The bodyguard said they will also conduct a separate investigation, no need to worry. Sally didn't answer, but just continued to stare sadly into space. The manager told Sally to take a rest, then told Tom that he would take him to the next stop. But Thomas replied that everything was fine. He would get there himself. Then the manager said goodbye and left. A little while later, Sally came outside and Thomas immediately approached her. Sally asked if he had left yet. Thomas replied no, he was looking around the area. Then Sally said that he could go home. She was going to the store nearby. Or shouldn't she? Sally asked. Tom said that she could behave as she felt comfortable, because that's what he was here for. Sally was eating noodles and said, Tom should eat too. Initially, she was going to just buy food and go home, but since he was here, she could eat here. She doesn't always do this, but when she gets stressed, she just wants to walk mindlessly down the street. She has been in this profession since childhood, so it is difficult for her to even just walk down the street. And since she has been working all the time, she has no friends. Sally asked Tom how he spends his time, and he replied that sometimes after school he goes to the computer cafe with his friends. The secrecy failed, and Sally asked why she suddenly felt like those were the words of a high school student. Soon, Thomas and Sally were at the computer cafe with the boys. John said he never imagined he would ever play with her. Sally said that she also didn't imagine that she would be playing games at the computer club today. She only played occasionally at home. Jean said that she has such a wonderful character. He was very surprised, John shouted. In reality, she is even more beautiful. Sally thanked them and said, but they still laughed at her for not playing very well. Pete said there was nothing they could do about it because she really was a bad player. John said he couldn't help himself from trolling. Jean said they even made fun of Thomas, but it was exhausting. Then John said, he's just saying what he thinks, but she shouldn't say anywhere that she plays well. Otherwise, she will be criticized, John said bluntly, and the guys nodded at the same time. Sally just laughed at such frank criticism, and soon she said goodbye to the guys and left. Jean said how kind she was, Pete added. Who would have thought that he would laugh with Sally because she couldn't play? Sally said, just think. The bodyguard they assigned to her was a schoolboy. She was so surprised. But thanks to him, it was fun. She played so freely in the computer club for the first time. Tom said that although she can't go out, she can still play online with friends even while sitting at home. Sally admitted that she had no friends, she worked a lot, and after her debut, she had less and less free time. But how did Tom end up becoming a bodyguard when he was just a schoolboy? Sally asked. Thomas replied to buy a birthday present for his little sister. Sally said, wow, he took this job to buy a gift. What a good brother. They seem to have a great relationship. She's even jealous. She has no brothers or sisters. Sally asked where Tom lived. She would give him a ride. Tom refused, but Sally said it was late. Then Tom said, really? No need. After they get to her house, he will get home himself. Tom called Sally Miss a couple of times. Then Sally told him to call her big sister, or Nuna. They arrived, and a man approached the car. Tom covered Sally with his body, but she said that she knew him. The man said that the director wanted to meet Sally. She reluctantly went, but the man did not let Tom go. However, Thomas had no intention of listening to this man's order and continued to stand. Sally said that Tom could go home, she would do what was necessary, and return home. But Thomas said that he would wait for her here, which Sally didn't expect. Sally smiled at him and told him that everything was really okay, and that he should go home quickly and rest. And then she went to the car, thinking that she couldn't cause any more trouble for this guy. The guy asked why she wasn't picking up the phone. Could she call back? Sally asked why she should answer the call. The guy said that his mood was already slowly getting worse. How long was she going to behave like this? He communicates with many celebrities. Sally said he doesn't care who he dates. They already broke up. Let him not call her again, and not come here without warning. Sally opened the door. But the guy grabbed her hand and asked who cut her off from getting out of the car. Since he let her behavior go unpunished a couple of times, she decided that everything was possible, became a little popular, and didn't understand the situation. He thinks he can't bury her in this industry. Maybe he should bury her career and also reveal what her parents do. Why doesn't she want to listen while he speaks nicely and does all this nonsense? Suddenly, Thomas broke the window and grabbed the guy, throwing him onto the asphalt. Then he told Sally she could come out and asked if she was okay. But the guy shouted, "What kind of freak is this?" Thomas covered Sally with his body and replied, "Bodyguard." The man apologized to the manager. Then the guy said that he would meet with Sally again. Then Sally asked what Thomas was going to do. Did he even have any idea what kind of person he was? Tom replied that he was doing his job. He would watch her enter the house and only then leave. Sally saw in Thomas's eyes that he was serious and, smiling, said, "Okay," and thanked him for his help. "Tomorrow," the bodyguard said irritably that he heard Tom had managed to create a mess here. "Does he even have any idea who he's dealing with?" the bodyguard asked. Tom replied, "He was doing his job." The bodyguard said he was going to go crazy because of this idiot. There are so many teenagers nowadays pretending to be so cool. The boy snuck in with one of the owners of the KP group, or more precisely, the head of the marketing department. Plus, this group managed to invest in Miss Sally's agency. Because of him, not only Sally, but all the agents are in trouble. He even understands what he did. He doesn't know what kind of fantasy they managed to spin for him about bodyguards. But let him forget it once and for all. And let him stop causing so many problems for others, the man added and left. Sally met the crazy man again and another man. He demanded that Sally apologize. But Sally asked. They distracted her from filming just for this, and it is not she who should apologize. The man became nervous, and clearly did not expect Sally to behave this way. He asked what was wrong with her, and he told the director that Sally must be worried about that situation with the maniac. The psycho said, "Of course, he understands. She went through this." The man thanked the director for this. Then the psycho said that, according to him, she still hadn't put the stamp, that's why he called. The man said they had had enough time to think things over, considering all the time they had spent with them during training. She should join them. The conditions are much better compared to the first contract. Sally was under pressure. She thought why she was being forced into all this again. The psycho told her to fire the bodyguard. He can't turn a blind eye to the fact that Sally has such a cruel person working for her. The man, of course, nodded along with the psycho. Sally didn't like it. But the man said that even though she hadn't studied yesterday, he had heard enough. "I heard that a bodyguard named Thomas was causing trouble. So it all makes sense." Sally said Thomas didn't do anything like that, and yesterday he was just doing his job. The psycho said, "That's his name, Thomas. Haven't they become too close? Maybe this attitude towards him is also because of him." Sally thought he was thinking she was his property again. She said he was just a bodyguard, and she doesn't like it when he visits her after they broke up. The psycho asked if she would mind if he took care of his career as a bodyguard. What he meant was that such a cruel person couldn't work as a bodyguard, right? Sally said there was no need to take out your anger over an unsigned contract on someone who was not involved. The psycho said he had no reason to be angry because the contract would be signed soon. He was only doing this because he was dangerous. Then Sally said, "Enough dismissal." The psycho asked why. Why is she still defending him? She saw what he did to it yesterday. Let him put a stamp on it, and then they will go to a restaurant. Sally was under terrible pressure. She told herself not to show her fear. Thomas came and the psycho said, "He's still a kid, so that's why he's showing off like that." The man told Thomas he was no longer Sally's bodyguard. He would inform Soryu. The psycho said his life would be much more interesting from now on. Thomas noticed how scared Sally was and calmly said that she had to go to the meeting. She looked at Thomas in surprise, and he repeated that it was time for her to go. The psycho laughed and said that the boy was trying to take her away. Let him try. Let him try to take her if he can. Then the bodyguards came in. They told Thomas to go out, but Sally said Thomas was no longer her bodyguard. He could go home. "Let him go. She's firing him," Sally said, trying to sound confident. One of the bodyguards grabbed Thomas and told him to leave, but Thomas quickly waved him off. Then Thomas said, "It seems there was a mistake. His employer is not Miss Sally." The psycho said that it seems like this freak doesn't understand what's going on here. Thomas said that he understood the main situation. They used the stalker story as an excuse to renegotiate with Sally, and the fact that by using a bodyguard, they were able to officially keep an eye on her. The Parim company, experiencing financial difficulties due to negligent management, and the general director received investments from the KP company. And if at such a moment she does not re-sign with the company's main star, Sally, both companies will suffer huge losses. He also knows that Sally, who does not want to re-sign, has received numerous threats. The psycho shouted what a jerk like him could possibly understand about this. Tom asked what Miss Sally wanted to do. Thomas was the first to ask Sally what she wanted. Sally tried to hold back, but then she burst into tears and admitted that she wanted to leave here. Then the psycho threw off the mask and shouted where she was going and wanted to pee, but Thomas threw him back. Then the bodyguard decided to try his hand. Thomas punched him in the face, and the second bodyguard got hit in the ribs and then fell down. The first bodyguard stood up again. Then Thomas first hit him in the Adam's apple. Then the bodyguard got his knee in the face. Then the assistant director intervened in the fight, taking out an iron cane. He swung it as hard as he could, but Thomas dodged it and then hit the man himself. Then the psycho started laughing and asked Thomas if he even knew who he was dealing with. Now they were both finished. Whatever he had to use, he would ruin their lives, the psycho promised. Mary came and said that he called almost at dawn, so she wondered what had happened. She sent him to this job so that he would have peace of mind, but everything turned out like this. Sally thought that this granddaughter of the president of the SW company was also known for her outstanding abilities. She is responsible for managing new projects in SW as well as the entertainment business at such a young age. Mary told Tom that she would sort everything out here. Thomas replied, "Okay," and asked Sally to come with him. The psycho asked why she was there, Mary asked. It seemed to her that he had a conflict with her youngest. The men became nervous, and Mary suggested continuing the conversation where they had left off. Sally wondered who he was, but then Thomas asked where they were going. All of Thomas's seriousness disappeared in an instant, and Sally finally smiled. Sally woke up in her bed and thought she had slept for 10 hours. Due to a sleep disorder, she usually cannot sleep more than 3 hours a day. This is all thanks to the fact that the matter that had tormented her for so long was resolved. Mary told Sally that they had decided everything so that there would be no legal problems with the existing company. Now she can choose which company to work with, Sally said. There are other problems. Mary said if she was talking about Director Christian, she didn't have to worry about him anymore. They found out that this man had even threatened her parents, and they took appropriate measures. The KP company immediately stated that the director had acted arbitrarily, and that in the future her parents would under no circumstances be subject to any trouble. Sally thought just like that, and asked, "But why are they helping her?" Mary replied that one of their branches was interested in Sally, but the main reason was that the bodyguard job would end. Once they got this matter sorted out, Sally remembered this and smiled. She happily got dressed and went out. But there was another bodyguard standing there with Tom. The man introduced himself and said that he was from the SW company, and from now on he would be accompanying her for a while. Sally asked where Thomas was. The man replied that he had quit. Sally was a little upset, but then said that she would rely on the bodyguard. Soon Sally went on the show where she talked about her new role. Sally talked enthusiastically about the role, but she herself wondered why Thomas suddenly quit and why he didn't tell her. Mary told Tom that Sally had decided to sign a contract with one of their branches. Every effort was made to ensure that the former agency and Director Christian could not harm her. They both have done a lot of illegal things, and they have all the evidence, so you can rest assured. Thomas thanked Mary. She said, "Oh well, Tom himself said that you need to take responsibility." She heard him call Danny at dawn and ask him to find out about it. "He was so grumpy about getting calls about work," Mary said. Danny replied. "He wasn't grumpy much." Tom left and Mary said she sent him because the job was supposed to be easy. Daisy asked. Thomas was Sally's bodyguard. They even went to the computer club. Tom replied, "It was practice," Daisy wrote. "Wow, she's a fan of hers. I should have asked him to get her autograph." Suddenly Sally appeared and said that she did not expect to see him here, but the bodyguard knew that she had been waiting for him here for a long time. Sally said she was there on business, then asked if they could talk. They went out and Sally thanked Thomas for everything. Tom replied that she didn't need to thank him. He did what he had to do. Then Sally asked why he decided to quit and stop being her bodyguard. Tom replied that he had overdone it and his wound had become painful, and in this state he was not sure that he could protect her. Sally asked if he was wounded. Tom answered that he had received this wound earlier, before meeting her. Sally asked if he was badly wounded. Thomas said he had broken ribs but was generally okay. Sally asked for his phone number. Sally said that no one except her parents knows her personal phone number, so it's an honor. Maybe he wants something. She is grateful to him and wants to repay him somehow, Sally added. Daisy sat in class and thought about stopping by the store on the way to buy some meat. But when she raised her head, she froze. Sally was standing in front of her and congratulating her on her birthday. Daisy wondered how she knew it was her birthday, and Sally suggested taking a photo together. Since she's a bit busy now, maybe they could have lunch later, Sally asked. The kids at school were shocked and kept talking about Sally being at their school. Jean, John, and Pete ran to look at Sally, and Thomas thought he had only asked for one autograph. After school, the family started celebrating Daisy's birthday. She blew out the candles, and her grandfather wished her a happy birthday. He put the phone on the table and said that it was a gift from her grandfather. He also said that he would buy her a new phone, Daisy said. But her current phone still works fine. Then Tom put down a gift from him. It was a new laptop, Daisy said, but it was so expensive even Grandpa was surprised. He said that Tom didn't have much money to buy such a gift. Tom replied that he worked part-time. Daisy said the laptop was expensive because it had just come out. Thomas said the main thing was that she liked it. There is no computer in her room, and it must be a bit uncomfortable for her. Daisy thanked her brother and promised to take care of the gift. Sally called Tom and said she finally had a free minute, so she decided to call. "How is Daisy's celebration going?" Tom replied. "Everything is fine," and thanked her for the gift. Sally replied that she was just visiting her and they talked a little. Then she asked if Tom was busy tomorrow. Tom said that he was going to training. Then Sally asked what about the day after tomorrow. Thomas replied that he also needed to go to training the day after tomorrow. Sally got upset and said, "Well, that's very interesting," Tom replied, "Nothing interesting." They called her and she said that she had to go to the shoot and turned off her phone. But at that very second, an unknown number called, and Thomas immediately realized that it was one of his colleagues. It was Liam. He said he was arriving in the country today and asked if they could meet. They met late at night, and Liam apologized and said that he hadn't meant to call, but he needed to make sure of something. Thomas asked what. Liam replied that he heard that the 32nd came here to destroy Thomas. Tom answered correctly, but he failed and returned to camp after he learned that Liam was alive. But Liam sighed and said that the 32nd had not shown up at camp. Tom said the 32nd one left. He said that this is the only way the camp won't have any suspicions. However, Liam again said that he learned that the 32nd did not return to the camp after escaping. Thomas said that after they separated, the 32nd was attacked by a mercenary belonging to the camp. From what he heard, the camp only ordered the mercenary to bring the 32nd back, but he attacked him regardless of the order. Liam said that even when they were in the camp, besides their numbers, there were also mercenaries. They were like an eyesore to them. The situation got worse when he left, and after Tom escaped, the military began to fill out with mercenaries. Thomas asked if Liam thought they had taken the 32nd. Liam replied yes, and unfortunately, he was right. On the 32nd, he was captured by mercenaries and tortured. The man said to stop resisting and tell everything about why he ran away from the camp without orders. What orders did Aiden receive from the camp that started pursuing him? And where is Aiden now? The 32nd said, "Why is he still interrogating him? Is he his girlfriend?" Then the man got angry and hit the 32nd again and said, "Don't open your mouth again. Otherwise, his suffering will only increase. And if he doesn't want to die, he'd better not try to hold out any longer, but respond already." 32nd said that this is why they can't have a conversation. In his eyes, they look like they are afraid of death. Grandpa and Daisy were watching Sally's show, while Thomas was in his room thinking about his conversation with Liam. Liam said he had one guess, so he would go look for the 32nd. Tom said then the camp can find out that Liam is not dead. Liam replied he must save the 32nd. He is his family. Thomas looked at his grandfather and Daisy and thought for a moment, then closed the door and called Liam, saying that he would go with him. Claude and Una came into the classroom and John asked how they had rested. Una said it was not a rest. They had gone on business. John jokingly said that he didn't believe them, and Una asked where Thomas was. Peter said that Tom said that he had business and had been absent since yesterday. Claude thought about it, and John asked where their souvenirs were. Una repeated that they hadn't been on holiday. At night in the forest, Liam said that from the information he learned, they have one shelter within these 10 kilometers. If these freaks took the 32nd with them, judging by the location where the 32nd disappeared from, there was a good chance they were right here. Liam asked why Tom had decided to come with him. Thomas thought for a moment, then said that the 32nd was his colleague. Liam sighed and said, "Tom really has changed a lot." He never thought Tom would ever say something like that. The man said he checked everything from the campsite. They said that Aiden still hadn't contacted them. If there's been no news from him for so long, something definitely happened. The problem is that they can't find out what task Aiden received from the camp. This guy said we needed to talk and suddenly disappeared. Nothing but a headache. How they had to be trained so that even such a little one would not say anything until the very end. The guy was ordered to kill the 32nd, but when he approached the 32nd, they shot him. The boys all turned around and saw a man at the entrance who really scared them. Before the men had time to draw their weapons, they were dying one after another. The last one, the leader of this group, was stabbed to death by a man. Tom and Liam were outside. Liam said he knew some of them. They were mercenaries who were hired several years ago. Thomas said that someone was definitely aiming a knife at vital organs, and it didn't take long. Then Thomas suggested that Liam go their separate ways and explore the surroundings. Liam agreed. Thomas ran into the building and saw the 32nd tied up, he thought, although very weakly, but he was breathing. The strange thing is that all the enemies in front died from the pistol, Thomas noted. And those two who were in the back, in the very depths, and died from a knife. This method was familiar to Tom. In the past, when Tom was still one of the numbers, he asked the fourth one why he was doing ineffective things. Why leave enemies and kill them with a knife? It is much safer and faster to gain the upper hand using a regular pistol. The fourth one looked at Thomas with a crazy look and said, because then there will be no interest. Suddenly, bullets started flying at Thomas. He quickly ran into cover and took out his pistol. The fourth one returned and immediately attacked Thomas, but Tom ran out of his hiding place and ran forward. He ran into the corridor from the other side, slipped forward and met the fourth one, and immediately began shooting at him. Thomas hit him in the hand. Then the fourth one dropped the machine gun and ran at Thomas. But the fourth one managed to dodge every bullet. He jumped at Thomas with a knife, but Tom stopped the knife with a pistol. The fourth threw away Thomas's gun. Then Tom hit the fourth in the stomach and he flew back. Then the fourth one laughed and told Tom that he was quite good. What should he do if he was able to survive thanks to luck? He needs to run away from here quickly. Thomas thought the fourth one mistook him for one of the local mercenaries. The fourth one attacked Thomas. He got as close to Tom as possible, but still did not recognize him, but admitted that Tom had excellent abilities. Thomas grabbed the fourth man by the arm and immediately punched him in the face, then knocked him down with a punch to the chest. Then the fourth one reached for his machine gun and immediately shot at Thomas, but Tom quickly ran forward. Tom ran to his pistol and pointed it at the fourth one, and he said, so he's not one of these mercenaries. If there was a guy with similar abilities among the mercenaries working for the camp, he would know about it. Who is he, and why is he here? The fourth almost guessed who Tom was, as he shot him in the arm. Liam started shooting at him from the window. Then the fourth one quickly jumped out of the window. The fourth one immediately ran into his car and drove away. Liam asked, is this the fourth one? Why was the fourth one here? Judging by the fact that he killed the mercenaries, they weren't acting together. Thomas said that more importantly, the 32nd is not in the best condition right now. They put him in the car and Liam said, 32 is very bad. Thomas said that they needed to go back first. There was a place where they could get help. Liam said he was so bad now that they wouldn't be able to sail the boat for long. We'll have to use emergency treatment in this country. But if Tom goes with them, he'll be in danger. Tom has his own life. He is grateful just for the fact that Tom went with him. This is where they must say goodbye, Liam said and extended his hand. Tom shook it. The fourth one bandaged himself and thought, these abilities and aura were definitely the first one. Tom came home. Daisy looked out and Tom asked if she'd been sleeping. Daisy said she needed to study something. Grandfather waited until recently, but went to bed. He said that he became lonely and bored because he hadn't seen Thomas all day. Then Daisy asked if his case was okay. Tom replied, yes. Daisy said she made sandwiches and left them on the table. Thomas lay down on his bed. He was thinking about something. When Sally wrote to him asking if he was sleeping, Tom answered, not yet. Then she called him and apologized for calling late. She said that she often makes typos when writing messages. It was much more convenient to just call. She asked if Tom was busy tomorrow. If not, they can meet and talk a little, Thomas asked, tomorrow. Sally said that even if he suddenly needed to attend training, she could come herself. It shouldn't take long, Thomas then replied, okay. In the morning, Sally came to Tom and said that he had to participate in bodyguard training today. So why was he still at home? Did he lie to her? Asked Sally. Tom answered no. He needed to rest for a few more days. Then Sally said what a relief. Then they wouldn't have to rush so much. She would like to meet somewhere else, but during the day she might be recognized. Tom replied that everything was fine. Sally said that she had called him so unexpectedly because she wanted to consult with him and ask him about something. This has to do with her younger brother. He is a little younger than Tom, but is still in high school. And since they were both high school students, she thought maybe he would understand what was going on. According to the parents, recently my brother has been getting bruises and contusions frequently. If you ask him where they are from, his brother says that he got them during games or just after a little fight with friends. And if you start asking him in more detail, whether he locks himself in a room or leaves the house, at first she thought that at his age such behavior was possible. But after listening, she realized that everything was more serious, Tom asked. She asked him personally. Sally said that if she finds time and comes home, he does not leave the room and does not answer calls either. Before she started working, they were quite close. But apparently, after living on her own, she was unable to maintain the relationship as she should have. And until last year, everything was not so bad. But a year ago, he started avoiding her. Can Tom find out what is really going on? She has no one else to ask. If she asks someone else, strange rumors may appear. And then it would harm her brother. Soon Thomas came to her brother's school. Thomas had already found Sally's brother, Jay. But then 2 girls asked Tom to take off his mask. He said he had things to do and left, and the girls said he had an amazing voice. Jay came in, and the guy asked him why he was so late. He told him to come early in the morning and be ready. So why is he late? How dare the butler shirk? Asked the freak. The girl asked what kind of butler game this was. He had recently become interested in fantasy. Jay didn't answer, so the freak asked why the bastard wasn't answering, but was standing there like a statue and staring at them. Then Jay said that he wasn't feeling well today, which is why he was late. The freak asked if he was feeling bad. What did that mean? He decided to accuse him of something. He says he's late because he got it from him a couple of times yesterday and wants to tarnish his reputation. Another freak was watching the lesson and said, "So that's how it is," and ordered Jay to pick up his bag. Jay took off his bag in confusion and imagined it in front of him. Then the tattooed freak hit him. Then Jay fell to the floor and the freak asked if it was because it wasn't a real sandbag. He needed to use a punch instead of a leg. The freak again ordered Jay to pick up the bag. Jay didn't move. Then the freak asked why he was lying down. He said to pick up the bag. The girl said she wanted to eat. Then the freak sat down and ordered Jay to buy something to eat. Jay simply stood up and answered, walking out of the classroom, running past Thomas. Tom noticed Jay's sad look and remembered Sally. Daisy wrote that the laptop was just awesome. She said it had a lot of cool features and thanked him again. Tom sighed and followed Jay. Jay was at the store thinking about not wanting to go to school when Sally texted him asking to meet up. In the past, guys have said that Sally's acting is disgusting. She must have paid to get this role. Why put idols in TV series? It's impossible to watch their acting. It's annoying. Then Jay came home and asked what was wrong with his sister. Sally asked what he was talking about. She just came to relax. Jay asked if she could do better. Sally asked if he thought acting was really that easy. She also wants to cope better. But in reality, everything is more complicated than it sounds. And Jay said, let her try harder. All his classmates say that she plays terribly. He is ashamed. These memories weighed heavily on Jay. He wondered how she could continue to care for him after that. Thomas was outside. Daisy wrote that she was told he was not at school today. She was scared. In the morning he left early, saying that he was going to school. Tom apologized and said that he just had something to do. Jay noticed Thomas and wondered who this guy was. Even though he was wearing a mask, he was immediately noticeable. He was staring at Thomas and accidentally tripped, dropping all the groceries on the ground. Thomas came over and helped Jay by handing him the onigiri. Jay sheepishly thanked Tom. Jay suggested they eat together, noticing that Tom was hungry. Jay thought he had an amazing face. He seemed to be from their school, but how could he not have seen him before? Jay asked Tom what year he was in. Tom replied, 3rd. Jay said that he was older than him. Thomas replied that he was not from his school. Jay wondered what he was talking about. He was wearing his school uniform. Thomas said he just dropped by for a quick peek, or more accurately, Tom sneaked in wearing his uniform. Suddenly, Jay received a call and froze in fear. He told Thomas that it was time for him to go. He ran away and answered the phone saying that he was already running. He just had to go to the store since all the burgers were sold. The freaks ate and complained that Jay couldn't do anything right. Jay wondered how long he had to live like this. There was almost a year and a half left until graduation. Maybe I should just drop out of school, but then my parents and sister will be very angry. Suddenly the girl asked. Jay secretly looked at her legs. Jay answered, no, but the girl said that she saw everything. Jay replied that he really didn't look. Why would he look at her legs? The girl asked if he was trying to humiliate her now, and if he was out of his mind, and who gave him permission to raise his voice at her. The freak stood up and tried the move he had just seen on Jay's phone. He choked Jay, and he lost consciousness while the freaks were calmly communicating. Jay remembered the students saying Sally was pretty, and the girl retorting that she was prettier. The guy said she must have dated a lot of guys. She looks easy. Then Jay couldn't take it anymore and shouted at him not to dare say that, but the guy ended up beating him up. Jay woke up in the medical room with Thomas sitting next to him. Tom asked why Jay didn't tell his sister. This surprised Jay a little. He asked what he was talking about. Tom said he was asking why Jay didn't tell Sally about everything. Tom was serious, and Jay thought he wasn't just making an assumption. He actually knew Sally was his sister. Then Jay remembered how his sister stayed late at work, how she practiced her lines, even in the hospital. And people on the internet continued to write that Sally's acting was pathetic and all sorts of nasty things. Sally cried every time she read the comments. Jay said that if anyone found out that Sally's younger brother was an errand boy, it would cause great harm to his sister. Celebrities must carefully monitor their image, not only their own, but also that of their family. If it turns out that the younger brother, like an idiot, has become an errand boy, the sister will again have to suffer from something that is not worth such suffering. Tom asked if it was even his fault. Jay replied yes, because there are people who will find the slightest excuse to find fault with something, without taking into account who is right or wrong. If such a problem could be solved so easily, he would not have to endure all this. The humiliation could become even more brutal. And if the matter were to become public, it would be revealed that Sally was a member of his family. In any case, no matter how hard he tries to resolve the problem, it will only bring harm to his sister. Thomas asked what Jay was going to do next. Jay didn't answer. Jay received messages on his phone. They were the freaks who told him to buy food. Jay replied to Tom that he would try to hold out until graduation. Thomas came out of the office, picked up the phone and asked if she had heard everything. Sally answered yes. Tom said it looked like they had found the reason for her brother's strange behavior. Sally said she thought it was just adolescence, and he was keeping his distance from her because he didn't like her. She had no idea that he had to go through this because of her. But Thomas said it wasn't her fault, and it wasn't her brother's fault. And then he hung up. Thomas remembered Daisy saying that Sally's little sister had such a wonderful personality. She didn't even imagine that she was so kind. All the guys envied her. In class, the kids were complaining that Jay was still not here and they were hungry. One of the guys asked if he heard that idiot fainted again. Another replied that at least this time he didn't pee himself. Thomas came into the class. The girls said that this idiot was not from their class. The first freak approached Thomas and asked what he wanted, and immediately got hit in the neck. The second one ran at Thomas, but also quickly received a blow from Thomas and lost consciousness. Then the guys started shouting what this freak was doing and attacked Thomas at once. But they also quickly found themselves unconscious on the floor, and Thomas was waiting for their leader. The freak said that he didn't know what kind of crazy person he was or why he was doing this, but he was just in time. He just wanted to try his techniques without gloves and any rules. He seems to have some fighting skills, but he was unlucky with his opponent. Having finished speaking, the guy attacked Thomas, but Tom easily dodged his attack. The guy shouted at Tom. He was still a complete newbie. Tom grabbed him and hit him. Before the guy could react, Thomas hit him in the stomach again. The guy wondered what kind of monster it was. He wanted to kick Thomas, but Tom grabbed his leg, and so he knocked him down. The guy fell to the floor and the whole class froze. The door opened and another group of guys entered the office. The guy laughed. He stood up and said he didn't know what kind of freak he was, but today was the end for him. The guy asked who this freak was, and the bully replied that he didn't know. He suddenly appeared and started acting like a madman. Thomas was asked who he was and what the hell he was making such a noise about. Tom didn't answer. The guy told Thomas to take off the mask. He wanted to look at his face. The boys ran to attack Thomas, but Tom quickly elbowed one of them in the face. He punched another in the face and he fell back to his guys. The hooligans shouted what they were doing, let them attack at once, and that's what the guys did. Jay walked back to the office thinking about that guy who had suddenly appeared, and then suddenly disappeared. He hoped that he wouldn't get into any more trouble today when he heard screams. Jay wondered what had happened, why there were so many people gathered near his class. Suddenly a guy flew out of the classroom and crashed into the wall. Then Jay came closer. But as soon as Jay approached the class, another guy flew past. A crowd of guys lay unconscious on the floor, and Thomas stood in the center. The bully thought, what about this freak? Was there such a monster in their school? Thomas looked at the bully and walked towards him. Then the bully asked who he was and what the reason for his attack was. Tom asked for a reason, and he had a reason for bullying people. Let him remember this if he hears them bullying someone again. Then he will come back. And when he comes back, everything will not end as easily as it did today. The bully wondered if this bastard knew one of those he had bullied. Thomas said he didn't hear the answer. The bully laughed and said it gave him goosebumps. Does he have 8th grader syndrome? He doesn't know what kind of idiot he is, but it looks like he's been watching too many movies. Then Thomas in an instant grabbed the bully by the head and began to smash his head against the wall. The bully began to choke on his own blood, and Thomas slammed his head against the wall again. Then the bully said, "That's enough. Everything will be as he said. He won't touch anyone again." After answering, Thomas stood up and walked towards the exit, pretending not to know Jay. Jay thought, it seems like no one could even touch him. Who would have thought that they would be beaten so easily? Chuck acted like he was invincible, but in the end, in front of a man stronger than him, he was no different from him. Then Chuck looked at Jay and shouted, "What is the freak looking at? What is he finding funny?" Just as he shouted for Jay to come to him, Thomas came back into the classroom and grabbed Chuck. He threw it back and Chuck smashed a couple of desks. Then Thomas walked up to him and grabbed his finger. And one sharp movement, and Chuck's finger was broken. and Thomas asked if his words were a joke to him. Chuck replied, "No, really. He really wouldn't hurt anyone, honestly." Then Thomas said there was no need for that. Let him remember that he could come back again. Thomas walked past Jay again and said quietly he paid Jay for the food. Later he called and said not to worry, there were some problems, but he sorted everything out. The girls said they heard that all the boys were taken to the hospital and Chuck's condition was the most serious. One of them said that he was not a student from their school. She tried to look for him, but it was all useless. Jay thought that was all the school was talking about today. Yeah, he took on so many guys on his own. Suddenly someone called Jay loudly. He turned around and saw Sally standing in front of the door. She asked if Jay would continue to ignore her calls. Jay asked why his sister was here. Sally said he kept ignoring her calls, so she decided to come in person. She told her brother to pack his bag and go with her. Jay asked where, but Sally only answered quickly. Then Sally looked at the girls and said that she had watched their video carefully. As for her, she played a big role in the bullying of her brother. She didn't do it personally, but she gave various orders using the guys. They will soon face a lawsuit. The punishment for someone like her will probably not be serious, but people will find out what they did. They went out and Jay asked why she did it. What would happen now? What if because of him they write bad things about her on the internet again? Or she suffers from mean comments? Sally asked why something like this had to happen. Jay replied that he had been bullied at school. If anyone finds out that he is her brother, nothing good will happen to her. Sally asked, so what, did he do anything wrong? It was those guys who behaved incorrectly, not him, Sally said. Even if she was harmed by rumors that he had been subjected to something like this, she would not care at all. So Jay shouldn't think like that, okay? Sally added. Jay burst into tears and replied, yes. At school, John said that he would like to see Sally again. Maybe Tom could invite her to the computer cafe. Claude said it seemed like while they were flying to America, Tom was Sally's bodyguard. Yuna said she knew. She remembered a conversation with Mary. She said she heard something happened in America. It's not easy to learn how to run a company, right? But maybe she managed to find herself a boyfriend, Yuna shouted. That's not true. Mary said they say he's going back to Korea. They said they want her to handle protocol. Yuna got angry, stood up and walked up to Thomas. She said that she needed to talk to Tom, and she asked the boys to leave, but the boys refused. Then Yuna looked at them menacingly, and they left. Yuna asked if Thomas was free today. Thomas replied, not really. She and Daisy had agreed to go grocery shopping after school, and Yuna asked if she could come. She will definitely get permission from Daisy, Yuna added. And after school, Tom, Daisy, Una, and Claude were in the store, and Claude asked if he heard that Tom was out of shape and busy. Tom answered yes, Claude asked. And Thomas was Sally's bodyguard. Tom answered again yes. Claude asked if Tom had seen other celebrities. Thomas replied, no, he hadn't been working long. Then Claude asked what Tom thought about being Sally's bodyguard from now on. Tom replied, it's hard to say. Daisy said it was no use. Yuna replied, no, she said she wanted to go with them. But Daisy said, her brother too. And in such moments she can cope alone. Yuna said the relationship between them always seems so warm that even she is jealous. Daisy asked if Yuna was not busy. Maybe she could have dinner with them. Yuna asked if it was possible. Daisy answered. Of course, her brother is actually quite good at cooking in his own way. They returned home and Thomas cooked dinner for 4. The boys all sat down at the table together. Yuna tried it and said it was delicious. Thomas is really good at cooking. Daisy said. She said so. Then Yuna asked, and where did Tom learn this? Thomas replied that he simply did exactly the same as in the YouTube video. During dinner, the boys chatted pleasantly, although the girls did most of the talking. Yuna thanked him and said it was very tasty. Thomas stood up and collected the dishes. Then Yuna said she would wash the dishes. Daisy said she would do it herself, but Yuna insisted on her own. Yuna tried to tie her apron, but nothing worked. Then Thomas helped her. The next day, the man said that it was a VIP who would be visiting them today. His name is Louis Bailey. He will come to SW for the merger of companies, as the third heir of the Bailey Group. Miss Yuna will be in charge of the channel, so their third team will be the main security. Thomas and Claude, who will be accompanying Miss Yuna, need to be especially careful. Louis arrived and asked if Yuna was doing well, then suddenly hugged her. Yuna walked away and asked what he was doing, but she thought, and specifically in front of Tom, he won't misunderstand. Louis asked why Yuna was so shy, and it was because people were watching. Why worry so much about the opinions of bodyguards and escorts? Aren't the escorts at SW taught to keep their mouths shut no matter what the owner does? Yuna asked him not to behave like that. Louis said, okay. At the restaurant, Yuna and Louis were eating, and Louis asked if she had thought carefully about his proposal. Louis added that he was talking about getting engaged to him. He didn't think it was a bad offer for her. Yuna said that we could talk about this later. Yuna didn't want Thomas to know about it. Louis said he came here specifically to hear her answer in person. But she avoids this conversation, Yuna said. The answer. She gave it back then, Louis said insistently. But he had also told her to think about it again. To be honest, she doesn't have the appropriate position in SW, nor the abilities. Thanks to her father, she received a large share in the company, but compared to others, she did not receive any recognition. Also, it seems she specifically avoids the 7-arrow effectiveness in Subway. Since this situation has arisen, wouldn't it be better for her to be connected with him? This will also help with SW. Suddenly, Thomas said, it was time to head to the next meeting place. To arrive on time, they need to leave right now. Yuna felt relieved and said, yes. But Mr. Abuser said, so that's how they train bodyguards in SW. Or maybe this bodyguard is behaving this way of his own free will. Yuna said she asked him to remind her. It's an important protocol. So there should be no disruption to the schedule. Then Louis asked the bodyguards to leave. He wants to conquer her alone. It doesn't matter to him. But it seems like Yuna cares. Yuna asked if they could leave them for a while. She was fine, so they could go. When they were alone, and Louis said Yuna rejected his proposal because of that guy. He's talking about that bodyguard who intervened, Yuna shouted. But what is Louis suddenly talking about? Louis said there was no need to worry so much. He was not such a petty man. He wouldn't be angry about something like that. He doesn't care. She can date him. She can date him as much as she wants even after their engagement. She is still a schoolgirl. Besides, people in their circle don't marry for love, so she can date whoever she wants. Now they have settled everything. Because of the time difference, he is very tired. Things can be postponed until tomorrow. Besides, she's not in the mood to continue today's schedule right now. Let him give him his answer before he comes back, Louis added and left. Louis walked past and put his hand on Thomas's shoulder and told Tom to know his place. Mary said she heard that they hadn't even sorted out all the schedule they had planned for the day. Louis is, after all, heading up the project they're working on together this time. Yuna said that the thing is that he himself canceled everything unilaterally. Mary asked. Yuna knows that she doesn't like it, right? Yuna remained silent. And Mary continued. It is not surprising that the relations between the members of the SW group family are not the best. But among all of them, she doesn't like her the most. Yuna replied that she knows. There's no need to talk about it. It was difficult for her to gain recognition and achieve this position. She had to compete with her own father, who wanted to own at least a part of the SW company. She'd been resisting the attacks of her relatives, not to mention her older brother, ever since she was even younger than Yuna was now. But what about Yuna? She got everything from her uncle without lifting a finger, and because she was left alone early, even her grandfather took special care of her. And he protected her so that none of the relatives could cause inconvenience, because she knows that her grandfather only loves Yuna like that. They must overcome competition to grow into real leaders capable of withstanding attacks from other companies, so he believed and observed them. As time goes by, she will receive a good share in a corporation with significant power. But even if this is the case, the employees for whom she will have to take responsibility, after all, are not guilty of anything. Yuna needs to become more responsible, Mary added. The bodyguard said, Thomas, 18 years old, he is in the same class as Miss Yuna, and at the moment he is doing an internship at SW as a bodyguard. Louis asked if they were sure they had investigated properly. The man answered, yes. Although he was unable to find out more details due to lack of time, he was confident in this information. Louis thought she was taking him for a promotion, but to think she was so clueless that she would take him along to meetings like this. At the meeting, Louis looked at Thomas and thought, no matter how you look at him, he looks good, even annoying. After the meeting, Louis asked if all the important schedule for today was finished. Yuna replied, yes, the work schedule is over. Louis said he wants to visit one place. Mary said she didn't understand why she had to ask to cancel the schedule and come here. Danny replied that he didn't know. He suddenly said that he wanted to watch the bodyguards training. They came and saw such a scene. Yuna stood in front of the bodyguards and told them to take those words back. Louis said he didn't know what he said wrong. The two closest bodyguards were just students, and one of them didn't have any proper training at all. It is possible that the SW security team does not live up to its name and location, or it leads them around at its own discretion. The bodyguard said there was a misunderstanding. Their security service does not work that way. Misunderstandings are likely to arise, but bodyguards are made up of people with proven personalities and skills. That applies to those two as well, but Louis said anyone could say that. Louis then asked if they would like to have a friendly match. Between their bodyguards and SW's bodyguards, there's nothing surprising about that. They themselves said that these are people with proven skills. Besides, wouldn't a friendly duel be beneficial for both sides? Yuna replied that she did not want to decide something like this on her own. Bodyguards are people who protect them, not clowns for show. Louis was irritated by this. He looked at Thomas and asked what he thought. In fact, This conversation started because of him. Being a bodyguard, he is going to hide behind the one he is actually supposed to protect. Even though he is an intern. Isn't that too much? And it's not just about this child, it's about them too. And there is no shame in hiding behind those who are supposed to be protected. The guys began to whisper and send Lewis. The bodyguard said they couldn't fight each other because they had to work together throughout the protocol. After all, if someone remains silent about an injury, he will not be able to properly fulfill his duties. But here, Mary gave her permission. Mary asked, "Well, the second team, will they fight?" Danny answered, "Yes." Lewis thought, it's a shame he egged them on because of this guy. But he's the one who won't be involved. So Mr. Abuser told Thomas that he was hiding behind his back until the very end. What a lucky guy. Thomas sighed and stepped forward. Yuna said that he didn't have to do it, but Tom said that he was also part of the second team. The second team loved Thomas and cheered him loudly when he stepped forward. The man told Lewis, he told him to teach this kid a good lesson. "He'll break his leg," Lewis smirked and said let him learn his place. Mary said she knew about the guy's skills, but she was a little worried because he was young. Danny said it wasn't worth it. During the fights they spent together training, there was no one who could defeat Thomas. Mary was surprised. And at that moment the fight began, which did not last even a minute. Thomas defeated the man with one blow. Mary said she had worried for nothing. But the boys were already getting ready to go out to fight. But suddenly Thomas said, looking at Lewis next. Lewis didn't expect this at all, and Claude wondered what was wrong with this guy. And the guys from the second team were inspired and said that Thomas would continue until victory. Lewis went crazy. The next man came out, and the assistant told Lewis not to worry. Their man would definitely not make a mistake now. But Thomas immediately grabbed him by the arm, punched him in the face, then punched him in the stomach again. The man's face was already covered in blood. He ran towards Thomas, but Tom hit him in the face with his knee, and he fell unconscious. Thomas turned around and said again. Next, the second team cheered, and Lewis was angry. He asked how careless these two could have been to lose to this child. The assistant said it wasn't a matter of inattention. Maybe that was the case the first time, but definitely not the second time. This guy has excellent skills. Lewis said some high school student had such good skills that he defeated elite fighters. The assistant replied, yes. Now things have become more serious, as the opponents have realized Thomas's true powers. The man attacked Thomas, but Tom dodged every one of his attacks. Thomas grabbed the man by the arm and head and easily threw him to the floor. And before the man could get up, Thomas came up to him and started to strangle him. He let go of the man after a couple of seconds, but that was enough to knock the man out. Yuna's bodyguard thought, no matter how much he looked, he could only think that Tom was outstanding. Lewis wondered if it was this guy again, and at that moment Thomas said, next. Tom looked straight at Lewis, and he understood that Thomas was saying this on purpose, looking into his eyes. Lewis thought Thomas was being cheeky, and the other team also gave Thomas a lot of support. The assistant said that they better hold off on this guy. Their guys won't be able to defeat him. Lewis asked the man what nonsense this was, since there was still him. Danny also realized that they would end there, Mary said. But it seems to her that they will, on the contrary, attack even more because of their hurt pride. Danny replied that even if they continued to advance, it would be very difficult for them to defeat Thomas. And even if they did defeat him, there would be no benefit in it. After all, Thomas had already fought with 3 opponents and should have lost some of his strength. Victory over such an opponent is not worth much. Besides, they probably provoked them only to drag Thomas in and embarrass him. And since everything has now turned against them, they will surely surrender. The man said that they would end the friendly duel here, and all the guys started shouting Tom's name. Danny said that not only girls, but even men think this guy is amazing. The guys surrounded Thomas and started praising him, and saying that his techniques were amazing. Mary said, indeed, he is usually very taciturn and walks around with an inscrutable expression on his face. But at the same time, he is very popular. Danny added that because Thomas always shows his outstanding abilities, it means more to them than words. Yuna continued to look at Thomas, and Tom asked how she was feeling. She smiled brightly and said, suddenly her mood became just great. In her grandfather's office, her grandfather asked if there had been a fight between the bodyguards. Yuna answered, yes. The assistant said, judging by what he heard, that side was the first to provoke their side, and in a rather harsh manner. Although their side indicated that they intended to refuse, there was no other way out, and as a result, instead of the third team, they were responsible for the protocol. The second team took part in the match, and the grandfather asked what the results were. Yuna smiled sweetly and proudly said that Thomas had defeated everyone single-handedly. Thomas was in Lewis's room, and he said he was so young but had great skills. He is here for the duration of his internship, right? If he transfers to him, he will hire him in due form, and he will pay him much more than they pay here, Thomas immediately refused. Lewis said maybe it was because Tom didn't yet know how much he was going to offer him. Then, this is what he will do. He does not know how much he was promised here, but he will give 3 times more. Thomas was not impressed and refused again. Lewis said that it seemed that Tom did not know how to reason practically. A chance like this is not easy to come by, and once Tom refuses, he won't offer it again. He doesn't care about it, but Thomas has to get away from Yuna. Thomas didn't understand the last part. She's not the kind of person Tom would hang out with, Lewis added. Tom replied. He was just looking after her. Lewis asked if it was about the money. He would give it to Tom. Thomas said if Lewis had nothing more to say, he would leave. Then he just walked out. Lewis was angry that Thomas didn't even bother to listen to him until the end. When Tom left, Lewis said, "If only they hadn't screwed up, that guy wouldn't have dared to treat him like that." The man replied that they had a strong opponent, and to be honest, he himself would not have defeated him in hand-to-hand combat. Lewis asked if he was that strong. The man replied, "Yes, as Lewis himself knows, the guys brought here are considered the best. Perhaps the first of the fighters was simply careless, but the fact that this guy defeated the rest so easily is simply unthinkable. Although he looks young, he is actually very strong. But for bodyguards, hand-to-hand combat is not everything. If wrestling were the only requirement, former martial artists would also be eligible. But good hand-to-hand combat skills are only one of the minimum requirements for bodyguards." Lewis said that was indeed the case, then asked if the matter was progressing without any problems. The man replied, "Yes, he recently clarified everything again. There are no changes in the plan. As agreed, he will arrive after tomorrow's schedule ends." Lewis thought it would happen tomorrow. Then he would finally be able to seize upon his older brother's weak spot. At the restaurant, Lewis said they finally got things sorted out today. She did a great job. Yuna replied that it was her job. Lewis asked what about his proposal, and Lewis said that she could decide before he returned. "Unless that means she can give him an answer tomorrow," Lewis answered. "Right. He'll have to wait until tomorrow," Lewis added, Yuna thought. She only had to wait one more day. Lewis said, "And he is attractive even in the eyes of men. He is talking about the guy who took part in a friendly fight yesterday." Now that he understood why she was so drawn to him, Yuna blushed and asked what he was talking about. "And this is not the first time," Lewis said. He understands why she is so confused. Yuna said she didn't understand what he was talking about. Lewis said she could date him after the wedding. She can date him not only after their engagement, but also when they are married. Yuna asked why Lewis would want to marry her then. Lewis said he wanted to ask why she was acting so naive. In any case, people like them cannot marry for love. For them, marriage is just a deal. He just wants to offer her a deal that will benefit both of them. Each of them can meet with whomever they want. Lewis stood up and, leaving, said that he was expecting an answer tomorrow. Yuna thought that marriage was just a deal, so as not to harm other people. Is there no other way? She remained silent, and Thomas noticed that Yuna was very upset. Yuna said that Tom did a great job. All the work is finished for today, which means his work in this matter is also finished. Thomas replied, "The work is not finished until this day is over." Suddenly, Thomas noticed a man with a spider tattoo on his face and froze. Yuna asked if everything was okay. Thomas asked if he could get out here. He had things to do. Claude replied, "Okay, the schedule for today was already finished, so he could go." Thomas followed the man with the spider tattoo, and it turned out that the man was heading towards Lewis's hotel. The man brought the guy and said that he had arrived. Lewis asked what was with the materials. The guy hesitantly handed over the flash drive and said, "They are here." Lewis thought with this he could overthrow his older brother. The guy asked when he would give him the money he promised. Lewis replied that he would send it after he was sure of everything. Suddenly, the man burst into the room and immediately started shooting at people. The bodyguard protected Lewis, and he thought his brother sent him. How did he know that the deal would take place here? Even though the bodyguard was wounded, he took out a stun gun and shot the man. In this country, he can't walk around with a gun, and that's led to a big problem. When the bodyguard looked out from the sofa, he saw that Thomas had pinned the attacker against the wall. But he decided it was stupid. How could Tom run at a man with a gun without having a plan? However, Thomas quickly punched the man and snatched the gun from his hands. The man pulled out a knife, but Thomas quickly shot the stranger in both legs and he fell. Lewis told the bodyguard. He said that Tom was only good at hand-to-hand combat. Thomas reported that he had located and pursued a hitman he had known from his time as a mercenary, and that Lewis was the target. Tom also said that it was quite strange that Lewis always had so many guards around him. Lewis was digging up the corruption of that son of the Bailey family. He persuaded his brother's workers to his side in order to obtain important documents, which means the criminal is the second son of the Bailey family. Grandfather said he heard that there were many disagreements in the Bailey family due to inheritance issues, but he didn't expect it to go this far. It's good that everything was resolved without serious consequences. The Bailey family and Lewis personally conveyed their gratitude. At the airport, Lewis asked Yuna again what her answer was, and she refused. She said that maybe it was because she was still naive, but she couldn't agree to a marriage without love. Lewis said whatever he wanted, but she would have to face a similar choice again in the future, even if it wasn't him. This time he owed her boyfriend for saving him, so he won't bother her anymore, Yuna shouted. He's not her boyfriend. Yuna turned around shyly, and Lewis realized that she was so unrequited in love. Lewis said, well, that means he made a statement that is inappropriate at this time. He approached Thomas and asked again if he really didn't want to work for him. Lewis said he wouldn't thank him for that job because Thomas did what a bodyguard was supposed to do. Let him come to him at any time. He will provide all the conditions, Lewis added. And Lewis's bodyguard said that he was obliged to Thomas. Daisy was walking home when she noticed Claude, Yuna, and her brother. She asked what they were doing, but Claude motioned for her to be quiet. Yuna said Thomas really did a great job she was so surprised to hear about yesterday. Thanks to him, their company received a huge advantage, Yuna added. Thomas replied that he had done what he had to do, and that he was not the only one who had done a good job. But the other security guards also did a good job, and they all did their jobs with dignity. Yuna remembered what Lewis had said about choice and asked Thomas what his greatest dream was. Thomas said he didn't think he had ever thought about it. So Yuna asked what he would like to do in the future, how he wished he could live. Thomas remembered his past, the terrible battles, the loss of people, and then he said he just wants to live with his family. What's important to him is what's happening now, Yuna thought. What's happening now is important, Mary asked. And for what purpose Yuna came? Yuna asked. Mary works even at such a late hour. And Mary replied, Yuna thinks she can leave work at the same time as everyone else. Let her tell the reason for her appearance. Yuna said that she has something to talk to her about. Mary asked what Yuna wanted to discuss. Yuna asked Mary to take over the company. Mary asked what she was talking about. She's not going to lead the company, and like Mary said, she's not ready for that. And she's also not sure if she'll ever be capable enough for it. In fact, she has absolutely no interest in managing. Therefore, if suddenly her father or grandfather entrusts her with the company, Mary should take control. She cannot refuse her share because she received it from her father. But Mary can run the company instead of her. Mary asked if Yuna even understood what her words meant. It's not that simple and can't be solved with just words. Yuna replied that, as Mary says, she doesn't understand anything about it. She doesn't know whether it's possible to do it this way or not. In fact, she doesn't quite understand the process she's talking about now. This is exactly what she means. This is all she needs to know. So she asks Mary for help. Mary asked why she needed it. Yuna replied that if everything turned out as she said, it would be good for Mary. Moreover, this will be an advantage in the fight against other family members. She said everything she wanted, and now she's leaving, Yuna said, and left. Then Yuna called Thomas and asked if he was busy so they could talk a little. The boss was in his club and was wondering what that kid was doing. Maybe he should call and continue eating together. David came to the boss and said Glenn came. A man appeared and said they haven't seen each other for a long time. The man told his boss about the chief and Glenn, and he took it badly. Then his partner said that he heard that Glenn had left for Russia and was now living there, which is why he had returned. The man replied that he didn't know, whatever the reason. If that madman came back, it would complicate things greatly. He doesn't intend to go back and cooperate with the boss, because at one time, the boss reported to Glenn, the man said. The fat man replied, no, it can't be. The chief is very different from Glenn. He has impressive powers, but at the same time he wants to live quietly, because he doesn't have much greed. Glenn is very greedy for new conquests, and is ready to use any methods to achieve his goal. After all, the chief left their area untouched, even after what happened. If Glenn had been in his place, they would already be dead. The boss asked when Glenn returned. Glenn replied, 2 days ago, he returned for a short time only because of one matter. He heard that the boss was living as quietly as before. Why then, after all, he had such abilities and resources. The boss replied that he was simply very lazy, and as he got older, he became even more lazy to do anything. Glenn asked, and this is the boss speaking in front of someone older than him. The boss just laughed. Suddenly, Glenn became more serious and offered to cooperate with the boss if they joined forces. They will be able to take over the entire country, the boss said. He does not have the ability for this. Something like this can't be solved by force alone. You need to be able to manage things and love doing business. In any case, he won't be able to cope with this. And with age, he has become increasingly lazy. After this, the chief and his men said goodbye to Glenn and wished him a good journey. David asked why Glenn had come. The boss answered, saying that it was on business. Whatever this matter was, they'd better not mess with Glenn. The boss said, This little bastard will behave the same way when he decides to separate. David said straight out that he would not separate. He would never leave his boss. And Glenn called someone and said that he would take care of it. But in exchange, he had to add a couple more conditions. Daisy knocked and asked if she could come in. Thomas said yes, and she went in. Seeing Thomas stretching, Daisy asked if all the boys were that good at pull-ups. Thomas remembered his training in the army and answered, yes, everyone around him. The chef texted Tom, asking if Tom wanted to have some kimbap for a late-night snack, and Tom went out. The drunk boss said that the hedgehog was a completely ordinary schoolboy. Thomas remained silent. They bought food, and the chef asked if Tom was doing an internship as a bodyguard at SW. Tom answered yes. The boss asked, but how can a guy of Tom's caliber be an intern, and not an unofficial bodyguard? And how was his internship? Okay, Thomas replied. Yes, the boss asked, but he doesn't think it's particularly difficult for him there. Tom answered, yes, the boss asked. Is the younger sister doing well? Tom answered again, yes. The chef even liked Thomas's taciturnity. He told Tom not to hold back and gave him his onigiri. Grandpa was at work. He was putting a box in the trash, when suddenly people started helping him. Then the grandfather said, he told me, they don't have to do this. The boss just answered, yes, yes. Then they left, the man said. Although these guys look fierce at first glance, their actions are completely different. David said there was a cafe somewhere nearby when suddenly he got a call. He asked what happened, then looked at the chief and said they were attacked. Then the boss and David returned and saw the devastation in their bar. David said the flash drive where the videos were stored had disappeared. It can be concluded that this is not just an attack for the sake of a fight. The chief asked, what is more important now? What is the condition of the guys? All 6 were seriously injured. 5 were unconscious, David said. 1 came to and said that he only remembered how 2 people attacked them, but did not know any more details. David asked who it could be. The boss got a call and he picked up. It was Glenn. Glenn said he heard some unexpected news, that one of his establishments had allegedly been attacked. Even though he had been absent for several years, he could not help but find out about something like this. What kind of freaks did this? The boss replied that he was currently looking into it. This was not the first time they had encountered something like this. So Glenn shouldn't worry so much. Glenn said he has no doubt that the boss can handle it. He could call any time if he needed help, Glenn added. And the boss thanked him. He told his guys that they were asked not to delay and to finish everything as quickly as possible. The man replied that the boss would be extremely careful from now on. So he thought they needed to be more careful. The boss and his guys came to the fat man, but he swore that it wasn't them. It's true. Why would they do something like that at all? The fat man added. The boss said that last time they found some reason. The fat man replied that it wasn't them. Then the boss went to the next one. But he also said that they had nothing to do with it, and the chief went to the last one. But he also said that it wasn't them. David said it looked like none of the guys here were involved. He didn't even know who it could be. The boss said he would drop in on the guys at the hospital and then head home. David said that they would go and take a closer look at the establishment. The chief thought that this time was different from the previous ones. If it had been a fight between organizations, there would have been at least some evidence. John wrote, Tom needs to try harder tomorrow. Tom was terribly bad at the game today. Daisy asked if Thomas was meeting his uncle today. Tom asked if Daisy could pass him some kimchi. She heard from her grandfather that he is a very good person who helps many people, together with his friend. They suddenly appeared while we were sorting garbage and offered to split the work. And they also often help when you need to carry heavy things, and also often make different drinks. Thomas was surprised when they said they had a couple of extra pieces left. She prepared it today, so it would be good to give it to him as soon as possible. Thomas replied that he would leave right now. And after a while, Tom was standing at the boss's apartment. The boss asked what the high school student was doing here. Thomas handed over the lunchbox and said, his sister asked me to give this to him. Having handed over the lunchbox, he was about to leave immediately, but the boss asked if Tom could come in and have something to drink. David asked if they had assigned people to Glenn. The guy replied that after hearing the chief's words, they sent the guys. But it's still not clear where Glenn is now. It will take time if they want to make sure the chief doesn't know about it. David thought it bothered him that something like this happened right after Glenn showed up. And at that moment, the car deliberately crashed into David's car and dragged the car for another couple of meters. David was covered in blood, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he was pulled out of the car and thrown onto the asphalt. The chef said that she cooked so much, he doesn't even know how long it's been since he received something like this. It seems his mother is a great cook. Thomas said that his younger sister made it. The boss said, not even the parents, but the younger sister. Why she did something like this for him. Tom replied that they had no parents since childhood, so his sister often cooked for herself. The boss only now found out that they didn't have parents, and an awkward silence hung in the air. Then the boss said that Thomas was in his house for the first time, and he needed to get something to drink. But when he opened the refrigerator, the chef quickly realized that he had nothing but alcohol. Thomas said it was okay. He would go. The boss said he would at least buy something in the nearby store. Let him wait here, but Tom said everything was fine, when suddenly the phone rang. The boss answered the call and suddenly froze. He was told that David was missing. Then he apologized to Tom and said that it looked like he would have to let Tom go today, as he had a difficult matter to deal with. Tom left, and the boss returned to the guys and said that yesterday at dawn, 2 more of their establishments were attacked. And around the same time, David got into an accident, after which they can't find him. The guys he was in the car with at the time are now in the hospital. The boss ordered to find David. Now it is more important to find him, instead of finding out who attacked them. He got another call, and it was Glenn again. He said he heard the news they were attacked. The chief answered, yes. Glenn asked, who could have done such a thing, the chief said. He was also very interested in why they were suddenly attacked. Glenn asked how he understood. The chief replied that he couldn't help but understand, even if he wanted to. They acted in such an organized manner, but none of the nearby groups knew about it. Is such a thing even possible? Apparently, they themselves arranged everything so that he could guess. Glenn answered, that's right. He wanted the boss to guess, the boss asked. The case Glenn was talking about, this is it. And Glenn replied, yes, he heard that the boss had recently done some serious things and found a politician's weakness. He probably knows perfectly well what it meant, but he still committed such a stupid act. People in power will never let this go so easily because they tried to deal with him last time, but failed. He thinks that this is where it will all end. If he doesn't set an example, then other dogs won't bite their owners. Isn't that so? And why did he do that now? Besides that high-ranking official, everyone. At least a few involved in dark deeds want to get rid of the boss. The chief was furious and asked Glenn if he was the target. Why did they involve David in this? Glenn said that this bastard suspected him from the very beginning and put him under surveillance. How dare he, the impudent bastard. By the way, when he said that he would kill this guy, the other side was happy and even offered him even more money. They seem to hate him very much, until his partner dies. Maybe the boss wants to have a few words with him. They had been through so much together. At least this much he could do for him. Glenn told David to say his last words to his beloved boss. David apologized. The chief asked why he had to apologize, but on the contrary, it was because of him that he was captured. David said, but he was more worried about something else. If the boss was left alone, he would die of hunger. Glenn said what nonsense this was. They were talking about his last words. The chief told Gulen that if he killed David, he himself would die at his hands. Glenn asked. The chief had completely lost his grip. He thinks that after hearing something like this, he will get scared and leave him alive. What nonsense is he talking about? This wouldn't scare even a greenhorn. The chief shouted Glenn's name and suddenly heard a knock. David looked up and froze when he saw Thomas. He wondered why this high school student was here. Claude's eyes hurt terribly. Every time Thomas calls himself, he always asks for this. Even though his face is hidden by a mask, it is immediately obvious that this is the high school student. Did he really come to save him, David thought, Glenn asked. This rascal decided to joke. He ordered his men to deal with this bastard and find those remaining outside. It's crazy. He was acting out while talking on the phone, while his man had already rushed here. The men attacked Thomas one after another, but he knocked each of them out with a couple of blows. One of the men pulled out a machete. Thomas twisted his arm and threw the machete away. The man stood and watched as Thomas easily dealt with each of his partners. Soon, each of the bandits who attacked Thomas was lying on the floor. David thought, Thomas fights like a pro, it's just crazy. The last man prepared to fight Thomas. Thomas fought him professionally, one blow after another, and each one wounded the man. And yet the man managed to scratch Thomas. Glenn thought that this guy forced Anatoly to use the knife. Now Anatoly no longer hid the knife. He attacked Thomas with it. But Tom also deftly repelled his attacks. Thomas pulled out a knife and attacked Anatoly himself, and he fell unconscious. Another man attacked Thomas with a knife, but quickly regretted it. Thomas made several cuts at once. Glenn asked who he was. He had never heard of such people subordinate to the chief. But Thomas just walked past Glenn and headed towards David. David asked why Tom was helping him. Tom replied that this matter was connected with him, and even if it were not so, he had enough reasons to save him. Glenn told Thomas to come to him. It was a shame that such a talent was subordinate to the boss. No, not even that. He doesn't seem to fit into this country, does he? Glenn asked. If he goes with him, he can cause trouble anywhere he wants. Tom didn't answer, and Glenn said that in that case there was nothing to be done and took out his gun. Isn't it funny, no matter how good he is at fighting, it won't help him at all, because a person can be finished off with one shot from a pistol. When he left here, at first he couldn't get used to it. Before Glenn could finish speaking, Thomas disappeared like a ghost, and Glenn started shooting in all directions. Thomas threw a knife at him, then jumped on him and pinned him against the wall. He said it looked like he had never actually used a gun, and it was hard to believe for a second. Thomas added that hitting the target while holding the gun with one hand is crucial. Glenn wondered who this guy really was, and what was that creepy look about. Whoever he was, he couldn't finish Glenn off with one blow of the knife. He pushed Thomas away. Then he pulled the knife out of his shoulder and shouted, "This is definitely the end for him now." But Thomas instantly grabbed his arm and punched him in the stomach. Glenn tried to hit Thomas, but Tom hit him first in the face, then in the knee. Glenn fell to his knees and tried to get up, but Thomas kneed him in the face. David thought this crazy guy ended up single-handedly taking down Glenn and his gang. And at that moment, the chief burst into the building with his gang, shouting Glenn's name. The boss ordered David to be taken away from here. The guys picked him up and took him away. Then the chief examined all the bandits, then looked at Thomas, who did not have a single bruise. Then the boss thanked Thomas, but Tom didn't answer and just left. Glenn stood up and said that such a guy, like a monster, could not be under his command. The boss said Glenn had to do that. Glenn asked what nonsense. Glenn thought about how much he had done during this time, why this organization would not trust him. Suddenly Glenn heard someone say that Chef Dean was leaving to become independent. Dean is going to inherit the organization. Why should he leave? Glenn's business acumen and the way the guys follow him is nothing compared to Dean's. There are also rumors that he doesn't want to make Glenn blush, so he leaves himself. Dean is quite the romantic, so he's going to follow the boss, and as far as he knows, many others are going to do the same. Glenn was angry about this and asked the boss because he still hadn't earned anything. While talking about loyalty or something like that, he gives everything to others, avoids disputes with gangs, saying that one must live peacefully. Then let him not get involved in the gang's affairs at all and go to some regular job. Why is he muddying the waters in their sphere? When Glenn calmed down a bit, the boss told him that it was Glenn who was stirring up trouble. No matter how bad the circumstances are, how can you stab someone in the back who supports you? Glenn didn't answer, and the chief said, "That's right, Glenn would never understand it anyway." But even if Glenn can't understand, he must take responsibility. Glenn asked what Dean was going to do. He wasn't even going to go one-on-one. He was going to use his guys. Besides, against someone who has already been stabbed, what are they going to do against him when he is in such a state? "There is absolutely no common sense in this," the boss replied. "No need to worry, he will do something with common sense." Tom returned home. Daisy came out and asked if her brother had just returned. Daisy asked if he had been playing too much lately. No matter how much fun he had, Tom should come home early. Tom answered, "Okay," Daisy asked. "Tom passed the food to that uncle." Tom answered, "Yes, I passed it." She said she knew Tom could handle it just fine, but she asked Tom to be kind to them and help if needed. David received a wad of money and asked what it was. The boss said it was money. Let David use it to pay for his grandmother's operation. But David said he couldn't take such a huge amount. The boss replied it wasn't that huge. That's all it took to pay for Grandma's operation and the tabular bills afterwards. "If he needs more money, let him say so," David replied. "No need, everything is fine. His good intentions are enough for him." The boss asked how everything was going there, since he had said that his grandmother had raised him from a young age. He himself doesn't want to simply see such a person off to the next world, does he? She is like a father and mother to him. He must do everything in his power and only then see her off to the next world. David burst into tears and bowed, thanking the boss. Dean said that he had done nothing wrong. "Unfortunately, my grandmother died, and at the funeral David apologized to the boss and said that he had helped him so much." The boss asked what he was asking forgiveness for. David said that thanks to the boss, the grandmother left easily and without pain. And at the end she asked that he be sure to convey his gratitude to the boss. Later, David returned and asked the guys if anything special had happened. The guy replied, yes. Suddenly he heard someone say, "The boss has been living in a public bathhouse lately. It seems he collected money here and there, but in the end, he spent the deposit for the apartment." The man asked how this was possible. Some bastards must have stolen his money. The other one replied that he also thought it was strange. Then David realized that the boss had given him the last of his money. David immediately headed to the nearest bathhouse to find the boss, and found him. The boss asked why David was there. Suddenly David started crying, and the boss asked what happened. Then David woke up, and the boss asked him if he had come to his senses, and maybe he should call a nurse. David replied, "No need," and after a short silence, Dean apologized and said that all this happened because of him. But David asked how the boss could say such a thing when he had done so much for him. The boss said, "David could have died," David replied. "If he had died, he would have died. There was nothing he could do. He wants to ask why the boss talks like that, draws a line, as if they are strangers. On the contrary, this upsets him more. But what's more important is that high school student. It's a relief that the boss didn't make a mistake and didn't do anything wrong, David said. He remembered how Thomas fought, and said that Tom not only uses his fists well, but also wields a knife like crazy. The boss was also scared and said, "That's how it is," when suddenly Yuna's grandfather's assistant came to them. Thomas was told that he didn't need to worry about it from now on. SW would handle the legal stuff. Tom thanked his grandfather, but he said it was not necessary, because Tom had helped them when Yuna was kidnapped. They should at least repay with this. Thomas did not answer, and ended the conversation. John invited Thomas to go with them to the computer club, but Tom said that he had business today. The boys were upset, and John said that Thomas had been busy a lot lately. Thomas walked up to Claude and looked at him very seriously, then asked if Claude was free today. Claude was very nervous, but they came to a convenience store. Then Claude asked if Tom brought him here to buy this. Thomas replied, "Yes." Thanks to Claude, he made it in time and helped the man. Claude asked why Tom so suddenly decided to treat him. Tom answered, "Yes." Claude asked, "Ramen and onigiri." Tom answered, "They say they have a good price and enough calories." Claude replied, "Well, yes," and thought that when Tom asked so seriously if he had time, he thought something had happened again. Suddenly, two girls approached the boys and asked if they could get their numbers. Claude sighed and wanted to answer, but Tom interrupted and asked seriously if they meant the phone number. The girls answered yes. Then Thomas asked even more seriously why they wanted to know his number. Claude realized he had to take control of the situation and said, "Enough." He apologized and said that this guy had simply lived abroad for a long time and was not used to this kind of thing. The girls answered, "Okay," and, very frightened, hurried to get out of there. Then Claude sat down and said, "You could have just refused calmly? Why react like that?" Tom asked Claude what a complete stranger was asking for his phone number. The guys came to them and asked. They were asked for numbers. Claude answered that the girls from the girls' school just wanted to take numbers from them. John asked, "So these are the girls who recently passed by them. One of them is Cherry, a popular girl who is training at a company to become an idol. And she asked them for their phone number." Pete asked, so Claude gave it to her. Claude said no. John shouted, "What, why?" Then Yuna asked a little nervously, and Thomas, he gave his number. Tom answered, "Of course not." Yuna exhaled, but the boys were not happy at all. John started yelling and cursing at the boys. The boys went out to eat some spicy chicken to calm down a bit, and Yuna stayed with Thomas and Claude. Yuna dragged a table over and asked Tom what he was doing after school tomorrow. Tom replied that he had already told the teacher that he would have to miss class tomorrow to go to training with the second team. Yuna said sadly, "That's how it is." Then Claude said, "But there will be no training afternoon." And Yuna asked what about the afternoon. Tom replied that he had no business at that time. Then she asked if they could go for a walk after his training was over. Tom said, "Okay." Claude smiled when he saw Yuna looking happy, and suddenly heard John telling Daisy she was just in time. John asked if she knew what happened to her stone brother. He was asked for the number of a girl from Ginny's school. These two told them about it with such arrogance, Claude said very seriously. He did not give them his number. And he didn't even really talk. He said a couple of words and that was it. Daisy didn't understand anything and answered, "Okay." The girls asked how everything went, because up close they look even better than from afar. "One of them is Claude, right? And who is the second one?" the girl asked. Cherry answered that she didn't know. The girl asked, "But how could they not give their number or even their name when Cherry approached them?" Cherry's friend said they seemed confused because it was the first time they had encountered something like this. So they didn't know what to do and just left. Cherry thought, how dare they reject her. The next day, John said neither Thomas nor Claude were there today, and Yuna ran away as soon as classes ended. She probably went to meet Thomas, John asked. How curious. What it was like to live with a handsome face. "Even if you explain it, he won't understand," said Jean. John laughed and said, "Bastard." Suddenly, Cherry greeted them. The boys turned around and asked if she was theirs. Cherry answered yes. Then the boys got nervous and said that Cherry had just spoken to them. Then they turned around and smiled and asked what happened, Cherry thought. The reaction she expected. Cherry said she and her friends were going to go to karaoke. Maybe they wanted to come with them. The boys asked in shock, with her friends. Cherry answered, yes, there were 3 of them too. The boys forgot themselves when they saw the girls, and Cherry thought she had heard that those 2 usually went with them. So they need to have some fun with these 3, and then she will ask to call those handsome guys. But then something happened that the girl did not expect at all. The boys apologized. John said they had a rank-up game today. Cherry was at a loss for words, and the boys had already turned around and started to leave, saying that they couldn't miss the promotion game. Grandfather said that thanks to Tom saving Lewis not long ago, he decided to sign a contract with them on favorable terms. Thomas did not answer, and the grandfather continued. He called Thomas because he wanted to give an appropriate reward for the benefit, but Thomas refused. He said he only did what he had to do as a bodyguard. Grandpa said, "Tom said the same thing last time, but the benefit the company received was too great to just forget about it. He believes that it is right to give an appropriate reward to the one who brought such a profit." Tom replied that he is only an intern. All the work was done by a team of bodyguards, and he was simply in the right place at the right time. He believes that the team should be rewarded. Grandfather replied that they had already decided to provide them with various benefits that they could choose for themselves. But a special reward should be given to the one who made the greatest contribution. And it's not just that, he even saved Yuna and Mary, although he couldn't repay him properly because Tom refused every time. It was not his habit to forget such things. Thomas replied that everything was fine, he did not need anything. There was an awkward silence. Then the grandfather said, "Okay." He understood and asked, "No one in his family needed help. What he wants to repay him with is not something illegal or a special favor. This is a fair payment that Tom should receive. He doesn't have to answer right now, so he can think about it." Tom left, and the assistant said he had absolutely no idea what Thomas was thinking. Grandfather said he heard a large sum of money was sent to a settlement where he supposedly lived when he was still a mercenary. The assistant replied that yes, Thomas was secretly helping them, but he had heard that about $700,000 had already been transferred for the reconstruction. Then it turns out that this is probably almost all the money he collected while working as a mercenary. He doesn't understand why Tom uses the money he got by putting his life on the line in this way. So, he didn't work as a mercenary for money. Thomas met Mary in the corridor. She asked if he had met with the president. Thomas said yes. Then Mary said she thought she knew why he had called Tom. Much can be expected, because thanks to him the company received huge profits. Tom said that he refused, Mary asked, but why? Does he at least know how much he prepared? It's crazy. Even though he's a high school student, it's impossible not to know anything about the world when they offer something like this. You just need to take it, the president has prepared everything. Thomas replied, "Everything is fine." Mary asked what was okay. Nothing was okay. She would talk to the president again, and Tom should wait and do nothing. She was deceived by his abilities, which were not at all like those of a high school student, but still a child, Mary muttered. After that, Thomas went to practice while practicing punching bags, the coach said. That they can finish today's training early and have a corporate party. But let them not forget that Thomas and Claude are not allowed to drink alcohol. At the corporate party, the guys told Tom to eat more. Thanks to him, they received a big bonus. For the first time, it was so huge. The boys prepared a separate portion of meat for Thomas. They made sure that Thomas's plate was not empty. The man jokingly asked Claude, "He wasn't offended, right?" Claude didn't answer. Mary, who was watching Thomas, said, "And how could this high school student, who is always silent, be so popular among the boys?" In the evening, Thomas returned home and was met by Daisy. She asked if he had eaten. Tom replied that he had been at a corporate party. Tom asked if Grandpa had come yet. Daisy answered, "Yes, he said he would come later than usual because of one thing." The door opened and Daisy said that apparently Grandpa had arrived. As they approached to greet Grandpa, when they saw that he could barely walk, Daisy asked what happened, if something hurt somewhere. The grandfather answered that he was helping the residents lift things and pulled his back a little. But the things weren't even particularly heavy. Daisy said he needed to lie down quickly, while she made a compress. Grandpa lay down and said it was nothing serious. It just hurt a little, so there was no need to worry. Thomas said that he would stay with his grandfather and that Daisy could go. Daisy agreed and left. Grandfather said that Tom could go too. Why should he sit here? Tom replied that he wouldn't stay long. Then the grandfather apologized for causing them inconvenience and worry. Tom remembered the president's words and asked his grandfather if it was difficult for him when he worked. His grandfather answered, "A bit difficult." Then Tom asked Grandpa if he wanted to stop doing this. Grandpa replied that it wasn't that bad. Is there a job that isn't difficult? Besides, he's already happy that he can work even at this age. Grandpa asked why Tom was suddenly asking about such a thing. Tom answered simply. Then the grandfather asked if it was possible that Tom asked about this, because he was worried about money. There was no need to worry about such things. He worked hard and saved money to send Daisy to university and even get her married. And he will send Tom to university and will be able to provide for him until he can live independently. Also, Tom knows that there is money from the insurance for the death of his parents, the grandfather asked. This money will be used to provide for them once they become independent, because he wants to raise them with the money he earns himself. So Thomas doesn't have to worry about anything, okay? Asked Grandpa. Thomas answered, okay. Thomas met with the president again and he asked if Tom had thought about his proposal. Tom replied. His answer was the same as before. The president sighed and said that monetary gratitude could be a good help for his family. There was no need to refuse it like that. He heard that the grandfather with whom he lives is already at an advanced age. Tom said that Grandpa said that he wanted to take care of him and his sister using his own efforts. And he wants to follow his wishes, the president said. It looks like Thomas really has a good grandfather. Thomas smiled and replied, yes. This smile struck both the president and his assistant. When Tom left, the assistant said, it's true that Thomas can smile sometimes. Tom walked past some guy, and he asked the bodyguard who came out of the president's office. She replied that she was investigating it. Mary asked. Danny said that the older brother Lucas came. Danny answered, yes. He suddenly changed his schedule and returned before they had time to react. And he heard that Lucas was now in a meeting with the president, Danny added. Then Mary remembered the conversation with Yuna. The president asked why it seemed Lucas had suddenly gone to Japan. Lucas replied that all matters had already been successfully settled, so he saw no point in going there. There was just some free time in his schedule, so he decided to drop in, and besides, he had business here. If everything is going well with the new business lines, he heard there were a lot of obstacles. The president replied that in all matters there are big and small obstacles. Lucas said he heard something unthinkable, that Yuna and Mary were kidnapped. Aren't the SW bodyguard team acting too careless? How can they comfortably conduct business in such a situation? The assistant apologized, and the president said that the matter was already completed. There was no need to stir up the past. It was all decided by their own efforts, Lucas said. If the president says so, it probably is so. Lucas came out and the bodyguard announced that she had learned the identity of the person they had recently encountered. They say he is a man who recently completed field training as a bodyguard and is in the same class as Miss Yuna and Claude. It seems he gets this kind of treatment because of the incident when he saved Miss Mary, Lucas asked. Anyway, is it possible to put a child in the place of a bodyguard? The girl said that he seemed to be quite a capable guy. They say that in the recent incident, he also distinguished himself by saving Miss Mary. He also helped by catching the killer who was targeting Louis Bailey, thanks to which SW received a huge benefit in the deal. And they also say that Miss Yuna is in love with this guy. Lucas stopped. It seemed the latter surprised him. The training ended and Yuna asked if Tom was going to the computer club to meet the guys. Tom answered yes. Then Yuna said that they could go together. She would wait. Tom answered, okay. But then Lucas came and greeted Yuna, asking if she was doing well. Yuna answered fearfully, yes. Claude greeted Lucas, who said he heard Yuna was kidnapped while he was nearby. He considered him capable despite his age, and assigned him to her. But he made a similar mistake. He thinks that's why they helped him at SW from a young age, added Lucas. Claude apologized without raising his head. Yuna asked why he was doing this. Lucas replied that Yuna was too soft towards people. That's why they behaved like this. But the bodyguard said that it was not Claude's fault. It was all his fault and apologized. Yuna told her brother, that's enough. They haven't seen each other for so long. They could have lunch together. He agreed and left, Claude said. This is Yuna's cousin and the brother of the headmistress Mary. He is responsible for the SW branch that is located abroad and therefore usually lives there. And he is the one Yuna fears the most, Claude added. Thomas looked at Lucas with displeasure as he left. They came to the restaurant. Lucas asked Yuna why she wasn't eating anything. Yuna said that she wasn't feeling very well. Lucas said that if it was so bad that she couldn't even eat, she should have gone to the family doctor. You have to take good care of yourself. He heard Louis had come recently. Yuna replied, yes, business is business. But his real purpose for coming was probably to get engaged to her. Yuna asked how Lucas knew about this. Lucas replied that of course he knew, because it was his idea. He made an offer to Louis, believing it was beneficial for both of them. Yuna thought in horror that it was brother Lucas who had suggested something like this without even consulting her. And Lucas said calmly, he thought that naturally everything would go without a hitch. But I didn't expect that guy to create problems because of a woman, Yuna asked. Problems because of a woman, Yuna thought. But the thing is that she refused him. Did Louis really say that to his brother on purpose? And Louis continued, since that's how it was. What about Yuna studying abroad? If she lives there, he will be able to find a suitable guy for her. He has already prepared everything. So all she needs to do is come back in a month, Yuna thought. Again, he is doing it of his own free will. Yuna told him that she won't study abroad, she wants to live in Korea. Lucas said that this was the first time Yuna had decided not to follow his words. She had changed so much lately. Was it really all because of that intern's bodyguard? Lucas asked. Yuna asked in surprise what he was talking about. Lucas asked why she was so surprised, since she was just the right age to be interested in guys. Yuna said that wasn't the issue. But Lucas interrupted her, saying that was it. There was nothing good in her future, including that guy. Yuna froze in horror when Mary suddenly came to them. Mary asked if he cared about his cousin more than he did his own. She asked Yuna to leave them so that the siblings could spend time together for the first time in a long time. Yuna quickly got up and ran away. Then Mary sat down at the table, and Lucas asked with displeasure what she was doing. Mary asked, "Well, she came because she really wanted to have a drink with her brother after so long." Lucas said now was no time to fool around. He heard new business was moving very slowly. Mary asked if business was really that simple, especially when it came to military defense production. Besides, she knows that it is not suitable. Her fiancé's family is outstanding, and after meeting him, she realized that he himself is a good person. Lucas thought that no matter what she said, he knew that she couldn't really like this family. She chose them to please her grandfather. Yuna was so immersed in her thoughts that she didn't immediately notice the guys. Yuna asked if they hadn't gone home. Claude replied that they were working. They got into the car, but Yuna remained silent. Tom remembered how Claude had told her that the director had looked after Yuna since childhood. But he feels like he was manipulating her for his own benefit, rather than caring about his younger sister. Before Yuna's father died, things weren't that serious. But then he stubbornly controlled all of Yuna's actions. And even the fact that she went abroad in the past as an exchange student was also Director Lucas's decision. Thomas then asked Claude what was the reason why the director did this to Yuna. He thinks Claude should know, as someone who has been watching everything from a close distance. Claude replied that he thought it was all to get hold of Yuna's share of Subu. From a very young age, he pulled her to his side, and after the death of Yuna's parents, he probably hopes to manipulate her like a puppet and win not only in the fight against Mary, but also against other competitors. Suddenly, Yuna apologized, bringing Tom back to reality. She said that they had agreed to go to the computer club together, but she abruptly left. Tom replied that everything was fine. Then Yuna said that they hadn't had dinner. Maybe they would go to the 24-hour store. Claude said that she had already eaten with the director. Yuna said that she had a little indigestion then and couldn't eat. Yuna was finally smiling. The guys were eating, and Lucas's bodyguard reported that Miss Yuna was with Claude and Thomas. Then Lucas ordered to find out everything about Yuna's social circle. The bodyguard replied, "Accepted." Lucas asked if the bird had decided to fly out of the cage on its own accord. As the bird's owner, he would not simply watch it. The very next day, Mr. Manipulator changed Yuna's security. Yuna's bodyguard asked what it meant. Lucas asked if they were too shameless, allowing Yuna to be kidnapped and continuing to be her bodyguards without shame. By what right do they intend to continue to protect her? The bodyguard didn't answer. But then he asked if he thought it was too much. Lucas said he had already told the chief of staff about everything in the morning. There is no need to waste time. Let him moderate his pride and leave everything to the specialists. After all, they are faced with recognized fighters responsible for the safety of key world figures. The commander said they were also specialists, Lucas asked. Specialists who allowed the kidnapping of the man they were supposed to protect. Yuna said, "That's enough, she's fine, they can go." The bodyguards bowed and left. At school, Pete asked if Yuna and Claude were not coming today when he looked at their empty seats. Claude had called Tom earlier and told him that it had turned out that from today on, their team could no longer be Yuna's guards. The boys asked the commander if this wasn't too much. Protecting Miss Yuna was their main duty. Since it was possible to remove them in this way, the commander would just watch it. The commander said that was enough, until another order came from above. They would not be responsible for protecting Miss Yuna. The bodyguards answered sadly, yes. Mary was there too and thought. Lucas even changed Yuna's guards at his own request. Although Lucas says that studying abroad is only for her future, he is probably trying to achieve his own goals through this. Danny said this problem doesn't just affect the third team, but all bodyguards. Mary asked what the head of security had said. Danny replied that he had not given any special orders regarding the situation. From the very beginning, the bodyguards who arrived with the director behaved strangely. It seemed they had planned everything back then. Mary asked if the bodyguards who follow her brother are so amazing. Danny replied, "The so-called Iron is an international private military company. The company's scope is impressive. Their skills are recognized all over the world." Mary asked what would happen if we compared them to her bodyguards. Danny replied that they could not compare with them unless it was specifically in the area of security. They should have a lot of data and the right agents, and thanks to their extensive experience, they will be able to react much faster. The director works mainly abroad, so he understands why he chose them to work with. Mary said that this wasn't the only reason. She thought that her brother didn't trust anyone and only believed in relationships that were completely based on contracts. The relationship is written into the contract. Nothing more, nothing less. Apparently there is a possibility that the SW Bodyguard series are Varangian spies. Thomas was just approaching the building, and Mary asked if he had heard the news too. Tom replied, "Yes, Then Mary asked what he was thinking of doing. Thomas calmly answered, only what he had to do. The bodyguard reported that Miss Yuna had cancelled all of her schedule for the day and was sitting in her room all day. Lucas asked what was more important. They had already arranged Yuna's schedule with a trip abroad so as to introduce her to worthy heirs. The bodyguard replied that everything had already been settled. Then Mr. Manipulator said that she could go. Then he called Mary's kidnapper and said that very soon Iron and SW would be collaborating. The kidnapper said, what great news. Who knows what will happen and how, so if Lucas needs help, he can call him anytime. Lucas hung up and thought, even though Mary had been able to expand the military industry business thanks to her engagement, he wasn't going to sit by and watch it. That night, when Tom was training, Yuna called him and asked to meet. Earlier, Lucas told her that she was leaving the country in 2 days. Although he said that he would take care of everything himself, she should arrive early. Besides, she needs to meet a lot of people to fit into her schedule, so she needs to hurry. Therefore, let her settle all the remaining matters here before that time, he told her. The responsibility lies with her. The responsibility to act for the good and benefit of the company, because thanks to it, it can live in a way that others cannot even dream of. Therefore, one must not make the same mistake as in the past again, Lucas warned. Yuna asked if she called Thomas at too late an hour. Was that right? Tom answered. No, it's not that late now. He usually trains at this time, Yuna said. He already trains almost every day. And even today they already had training. But he still does additional training, Yuna asked. Tom replied. Yes, Yuna asked. That's why he's so good at training. The other bodyguards always praise him for doing the best. There are even those who have set themselves the goal of overtaking Thomas, Tom asked. That's how. They were planning to go to the computer club with the guys. The guys didn't say anything when she didn't show up at school, Yuna asked. Tom answered no, nothing. But they were curious why she didn't come. Yuna said she really wanted to show the guys that they had improved their skills. They were always nagging her that she couldn't play, so she practiced at home alone. Only Thomas knows about this, Yuna said. Thomas said seriously, he will keep this secret. Yuna said that sometimes she plays even better than Claude, and Thomas thought that then she is better than him. And Yuna proudly said that she would make them stop grumbling and start praising her. The bodyguard said it was late, then Yuna said they would go soon. Yuna said that she was going to study abroad soon. In fact, she came to say this. There is very little time left before departure, and so much still needs to be prepared. So she will no longer be able to come to school. Yuna stood up and said that it was time for her to go. Maybe they would see each other again sometime. She came home and met Claude. She asked why he was there. Claude said he heard that she was leaving. Yuna apologized and said that she wanted to tell him in advance, but it caught her off guard. Claude said that this time he would not be able to fly with her. The director made sure that he could not follow her. He asked if she really had to go. Yuna said that Claude himself knew that her brother could ruin people's lives if she didn't listen to him. But Claude said he asked if Yuna wanted this. He had never seen her so happy lately. She laughed so much, chatted with friends, and really looked happy. Yuna burst into tears and said that therefore she should leave even more. As he said, she was really happy. So much so that I wondered if there had ever been such a calm and good time in her life. But she can't allow those guys to be harmed because of her. The president asked if Yuna was planning to study abroad. Lucas replied, yes. She hoped to get a good position there after moving. Lucas went out and met Thomas, and as he passed by he said loudly, not at all like a president, to seek out meetings with inappropriate people. The president apologized for calling Tom again so unexpectedly. Thomas replied that everything was fine. Then the president asked if Tom had met with Yuna yesterday and what she looked like. Thomas responded as if she needed a family. This surprised the president, he said. SW is responsible for a huge number of people. He is responsible for such a company and cannot think about his family if, because he takes someone's side, SW is shaken. It is the weak, innocent people who will suffer, Thomas asked. Is that true? But isn't he Yuna's family and only grandfather? When he returned to this country after living in the war and losing all his memories, grandfather hugged him, bursting into tears. And even he, who had no memories, felt what family meant. Lucas asked if Yuna hadn't gone out for 2 days and hadn't met that guy. The girl answered yes. A pleased Lucas said it was good that she had finally come to her senses. Yuna had been quick to grasp the situation since childhood. Yuna was lying on the bed and reading the guy's messages. They were discussing the fact that Yuna had not been to school for a long time, which meant something had happened. The guys started writing to Yuna to come back to school sooner, and that they were tired of bullying Thomas alone. They started joking that without Thomas and Claude their winning percentage had increased. Yuna wanted to write them something, but put her phone down. The bodyguard said that the company they had agreed with suddenly informed them that they urgently wanted to meet with Miss Yuna. They said they could make time at any time. What should they tell him? Lucas replied, let her say that she would come to them as soon as she arrived. He believed that Yuna would be an excellent bait, because thanks to her they would be able to create a springboard for development in the new country, and to establish a blood relationship with SW, which is gaining increasing popularity in the global market, and he only needs to choose the best of the offers. This way he will get rid of the other contenders and make SW his own. Yuna sadly left the house, when suddenly Thomas walked towards her, but his way was blocked. Then Yuna shouted why they were blocking his way. Then another bodyguard stood in front of Yuna. Yuna asked what they were doing. The bodyguard called Yuna and told her to get in the car. To avoid traffic jams and make it on time, they need to leave now, Yuna said, but not for long. But she noticed Lucas's stern look and was scared when Thomas suddenly asked what Yuna wanted. Then Lucas came out and asked what kind of a stunt this was. Why stop busy people? On whose orders is he acting? Thomas ignored Lucas, and he asked if he couldn't hear him. Thomas told Yuna not to think about other people and to say what she wanted. Yuna remembered all the moments with her friends and said she doesn't want to study abroad. She wants to stay here. Tom said, that's enough. Lucas ordered Yuna to get into the car immediately and ordered the bodyguards to remove Thomas. The bodyguard tried to hit Thomas, but Tom grabbed him and threw him to the ground. Then the other two attacked Thomas, but he was still calm and quickly dealt with them. And he approached Yuna. She was very scared and asked Thomas why he was doing this. Thomas replied that he was just doing his job and protecting her. Yuna said if he did that, his situation will get more complicated. Bart Lucas will never let this go. Yuna thought she knew how much Tom cared about his family. Her brother would not hesitate to use and harm them. Tom said it was okay. It was his duty. Lucas said that even if the guy is young, he shouldn't think he can get away with something like this. Thomas replied that he was just doing his job as Yuna's bodyguard. Lucas replied that this is why he doesn't like children who don't understand reality. He asked the bodyguards what they were waiting for and ordered them to quickly get rid of the guy and put Yuna in the car. But suddenly Claude and the entire third team came and stood in front of Yuna. Lucas asked what they were doing. He ordered the commander of the third team to respond. The commander replied that their team was just doing their job. Their job is to protect Miss Yuna. The director is going to take Miss Yuna away by force, and they are preventing this. Lucas asked if the commander of the third team was ready to answer for his words and actions. For your information, the responsibility will fall not only on him, but on every member of his team. Yuna was scared, but all the bodyguards said in one voice that they were ready for this. Lucas said, okay, if that's what they say, and wanted to add something else. But suddenly, Yuna loudly told Lucas not to threaten her bodyguards. She thought they were all protecting her, and were even willing to take risks. She couldn't hide behind their backs. These people came here to protect her. But why should they listen to threats just because Lucas doesn't like them? Yuna asked. Yuna decided that she had to protect them in her own way. She told Lucas not to even think about harming them. She will protect them, Yuna promised. Lucas said, okay, as she wants. He will not harm her bodyguards. So stop wasting time and let him get in the car, otherwise they will miss the plane. Yuna said directly, no, she's not going anywhere, Lucas replied. Let her come here right now while he speaks nicely. Then Yuna was scared. But at that very moment, Thomas stood in front of her, and this gave her strength. She came forward and said no, and she also hoped that he would stop interfering and deciding her affairs as he wished. Lucas was furious and asked if Yuna could take responsibility for her words. Yuna said she would take responsibility and handle everything herself, so she didn't need to worry about it. Lucas thought, how dare this girl talk to him like that? Yuna said that she was leaving, then Lucas shouted her name. Suddenly Mary came and asked her brother why he was yelling at the child, but she said that she was not going anywhere. Lucas told Mary not to interfere in this matter, but Mary told him not to interfere. Is Yuna a child who doesn't know how to make decisions? Why on earth did he decide everything for her according to his own wishes and give her orders? Nowadays, even their own daughters aren't treated like that. What century is he living in? Lucas asked why she suddenly decided to interfere in Yuna's affairs. Mary replied that it was just that he looked so pathetic when he used an unsuspecting child. Lucas shouted that, and Mary asked angry if she had really hit the bullseye. Let him not drag the child in and fight her one-on-one, Mary said, when Yuna's grandfather suddenly called. The president asked Yuna what she wanted and said it was okay. She could say honestly what she felt. Yuna said she wants to stay here, find and connect her life with what she wants to do, not with running a company. She doesn't even have any abilities, so taking over the company and harming a bunch of workers would be irresponsible. She wants to do something else, the grandfather replied. Okay, then let her do it. Yuna burst into tears. Lucas was wondering what was going on when suddenly the president called him. The president told Lucas to no longer think about deciding Yuna's future for her, Lucas stated that he did everything only for Yuna, but the president said he, her grandfather, would take on that role. So let Lucas take care of her future. Lucas answered he understood and hung up, then told his men to go. Yuna calmed down and told Thomas and Claude that it was time for them to go to school. The boys smiled, as did the bodyguards. Mary sighed and said that they were in trouble now, and the assistant said that the president looked tired. The president said that it turns out that acting as a grandfather is more difficult than he thought. Lucas called the mercenary and said that there was some problem with the planned mission. "It looks like everything will take longer than originally estimated," the man replied. "Everything is fine. This happens in business, and if you need anything, let Lucas let him know. He is always ready to help his partner in everything." Lucas thought, how dare Yuna, he took care of her when she was left alone and ignored by all her relatives. And now she decided to stab him in the back. She is nobody without her share of the company's shares. But why did Mary suddenly appear there? Not only had she never interfered in Yuna's affairs before, but she also hated her. The bodyguard knocked, and Lucas allowed her to enter. He asked, "Did an investigation?" The girl answered. "Yes. They say that recently a good relationship has been established between Miss Yuna and Miss Mary. Also, Miss Yuna was sometimes seen visiting Miss Mary," the bodyguard added. Then Lucas hit the table and thought, this bitch has managed to look at his things. Lucas called the man and asked if the offer of help was still open. The man replied yes. And Lucas said that his sister was always getting into things she shouldn't. The man replied that he understood. The man ordered to call the camp. He was told that the doubts about the camp had not yet been completely dispelled. But the man did not care. A happy Yuna said that today after school everyone was going to the computer club. Jean asked what was wrong with her lately, why she wanted to play so often. John said that if she played well, he wouldn't mind. But she plays the shitty one. Yuna asked how he could say that. In any case, she was waiting for them today. Yuna asked if Tom hadn't come today. Claude said he was busy with security duty today along with the second team. Thomas's phone was ringing. Mary asked if he could check it. Tom replied that he was at work and would answer later. Mary said it was okay, let him see what was there. They were in the car, not somewhere else. On the contrary, it may become difficult if it is something important, and he has not verified it right away. It was Daisy. She asked if he would be home for dinner tonight, Mary thought. Judging by his face, it must be a message from a family member. Mary asked if Thomas was free tomorrow after work. She suggested having dinner together. Tom replied that he would have dinner with friends, but then Mary said that the lieutenant was arriving. So she wanted to suggest having a meal together, and Thomas immediately agreed. Once a week, at 9 o'clock in the evening, Thomas turned on the phone for 1 minute. When the numbers need to contact each other, they will call each other at this time. The phone rang. Thomas answered and immediately asked what happened. Liam said he called because he had some information. Tom knew that the camp was receiving orders from a certain place. Judging by the interrogation of the guys who caught 32nd, they are digging under the camp, which is why those guys caught 32nd. Because they thought he had received orders from a mad dog, he assumed the camp had hidden the information that Tom was alive from the people above. The camp was on the verge of destruction, trying to get rid of Tom that day. They took a lot of damage and reported that they got rid of Tom, which was a lie. They want to hide this from the mad dog who leads the camp, which is why they are so passive in capturing Tom. After all, they will be caught by the people at the top if they start to act more actively, Tom asked. Like the 32nd, Liam replied. Fortunately, his body is fully recovered, although he seems confused about normal life. But everything is fine. Tom said. Okay, Liam added. Then let Tom be careful, and they turned off the phones. The next day, Thomas guarded Mary, who was currently being watched by a stranger. As soon as she noticed Thomas, she froze in horror. She asked if this was the first one. Thomas looked towards this girl, but she had already hidden and said, "This is definitely the first one." Then the fifth one called the mad dog, and he asked if she had already finished the task. The fifth one replied, "No." She had just arrived recently and confirmed the target's location. Mad Dog asked why she was calling then. The fifth one replied that she wanted to ask something. The man said he just couldn't get used to it. And how could she call in the middle of a task just to ask a question? So she wanted to ask. As soon as the fifth one called Tom's number, the Mad Dog became nervous. She asked how the first one died. The Mad Dog said the place where he was hiding was blown to pieces by a bomb. The fifth one did not retreat and asked if they were sure that the body was there. The Mad Dog answered, "Of course." "And why such questions all of a sudden?" The fifth one answered. "It's just a pity that she couldn't finish him off personally." She heard that the 6th and 32nd had recently died during a mission. Thinking about the numbers, of which there were not many left, she remembered the reason for all this. The first one. Mad Dog said it doesn't suit her. There's no point in wasting energy on useless emotions, but rather to finish the job quickly. Piata answered, "Of course." The dog thought that because of the first iron he doesn't trust them, so now the other numbers have started to guess. The mad dog thought that the first one must be destroyed as quickly as possible. The fifth thought that he was definitely trying to hide everything, but was confused by the question about the first one. The dog was definitely keeping something quiet. She thought it really was the first one. The appearance had changed a lot, but it was too similar to the first one. The lieutenant said he was surprised to learn that Tom was there and was even more shocked when Mary started talking about him. Thomas apologized for not telling him right away and explained that he had not been able to contact him. Cole said it was okay. He was at work at the time. That's why it didn't work out. And even if it weren't for that, he didn't have to tell him everything. He asked Mary if Thomas had fit in well with the team, and she replied that he had not only fit in, but was doing a great job. And all the team members love him very much, Cole said. As expected, Tom is popular not only with girls, but also with guys. Mary thought that when they were alone, he didn't really talk. But next to Thomas, he looked like a completely different person. She remembered how nervous Cole had been when he asked her to take care of Thomas. Mary asked how the two of them met, and Cole, smiling nervously, said about 3 years ago. When he was on a business trip in April, Thomas helped him. Thomas was 15 years old then. He had a calm and reliable character, and since he had studied abroad for a long time, this was a great help in life in a foreign land. Cole kept talking and talking like he was reading a textbook and was getting more and more nervous, so he decided to change the subject by asking where the food was. Mary decided to keep up the good work and said that for some reason she felt very hungry today. But she thought she asked this not to dig into their past, but out of innocent curiosity. So his reaction was a little upsetting. The phone rang and Mary said it was an important call and excused herself before leaving. Cole asked if he did well. Tom replied it was perfect. Then Cole asked if his grandfather and sister were doing well. Thomas replied, yes. Cole said he was very surprised to learn that he was interning as a bodyguard at SW. But after thinking about it and realizing it was a great fit for him, Cole asked if Tom was planning to go into that field after graduation. Thomas said she hadn't thought that far ahead yet. Cole said from what Mary had told him he was doing pretty well. Although he did not often have personal conversations with her, he had never heard Mary praise anyone. But when it came to Thomas, she's very positive and constantly praises him, Tom said. She probably only speaks well of him because of his age and the fact that he's close to Cole. Cole asked if it was difficult for him to work at SW and go to school. Tom replied that there was sensitivity on both sides, so there were no difficulties. Then Cole asked how his friends were. Did he have a good time with them too? Tom replied yes. Mary came back and saw how sweetly the boys were communicating, and thought, judging by the fact that Tom could make such a facial expression not only with his family, it seems like these two are really close. But if you look at it that way, she looks like a nuisance. After dinner, Thomas walked home and quickly spotted a familiar face in the crowd. As they passed each other, the fifth quickly pulled out her knife and attacked Thomas, but Tom stopped her. She said that after seeing him from close range, she was completely convinced that he had survived after all. The man reported that the camp had sent the fifth on a mission, and their leader said, unexpectedly, that they were sending one of the numbers on a similar mission. The assistant said that it seemed that since the camp had recently attracted suspicion, they were trying to deal with the task properly. The Mr. replied that there was something disturbing about these numbers, but for the camp they were also maps that handled everything flawlessly. Numbers, a special experimental unit created in the camp of the secret Iron Organization. They gathered 1,000 people, and from them they selected 40 of the best, who had survived years of hellish training and battles in which lives were at stake. When the training was over and they started working for real, iron in the shortest possible time, I was able to grow and accumulate wealth that cannot be compared to any of the previous years. After all, for the sake of profit, iron secretly completed hundreds of cases. But because of the betrayal of the number that led everyone along, they lost many other numbers, and even the troops who maintained the camp became disorganized and were on the verge of humiliation. From then on, the campus, following their orders, sent each of the remaining numbers to act separately. And to carry out missions, he hired new mercenaries, the Mr. said. Even now, he still regrets it. Fifth and Thomas came to an abandoned building. Fifth said she didn't even know he was alive. Apparently, he not only survived, but lived happily, Tom replied, if she didn't know he was here. So it wasn't the mad dog that sent her, the fifth one asked. The mad dog knows that the first one is alive. She wondered why he hid that the first one was alive. Thomas asked if he was not her target. She must be in Korea now. The fifth one discovered him when she came for another purpose, which means it was someone from Sebayu. The girl said that perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but she seemed to be chatting with him in vain. You could just kill him. The fifth one took out a gun and fired. Thomas dodged the bullets. and running up to the fifth one, he hit her. But she held her pistol and decided to shoot again. But Thomas threw the gun aside. Then the fifth one took out a knife and began waving it. Thomas also fought off her attacks. The fifth one fiercely attacked Thomas, but Tom did not yield to her in strength. He held the fifth one back, but not for long. She broke free and struck her blow. Thomas barely dodged her knife, then grabbed her arms and pinned her against the wall. She fell to the floor, but quickly pulled out a knife and attacked Thomas with it again. Thomas tried to get up, but the fifth one hit him in the leg, and he fell. Then she quickly got up and tried to stab him in the throat with a knife. However, Thomas grabbed her hand, stood up, and twisting her hand, took away her knife and attacked her with the knife himself. Yet Thomas didn't kill her. He held the knife right at her throat, but he didn't intend to kill the girl. The fifth took advantage of Thomas's hesitation and threw him away from herself. Rising, she asked, "What is he doing now?" He began to hesitate when killing a colleague. He alone killed 26 colleagues, and now suddenly he can't make up his mind. They might not have been the best guys, but they were still his colleagues, with whom he stuck together until the end of his life, which resembled hell. They were the ones who believed and followed him, and he killed them because of his greed. Tom replied that he had never killed his colleagues, although he had confronted colleagues who were persecuting him. Having received orders from the camp, but he did not kill them, the fifth did not believe Tom and said, "What nonsense." Thomas looked at her silently. Then she asked if someone else had killed them. Tom answered yes. Although after the battle with him they were no longer able to fight, it did not pose any threat to their lives. The fifth thought, "If this is not the first, then who took their lives?" she said, even if he did not reduce the number of his colleagues. "The fact that he betrayed them remains unchanged," Tom said, a little hazy. "But his memories have returned. In that situation, he was unable to kill innocent civilians as ordered by the camp." The fifth one said, "That's how it is, so his memories have returned to him. That's why his look has changed so much." "It was as if he were a completely different person," Thomas said, and from her words, it sounded like the dog hadn't sent her to grab him. The fifth one said, "The baby is still annoying," and threw a knife at him. She then ran to the gun and grabbed it, immediately shooting Thomas. He hid behind a column, but when he noticed that she had run away, he ran after her, but the fifth one had already disappeared. Then Thomas called, and soon the second team came to Mary while she was on a date with Call. At the same time, the third team came to Yuna when she was playing with the guys in the cafe. The aide told the president that, on Thomas's advice, the SW's top staff had been hastily disbanded, and bodyguards were posted. The president said that something similar is happening again, and he, of course, to some extent expected this when he started the military industry business. But who would have thought that something like this would actually happen again? In the meantime, the fifth was at the hotel. She thought the dog didn't tell her that the first one was alive, although he knew about it perfectly well. But why? She would like to ask him about it right now, but she can't until she finds out the reason. If the words of the first right, who got rid of the numbers, no, it's not just about that. It is possible that all this time the numbers were dying while performing a task due to someone's attack. She realized that somehow something was fishy here, when suddenly the courier knocked on the door. But the courier had a surprise. But when the fifth one didn't answer, they broke down the door and, putting on masks and taking out pistols, entered the apartment. They split up to check the rooms, but only one of the guys made it into another room when he was shot. The fifth quickly shot one in the head and the other in the stomach as she emerged from her hiding place. She deliberately shot one in the stomach to ask him who sent them, but when she didn't get an answer, she shot at him and thought, "This is not the SW in which the target is located. The bodyguards of this country do not use weapons so easily, or they are associated with the former." She left the apartment, but suddenly felt a gun aiming and ran for cover in time. The fifth one quickly killed that man, but as it turned out there were many of them there, and each of them started shooting at her. She was cornered in a dead end, and her only way out was blocked, and she wondered since when they had been following her. Suddenly, Thomas ran out from around the corner and killed one of the killers, then the other. Another one wanted to shoot at Thomas. Then the fifth one covered him, killing him first. The man said they were informed that contact with the team involved had recently been lost. The terrorist said it was a pity, because after a long time they discovered the numbers movement. The assistant said that all their communication methods are completely hidden, so there is nothing to worry about. Tom asked who was hunting her. The fifth answered, "Those who could quite a lot." But more importantly, why did he help her? Thomas didn't answer this question. Then the fifth one asked if all his memories had returned to him. Tom answered, "Almost." The fifth said that the 32nd had recently died. Among the numbers, he was one of those who was even younger than Thomas, and the sixth one too. As a result, they, whose friendship resembled the relationship between two brothers, left this world at almost the same time. 32 and 6 died during the mission, but it is quite possible that they were attacked by those who tried to kill her. The 5th looked at Thomas, expecting some kind of reaction, but received nothing. Then she said that this reaction meant that he now didn't care at all what was happening with the numbers. It was not just anyone, but the 6th and 32nd, who tirelessly followed him. Thomas was an experienced mercenary. He couldn't lie well, and he simply said that wasn't the point. Then the 5th asked if it was the first one who killed them. Tom answered. No, the 5th said. But the first one definitely knows something. Or maybe they didn't die at all. Seeing Tom's reaction, she said, "These psychos, and what are they going to do if the deception is discovered?" Thomas said that as long as they don't show themselves anywhere, no one will catch them. The 5th one asked what kind of nonsense this is. He himself knows very well that the camp will not simply abandon those who decide to leave without permission. On the contrary, after the first one escaped, the searches became more thorough and the punishment harsher. Tom said, now the camp is not in a position to investigate their deaths. After all, the mad dog sent a 6th one to destroy him. But in the end, everything turned out a little differently. The 5th one said that it turns out that the dog, because of his intrigues, will not be able to officially report that the first one is alive, and therefore will not be able to conduct a normal investigation. Then what about the 32nd? Asked the 5th. Tom answered. He followed the 6th, found him, and now lives with the 6th. The 5th one said, these guys, they really wanted to get out of the camp, and in the end they succeeded. Then Thomas remembered how 32 was sitting in the rain, and he went up to him and covered him with his jacket. Suddenly the 5th one said, Mary, she is her target. Thomas asked what she is going to do next. The 5th one said to return, since she couldn't continue working after her location was discovered by unknown persons. She called the dog and told him about the attack and that they were experienced mercenaries. Moreover, right in the shelter where she stopped, the dog wondered who could have attacked her. And the 5th one asked how she should understand this, since only the dog knew her route. The dog asked if she thought he was going to kill her and why he would do that. The 5th one answered, well, she doesn't know that. The dog told her to calm down and listen to him first. But she told him to shut up and that she wouldn't do the job anyway. And let him not even think about looking for her in the near future. Having finished, the 5th one broke the phone. The president asked if everything was okay now. Tom replied that yes, he could not assure that there would not be any danger in the future. But the worst outcome was avoided. The president asked if he could ask why Tom decided so. Normally he wouldn't question it, but this matter concerns his family, so he simply can't help but ask. Thomas revealed that this time the target was Headmistress Mary, although he doesn't know why. But they were going to destroy Headmistress Mary, which greatly surprised the president. The assistant asked if Toma knew such information, which meant he had captured the mercenary. Thomas replied that the man who was supposed to kill the headmistress was his colleague from the past. She's a mercenary specializing in covert assassinations, so if she works alone, kidnapping and threats are out of the question. And it acts only when the target needs to be eliminated. The president asked what happened to his colleague. Tom replied, she dropped the matter and went back. The chance that the girl would target the headmistress again was 0. The assistant said he didn't think the problem was solved just because his colleague had dropped the case. After all, others could come for her, Thomas replied. It would be easy for them to do so. But since they have already been defeated once, the chance that they will take the risk of trying to attack the same target is low. The president said he knew Tom was a mercenary with extraordinary abilities, but it seemed there was more to his past. Thomas said mercenary was the status he had for 5 years before returning to Korea. The president asked, back then, before those 5 years, and Thomas remembered, the scouts went to the place where the plane crashed, and the only survivor was that child. It looks like they're going to teach him martial arts, since there are many here who were brought in at a very young age. The man asked how the kid was supposed to endure such training when many experienced guys couldn't hold out and died. This is not the place to think about such things, said the other man. Tom came to. Then the man told him in another language to get up once he had woken up. But then he grabbed him and threw him out into the street. A mad dog approached Thomas, and one of the men said it looked like he still hadn't come to his senses. The dog asked if this was the result of the accident. In any case, it doesn't matter. We need to force him to participate in training from today. He needs to work off the money spent on the medicine. Otherwise, he would have died in that place anyway. Therefore, he should not think that he can shirk work. He might just hold out if luck is on his side. The guys called Thomas and trampled his head into the sand with their foot. The guy said that since he had come, he should first introduce himself to the team. But what can we do if he can't even cope with this? He's so small, and his body is so thin. He can't take it, let him just die, the guy said when suddenly they were both knocked down. It was the 5th one. One of the guys asked her what was wrong with her. The 5th one replied that they were annoying her. Is any other reason needed? Asked the 5th one. The guys got up and ran away. The fifth one told Thomas to pull himself together and get up if he didn't want to die. But Thomas didn't understand anything and just looked at her. The fifth asked. He didn't hear what she said. Let him get up. And this time Tom did nothing. She asked if he didn't understand or didn't hear, and she lifted him up herself. It was their first meeting. Thomas remembered it while he was walking home. Then Call called and said he heard about what happened. Mary became a target, and the killer targeting her was a colleague of his from the past. Tom answered, yes, but he cannot catch the killer and find out the identity of the customer. A new mercenary won't appear, but it will be difficult to find out who is behind them. Call asked if Thomas was okay. Tom asked what, he was okay, but why was the lieutenant asking? Then Call asked if Tom could be okay. His colleague from the past had returned to kill the man he was guarding. Besides, now is not the best time to meet people from your past. If it's difficult, let him call him any time. Thomas thanked Call. Call said there was no need to thank him for that, but let him say anything anyway. You don't have to carry this burden alone, Call added. Tom replied, okay, and hung up. Suddenly Daisy came and asked what her brother was thinking about so much that he was hanging there while walking. Daisy asked, strange, as if nothing had happened. Thomas answered, nothing. But Daisy didn't believe it and said, no, there is definitely something. Or maybe it's because of Yuna. Tom answered, no. Daisy said that she was probably offended. Then what, because of the new level in the game? Tom answered, also not. Thomas and Daisy continued to chat sweetly, and the fifth one watched him from afar and was shocked. The fifth one said, it's crazy, that facial expression, he still knows how to smile. And again we return to the terrible past of the numbers, the mad dog said. This is where their training ends. The dog told Thomas that from now on his code name is First. Now he is in charge of this squad. He ordered his assistant to bring the guy and said that even though this was their last training session, but the rest must be executed even if they were wounded. He pointed a pistol at the boy, calling him pathetic. However, Thomas stood in front of that boy and said that from now on this was his squad, so he would keep an eye on him himself. The dog was furious and asked how the first one dared, but Thomas continued to defend the boy. Then the dog thought, even though the training was over, they should know their place. Therefore, the best option is to point again at the first one. He threw the knife and said, then let him try to save him. If he wins the fight with him, then this guy will stay alive, said the mad dog. Then Thomas wanted to pick up the knife, but suddenly the dog attacked him. Thomas managed to dodge, and the dog continued to attack him and talk. He had the best sense of balance of all the soldiers. Thomas grabbed the dirt and threw it into the mad dog's eyes and quickly ran away. He grabbed the knife and prepared to attack. The mad dog called Thomas an impudent brat. Thomas attacked the dog, and a knife fight began. Despite the fact that the dog made several cuts, Tom did not react to this in any way, as if he did not feel pain. It was not easy for the dog, and yet he thought that even if it was a special project, the boy was just a soldier. A weak boy who couldn't even train properly, the dog thought arrogantly. Then Thomas cut the dog's arm several times, which made him slow down, and then he shredded his entire body. Then Thomas kicked the dog in the leg and it fell. Without wasting a second, Thomas attacked the dog and cut its eye. The dog woke up, so much time had passed, but the wound still hurt, and the dog was still terrified of Thomas. Thomas was on his morning jog at the time, but on the way he met the fifth one. They came to the park, and the fifth one said she decided to blame the mad dog for attacking her, and to cut off contact with the camp for a while. She had been attacked, and so while she was figuring out what was going on, at least for a while, no one would be sent from the camp to get rid of Mary. The fifth one told Thomas not to be mistaken, just because she was sitting next to him like this. She still doesn't like him. He betrayed them and ran away, after which the whole team was scattered in different directions. Some of them have already died, having suffered a defeat on the building, and there are not many of them left. But the first one lives here as if he had forgotten about them, having fun with his beloved. Just think that the first one is dating such a sweet girl who is completely wrong for him. Thomas said that this was his younger sister. The fifth one's reaction was corresponding. At that moment, Daisy and grandfather came. And soon the fifth was sitting at the table with Thomas and his family. Her grandfather told her to eat more, even though there was nothing special here. The fifth one thought, she was going to kill this guy. Can she sit here like this now? Grandfather asked why she hadn't tried anything. If this wasn't quite to her taste, he could cook something else. The fifth one apologized and said that it was not necessary. She took a spoon and tried the soup. Looking at Thomas, she remembered how during the mission she and the others had stuffed themselves with tasteless crackers. But even this food they were not always able to eat completely. They threw down the crackers and ran on when they were attacked. Grandpa brought her back to the present when he said that she seemed to like the relief. The fifth one didn't understand anything at first, but when she looked at the plates, she saw that they were empty and became embarrassed. Grandfather said he heard she was an old friend of Thomas. the fifth one asked in surprise. Thomas. Thomas said that was his name, and explained to the family that she didn't know his name, because they knew each other at the time he lost his memory. Grandfather said, "That's how it is, so they have known each other for a very long time," Tom answered. Yes. When he lost all his memories and opened his eyes for the first time, she helped him in many ways. At that time, this girl was like a family member to him, Thomas admitted. Fifth clearly didn't expect that Thomas considered her family, and remained silent for the rest of the evening. As she was about to leave, her grandfather took her hand and thanked her for being there for Thomas. If he considers her a member of his family, then they do too. So he hopes that she will not perceive them as strangers and will come at any time. They went out, and Grandpa and Daisy said goodbye to the girl again and asked her to come again. The fifth one looked at Thomas silently, and when they left, she kicked him in the back, asking what he was doing. Was he even in his right mind? Why did he bring her to where his family lives? Asked the fifth. Thomas replied that it wasn't him. His grandfather told him to come together. The fifth one told him not to joke. She is his enemy. He brought the enemy into his family's home. Since his memory has returned, it means he needs to forget about such simple things. Tom replied that he never considered her an enemy, so he introduced her to the family. The fifth asked. The first one was going to repeat the nonsense he had told them, trying to hide her identity. Thomas said it wasn't to hide her identity. The fifth asked if he thought she would believe the words about them being family. Then Tom said, yes, she is not really his family, like, for example, his younger sister and grandfather, whom she saw. But the numbers were like family to him, people he could trust to watch his back. In a situation where death is breathing down his neck, Thomas is his real name, Tom repeated. The fifth one was amazed. Covering her eyes with a cap, she said, her name is Maya. Thomas handed over the phone and said, the sixth one will call this number. Let him turn it on at 9 o'clock in the evening once a week. The 6th and 32nd will probably want to talk to her themselves, Thomas added. Maya looked at Thomas for a moment, then hit Thomas with all her strength and he fell to the ground. Then she said that for betraying them without saying a word, she still did not forgive him. Having finished, Maya left. The boss and David were horrified. The boss asked if he had imagined that their high school student had been hit and was lying on the ground. David replied that it was not a vision. They should probably pretend that they had not seen anything. The chief agreed, and they left. The man reported that a message had come from the camp that unknown mercenaries had attacked the fifth target in the area where it was located, and further completion of the task will be difficult. Besides, it is impossible to send someone else when the identities of the attackers have not been established. Lucas is also being pushed, asking why there are no results. The terrorist said, of course, Lucas is probably in a hurry because he has already crossed the line, but there is no effect. Let someone else contact Lucas's side. If they don't act, the impatient uncle will start his own game. The man asked if in that case the plan to cooperate with SW using Lucas would not be ruined. The terrorist said that no matter what, this was a blow only to them and they would not suffer any losses. The bodyguard said that as Lucas asked, she found someone to entrust the task to. Will everything be okay? Lucas said Mary, that brat, was starting to covet what belonged to him. He warned her long ago, but she stubbornly continues to ignore him, so she must be punished. The bodyguard said, I understand, Lucas thought. The chairman of Iron himself offered to help, but as soon as he actually made the request, he started stalling. Apparently he thinks that without his support, he will find himself in a more difficult situation. He needs to be shown that he is mistaken. For him, this is actually a fortunate development, because if he asks for help from Iron, he will have to be obligated. He would get rid of Mary with his own hands and get the whole company, Lucas thought. Call said he wanted to meet him briefly before joining the squad. He asked what about his colleague. Thomas replied, she's back, Call said. That's how it is. Thomas replied, no need to worry about it. This girl will not target Director Mary again. Since she said she didn't know who the customer was, he thought that was true, since they were trained to follow orders without asking unnecessary questions. Call said discontentedly, Tom thinks he came because of this. Tom already told him everything on the phone. He said he just wanted to meet Thomas for a little while before he returned to the squad. And once he saw Tom, it was time for him to go. Then Call asked the reason why Tom came back. He remembers it. Tom replied, yes, Call said. If that's the case, let Thomas live up to his age. The next day, Mary said that the lieutenant returned to the unit that morning. Thomas replied, yes, they saw each other yesterday, Mary said. So that's why he left in the middle of the night. Even though she told him everything was fine, he didn't leave her side for the entire vacation. There was no need to worry so much without a reason. It must have been annoying not to go out anywhere and be near her. Since this was a vacation that I barely managed to get, I could take care of personal matters and meetings. Tom remembered Danny saying he heard Tom ask him to keep the fact that she was a target from the headmistress. Thomas said yes. Danny said good job. Same goes for other families who own corporations. But all members of the SW family have been under fear of kidnapping and threats since childhood. Not long ago, a similar incident occurred with Miss Yuna. And now this case is with the headmistress. Very little time has passed since that event. And if the director finds out that she was almost killed, she will be seriously shocked. Moreover, the fact that someone ordered her death is on a completely different level from kidnapping or threats. Due to her character, the headmistress will do all her work, but at the same time, it will be psychologically difficult for her. Fortunately, the first security team learned about the killer in advance and managed to prevent the assassination attempt. Otherwise, something bad would have happened. It's still being determined who the customer was, so we'll have to be nervous for a while. Mary asked if Tom wasn't supposed to go to school today. Tom came back to the present and asked what. And Mary said she asked if he shouldn't be at school now. Tom said he didn't feel like going there today. Then Mary smiled and said, hearing this, she felt like he was finally living up to his age. Liam received Mary's photo and told 32 to call Thomas. 32 immediately started calling Tom. The 32nd said that it was him and that he had a gift for the first. Maya asked what gift. He didn't say that the gift was this damn news that they didn't die and were alive. The 32nd one loudly asked where she got this phone from. She killed the first one. But Maya sternly told the 32nd to shut up and hand the phone over to the 6th. The 32nd was a little confused and said, okay, and handing over the phone, said the 5th one asked to pass the phone to him. Liam picked up the phone and asked what happened. She met with the first one. Maya replied, yes, it turns out that the supposedly dead guys are living well. Liam replied that he couldn't help but agree, but the 5th one needed to meet the first one. The phone that the first one should have is now with her, so there is no other option. Maya said that judging by how irritated he was, it was definitely the 6th one, and not someone imitating him. Yuna asked if Thomas had gone abroad. Daisy said yes. He had gone to meet people he had known before. Then Yuna asked how many days it would take for Tom to return. Daisy replied that she didn't know, and said several. And Yuna said sadly that it turns out they won't be able to communicate for some time when he goes somewhere and never answers calls or text messages. Thomas walked out of the airport and immediately noticed 32nd and Liam, who had come to meet him. Liam said that recently 32nd heard that some interesting information related to SW was circulating and decided to dig deeper just in case. Then I managed to find something completely unexpected, knowing that someone from SW was looking for a mercenary. He faked his identity and sent a request, and this is what they sent him. He was asked to kill the woman in this photo. She is one of those whom Tom is guarding. Thomas asked who the customer was. Liam put down the photos and said, this girl. But digging deeper, it turned out that the real customer was this man. Liam put Lucas's photos on the table. There is no hard evidence pointing to Lucas yet, so the 5th one went to get it. The girl who signed the contract lives in a nearby hotel. In such cases, dangerous evidence is usually left behind, which they might have hidden if they had been doing it alone. The 32nd said he had received the files. The target will be there soon, so they need to leave quickly. Maya received the files and even met with the girl. The girl came to Lucas, and he asked if Mary's bodyguard had come to him on his own. The bodyguard said, yes, if everything had been as usual, she would have simply sent him away. But in this case, she decided to report it. But she can drive him away, Lucas said. No need. She can let him in. He will listen to him. Lucas wondered why the guy had come to him. Maybe he was going to pass on information about Mary. Thomas came in, and Lucas said he thought he misheard when they said Thomas was looking for him. So why did you come to such a distant place? Asked Lucas, but then he received a call. He answered the phone and asked if something had happened, and the president called Lucas in a stern voice. And Lucas got nervous. And then the president said that Lucas had crossed all the lines. Lucas asked what the president was talking about. The president replied that Lucas had hired a man to kill Mary. Then Lucas asked what his grandfather was talking about, how he could do this to his little sister. And he himself wondered how his grandfather found out about this. Grandpa asked. Lucas thinks he is saying this only out of vague assumptions. Lucas thought he had proof, and his grandfather told Lucas to finish his business and come to him. But Lucas said straight out that he didn't want to do that. He built it all. It was his. If grandfather wants to overthrow him, he will resist with all his strength. Then SW will crack. The company's value will plummet. And he knows that even with the evidence he has, he won't be able to prosecute him legally. After all, if the world finds out about this, the company will suffer much more than from his resistance. Then what will happen to the workers that Grandpa is so worried about? So Grandpa tells him to go back quietly, right? Lucas said loudly, he will not come back, no way, he will not come back, and turned off the phone. He thought, damn, how did Grandpa know about all this? Then he looked at the calm Thomas. The president told Thomas to bring Lucas, and they would prepare everything on their side. Lucas asked Thomas if he had come to pick him up. Thomas stood up silently. Then Lucas started laughing and said, "Oh my God, I don't understand what the president is thinking. How could they send such a little boy to bring him by force? Does the president really think that he will listen and follow as soon as he is ordered?" Tom answered. "No," Lucas asked. Then he ordered to drag him by force. Tom remained silent. Then Lucas ordered the girl to remove this freak from his sight. The girl contacted the team, but no one answered. The bodyguard asked, "They can't hear, let at least someone answer." However, no one answered. Lucas asked what was going on. The girl answered. The thing is that no one answers. Lucas started screaming, "What do you mean there is no answer? What the hell is going on?" The girl thought that it couldn't be possible, that it was impossible to contact any of the security teams. Then she covered Lucas with her body and pointed a gun at Thomas. Tom didn't react at all. Lucas asked what she was doing and why she pointed a gun at him. The girl said that the fact that no one is answering cannot be due to a simple connection problem. And before he came here there was no interference. It seems he has accomplices. At that moment, Maya entered the office. The girl was pestering her with a gun, but Thomas and Maya suddenly switched places. Maya ran straight at the girl and knocked the gun out of her hands with one blow. The girl tried to hit Maya, but she dodged her blow. Then the girl tried to grab Maya, but Maya hit the girl in the head with her elbow, then grabbed her and hit her again, but this time with her knee in the face. Then Lucas shouted, not moving from his place, and he was wondering why his grandfather had appointed the rowing child as a bodyguard. It doesn't matter. In any case, he will never return to Korea. So let them get lost if they don't want to die. And let them tell Grandpa that if something like this happens again, he will have to go to the very end. So don't even think about taking him. Lucas thought he was going to take out Mary, and he would never let him get away with it. He can even lock himself in a place where there is no connection with the world. How much time he worked to achieve this, SW could become his. Thomas stepped forward and Lucas shouted, "He wants to die. He thinks he won't shoot." Lucas fired, but Thomas ran faster and grabbed his arm, then punched him in the face. Then he grabbed him by the head and slammed his face into the nightstand next to him, and Lucas fell to the floor unconscious. Maya asked if it wasn't funny to ask someone not to use a gun against someone who pointed it at you. Tom replied, "Nothing can be done when your opponent is like that," Liam said. "That's right, they are bodyguards, not assassins." 30 Seconds said that they covered all tracks in this building and nearby. Liam said it was the first time in a long time that they were working together. It felt weird. "Isn't that right?" Liam asked. The guys just looked at each other. Then Tom said, "It's time to go back." Lucas's father fell to his knees and apologized to the president, saying it was all because he had failed to raise his child properly. The president said he didn't know what he had learned, but this time things like this couldn't be allowed to go unpunished. Lucas's plan must never come true. Lucas's father said they would never allow it. Lucas is of course a dear son, but Mary is also his child. How can you kill a family member? If the president had not taken action, he himself would have punished him to the fullest extent. Such a thing should never be forgiven. He came to him to apologize for not looking after his son. The president said that children would not obey their parents in everything. And besides, a lot of time had passed since Lucas had flown the nest. Lucas's father continued to apologize to the president through tears, while thinking to himself, "Lucas, what an empty-headed idiot." Thomas came home. Daisy and Grandpa came to say hello to him. Grandpa asked if he had met his friends. Tom replied, "Yes," Daisy said. "Hurry up and let him put his suitcase down and go take a shower." Grandpa prepared a bunch of goodies in honor of his return. Grandpa said it wasn't like that. It wasn't because of Thomas. He just wanted them to eat some delicious food together. Thomas looked at the happy faces of his family and felt sad, remembering the face of Lucas and the president, and yet he was glad that he had such a family. Mary asked if he was asking her to break off the engagement. Her father replied yes. Then she asked what suddenly happened. Then why was it necessary to carry it out? My father answered, so that their company SW would be included in the list of military industries. They need the strength of a family that produces outstanding military leaders generation after generation, but now there is no need for that. SW is already taking the first steps in this direction. The hardest part is behind us, Mary asked. But what could so easily break the agreement? The father replied that he had his own plans for everything. He had already found a family with much more favorable conditions. For which it is not a pity to break the agreement, Mary asked. Is it because of her brother? Father remained silent. Mary said she also heard that he had resigned. Moreover, it is impossible to establish his whereabouts. This person certainly could not have left of his own free will. So what happened? The father replied. He crossed a line that should not be crossed. All she needed to know was that. Mary said that, whatever the case, she could not break off the engagement unilaterally. Father said Lucas had done a lot of damage, but the empty space he had left was huge, and to protect the company they had to use the most sophisticated methods. He will prepare everything, she just has to be ready, added the father and left. Thomas looked closely at Mary's father. Mary's father thought that the president's wrath had fallen on one scoundrel, Lucas, so it had actually turned out to be an advantage. He was worried that he had grown up and was also aiming for his place. If only he could control Mary, everything would be settled. They needed to make sure that the engagement was broken off not by them, but by the other side. Mary was pondering the decision in her office, but then Mary began to remember her first meeting with Call. He was so sweetly nervous then. She remembered how Call would wait patiently for her while she worked, always saying that he would wait for her, and the way he calmed her down when the notification about the attack came. He said that he would stay by her side since she was worried. Danny said we need to leave now to stay on schedule. Mary asked him to find out where Lucas was, but in such a way that no one would guess. She kept thinking about the engagement. Even though they got engaged, it was just a business deal, and they did not see each other very often. And yet Mary felt uneasy thinking about breaking off the engagement. Mary called Thomas and asked what he thought the junior lieutenant was like. Thomas replied that he couldn't say that he knew everything about him, but the lieutenant was indeed a good man. And also Call is the one he trusts the most, which surprised both Mary and Danny. Then Mary said, if even such a cold-blooded guy as Tom said something like that. He seemed like a really great person. She closed the tablet and suggested skipping all the work today. They arrived at the base and all the soldiers greeted Thomas joyfully, asking how he was doing. Tom replied that he was fine, and how were they? The soldiers replied that everything was normal with them. They didn't expect that Tom was the bodyguard of the lieutenant's girlfriend. She is truly a beauty. We never thought that such a person would have such a girlfriend. The boys were very upset and said that even Call had a girlfriend, but they had no one. Then the soldier asked Thomas if Thomas now had love too. But Tom looked at the boys naively, not understanding their anger. Mary and Call met, and Call asked Mary what she had come for. Then Mary replied that he also often came to her work, so she could sometimes visit him. Call said that was true. Mary asked if he was uncomfortable, or if she had come to a place she shouldn't have. And Call immediately answered, no, it's not like that at all. He just added, why so unexpectedly? Mary replied, she just decided to pop in for a while. Call replied, I see. It turned out that the journey here took quite a while, so she would sit for a while and then go back, Mary said. But Call sensed something and asked if something was bothering her, and Mary asked in surprise what. And then Call said, he couldn't say exactly in what way, but she was a little different from her usual self. Mary thought her expression was strange. Call said he didn't know what was wrong, but he doesn't think he can help her with that, Call admitted sadly. In fact, he doesn't have much money, and he can't easily manage the lands that are in his family's possession. Ah, Mary probably knows about this, Call said, laughing a little awkwardly. In any case, being an ordinary soldier, he knows little about society, and is not capable of skating like Mary. Therefore, he does not think that he will be of any use to her, unfortunately. But no matter what the situation, he will always be on her side. Even if her family turned their backs on her, he would stay by her side, Call added. He apologized and said it was all he could do, and Mary clutched the jacket in her hands and thanked Call. Then she said she wanted to ask Call something. Call said, just let him say it. Mary asked him directly to break off the engagement with her, which greatly surprised Call. Call was confused, but quickly pulled himself together and smiling said, okay. Mary asked if he would ask the reason why she suddenly said such a thing. Call replied that if she made such a decision, there must be a reasonable explanation for it. He then suggested, as if he had suggested, to break the marriage agreement. After all, if people find out that she was the one who initiated it, her position becomes much more complicated. Therefore, after observing the situation in the family, he will inform his elders at the appropriate time that he has proposed to break off the engagement. Mary wondered how it was that the lieutenant was completely out of place in their world. We need to report everything as soon as possible so that my father can't do anything wrong. And she can't get the lieutenant to say that he was the one who initiated the breakup. She called her father, and he said what an unexpected call. What happened? They had seen each other just recently. Mary responded. She explained everything to the groom and suggested breaking off the engagement. The father asked if they should make sure that the other party took responsibility for the break in the engagement, and not them. But despite all this, she was the first to start a conversation about how a person who runs a company can be so short-sighted. Mary answered, that's why she told, afraid that her father would shift all the blame onto him when it was her father who suddenly changed his mind. Father asked when she had time to tell him. Mary answered that they had met in person and now she was already on her way back. Then the father said, apparently it was difficult, but she tried hard. For her part, they will soon officially inform their elders. Mary thought about what these words meant. She had a bad feeling. She called Danny. She ordered that the file about the manager be sent to Thomas immediately. Danny replied, understood. Mary's father thought, how dare she do things her own way. None of the children obey him. He ordered the leader to quickly begin what they had prepared. The man bowed and said, yes. And poor Call silently looked at the sky, remembering his conversation with Mary. The other guys got worried. They asked what was wrong with him. One answered, Call has been acting like this since yesterday. The soldier asked if he had been abandoned. The second soldier replied, surely so, poor little lieutenant. In the evening, the little lieutenant went to the bar, sadly drinking alcohol alone. At his first meeting with Mary, Call wondered what his grandfather was doing and what century they were living in. What kind of engagement is there between adults who have never even seen each other? He thought, judging by the photo, they probably used a lot of Photoshop naturally. In real life, she wouldn't be so beautiful. But at that moment, Mary came and said hello to Call. And then Call realized that she didn't need filters. Call blushed and said awkwardly, she was even more beautiful in person. Mary clearly didn't expect this. And now poor Call sits alone and drinks, thinking what was expected of someone like him. Then a girl came up and asked why he was drinking all alone. How about having a drink together? But Call told the girl that he wanted to be alone. The girl looked at Call with displeasure. Suddenly, a couple of guys started arguing with the waiter and Call got distracted. Then the girl poured him something. Then she stood up and said that if he wanted to be alone, then nothing could be done. Call wanted to start drinking again, but Thomas came in time and said that Call had better stop. A drunken Call asked where Thomas was from. Thomas said it seemed the lieutenant had drunk too much. Call replied, right? Well, he couldn't appear before him in such a guise just because he was abandoned. Thomas took Call to the car and Call apologized for showing Tom how drunk he looked. Tom replied that everything was fine. And then he remembered, Chief Chen is the closest person to her father, Vice Chairman Simon. Judging by the deputy chairman's character, he will definitely do something within a few days. And he will probably do it using Chen's boss, so Tom must keep an eye on this man. Thomas closed the car door and looked ahead. Mary was right. Leader Chen had already taken action. Mary asked, so they drugged the lieutenant and were going to make him look like a criminal. Tom answered. Yes, Mary answered. She understood. Who knows what else might happen? Let Tom be with him. Mary nervously tapped the table, thinking about the situation with Call. As expected, her father quickly took action, but she didn't think he would go that far. Danny told Mary not to worry. She knew perfectly well what Tom was capable of. Suddenly, the junior lieutenant called and Mary wondered why he was calling so late. Thomas convinced her that the lieutenant had fallen asleep, but as soon as she answered the call, the little lieutenant shouted that he loved Mary. Then he plopped down on the bed and fell asleep again. And Mary didn't understand anything at all. Simon asked if they had screwed up. The manager apologized and said he had been informed that a man who looked like the target's companion had intervened. Since we had to act faster than originally planned, we were unable to achieve our goal. They'll work it out, Simon said. He's giving them one last chance. If he hears about them screwing up again, it'll be the end of them. The leader looked at his bandits, and one of them apologized and said that he stepped away for a while and left everything to the guys. Chen hit him and said that it was worth entrusting the gang of bitches with a task a couple of times, and they stopped taking him into account. If he gave him a case, he should have dealt with it personally, the manager yelled. Mary entered the office and her father asked her why she had come. Mary said she needed to tell him something. Father asked again. Mary sat on the table and asked when father would return. Simon replied that he needed to finish all the work here first and then leave. What? The father asked. Mary said outright that she would like him to just come back. Let the father forget about the things he has to do and just leave. Simon said his heart was already bleeding for Lucas. So why was she making her father worry too? Mary said that Dad didn't need to worry. They weren't little children anymore. Simon asked how a father could not worry about the affairs of his blood relatives. Mary asked him not to lie. He's not worried about the children, but about the fact that the company's managers don't obey him. Children who are leaders are obliged to obey and follow their words in everything. Simon said, of course, you have to be cool to run a company. After all, they have a huge responsibility on their shoulders, so Mary should not ruin the matter because of her attachment. Mary said that he seemed to be mistaken about some things. It was not because of affection. It was just that she felt that the things that her father was doing would bring problems to the company. Perhaps it is because he lived abroad for so long, but his father underestimates that family too much. Simon said he understood what his daughter meant. But what should he do? He wasn't going to follow her advice. That's why she needs more experience. He knows perfectly well that his daughter has excellent business acumen. But that's not all. She showed outstanding abilities among her peers, and thanks to the power of SW behind her, she always had more power than others. She ran along the road to success without hesitation, but never stood up to someone who had more power, just like now. Why should he, the vice chairman, follow her orders? Simon asked. Sometimes it is necessary not only to be able to speak beautifully, but also to personally demonstrate abilities appropriate to the situation. The phone rang. Simon checked his, but Mary said it was her phone ringing. It was Thomas. He told Mary he was finished and also sent a photo with proof. Mary praised Thomas for his excellent work and hung up the phone, while Tom approached his supervisor. Then Mary said, "It seems that Chief Chen is slightly injured and needs to visit the sick person." Mary's father tensed up and asked what this meant. Mary asked if he wasn't the one her father cherished. Simon realized what kind of call it was and said that it meant Mary had grown a lot too. Mary said she wasn't so young that her father had to decide what she should do. She told her father to be careful on his way back and said that, unfortunately, she was too busy and would not be able to take him to the airport. Cole woke up in a terrible state and tried to remember how he got home. But then the doorbell rang and Cole went to open it. Mary stood on the threshold and asked if he was still asleep. Cole said, confused, "Yes," Mary said, but she worked all night and didn't even close her eyes. Mary suggested having breakfast together. She was a little hungry. Cole was already completely confused.